Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel Shadow Slave. Chapter 599. The Flying Ship. The flying ship soared through the darkness, descending deeper and deeper into the empty void. After Saint Tyris had left, nothing much happened for a long time. They were surrounded by nothing, and nothing bothered them. This was the oppressive nothingness that Sonny was familiar with all too well. However, now things were different. The first time he had fallen into the sky below, he was alone and desperate, without any way to escape and no certainty of what awaited him below. This time, he was surrounded by people, knew where he was going, and that they would be able to turn back at any point if need be. Not to mention that Sonny had a whole ship to explore, as opposed to plummeting down atop the corpse of a dead devil. The ancient vessel was not giant, but large enough to make their journey rather comfortable. There was an upper deck, the main cargo hold, the lower deck stretching from the bow to the middle point of the ship. The auxiliary cargo holds beneath it and various compartments near the stern, including living quarters for the crew. 2 separate mess decks, a spacious captain's cabin, several smaller cabins that seemed as though they were meant for either guests or officers, a large war room, and a few service compartments. Currently, there were less than 30 people on board, so there was more than enough space for everyone. In fact, the vessel seemed rather empty and rough around the edges. The members of Cassie's cohort and other firekeepers that joined them to assist in the repairs had done a splendid job of restoring the flying ship's overall integrity, but had had no time to work on its interior. A few essential facilities had been haphazardly outfitted with everything necessary to barely function, but most of the compartments still required a lot of work. There was no furniture of any kind except for some crude tables, chairs, and flimsy hammocks, and most of the vessel looked empty and bare bones. It was a far cry from how luxurious it must have been furnished, outfitted, and decorated once in the ancient past. However, after the hellish month Sonny had spent in the Night Temple, this environment seemed almost like paradise. He had a whole cabin to himself, and the cargo hold was stocked with enough food and water to last them for a few months. The galley was also fully operational, so at least their meals were taken care of. More than that, the flying ship did not wobble constantly up and down like a seafaring one would, and instead swayed gently from time to time, which was sort of calming and even a bit cozy. It was a strange vessel that moved partially due to sorcery, the sapling of a sacred tree growing around its mast serving as the source of it, and partially due to the wind. The firekeepers seemed more or less capable of operating the sails, be it somewhat tentatively, and used either their aspects or memories akin to Cassie's wooden staff to produce gales that pushed the ship in the right direction. As the result, their descent into the abyss was swift, smooth, and almost relaxing. Sonny spent around a week slowly recuperating from his wounds, restoring his strength and resting. He slept a lot and ate as much as he could, knowing that the second nightmare was going to test the limits of his endurance. He had to enter it in as good of a shape as he could. He also used that time to think about what had transpired in the Night Temple, analyze everything he had learned about Mordred, and go over each of his thoughts and decisions, trying to learn from his mistakes. The memory of being fooled and manipulated by the Prince of Nothing still haunted him. There was also a lot of new information Sonny had received in that month, information about the Awakened of higher ranks, Anvil of Valor, the great clans, the tension between them, and even about his own aspect. The silent shadows that dwelled in his soul sea were not there just for decoration. After all, he had always suspected that there was a purpose to them, but never had any proof. Well, now there was proof. Sonny just had no idea what it all meant, and what he was supposed to do with them. No matter what he tried after the battle with Mordred, the shadows refused to react. They just stood in their usual spots, silent and lifeless just like before, as if pretending that nothing had happened. It was almost like he had imagined the whole thing. In the end, Sonny had to accept the fact that the mystery of the shadows was going to remain unsolved for now. He had learned that his soul had a fearsome defense system against those who would try to possess it. That was something, at least. After the first week, when his injuries healed enough, Sonny started training, slowly conditioning his body for the deadly trial ahead. This was somewhat of a useless process, really, since he would be inhabiting a different vessel entirely inside the nightmare. But training the body helped him put his mind in order as well. For that reason, Sonny practiced with the same ferocious determination as back in the Dark City. Kai, Effie, and Cassie joined him too, working on improving their own condition, as well as learning how to work together as a single unit again. It had been a long time since the four of them fought side by side. All of them had grown since then, both in terms of power and experience. They were awakened now, possessed new abilities, and had improved in their understanding of combat technique and skill. They needed to find new and better ways of enhancing each other's strengths and shielding each other's weaknesses, as well as cooperating seamlessly to achieve a common goal. Without the guiding hand of Changing Star, it was much harder than they had remembered. None of them was really a natural leader, let alone one as talented and gifted in the art of battle as Nephis had been, back on the Forgotten Shore. Only now, faced with her absence, did Sonny understand how hard it actually was to build a powerful, cohesive, and effective cohort. Still, they did their best. A few days before they reached the rift in the divine flames, with the air outside of the flying ship already growing sizzling hot, Sonny woke up and stared into the darkness for a bit, then sighed and went to the galley to find something to eat. The food was tasty, but not very luxurious. And once again he failed to meet this day by drinking a cup of coffee, with a lot of sugar, and maybe even real milk, as he had wished to do once a long time ago, in the cafeteria of the Awakened Academy before venturing into the dream realm for the first time. Today was the day of the winter solstice. Sonny had turned 19. Last time he celebrated his birthday in a blood-soaked castle standing in the middle of a cursed city. This time, he was going to celebrate it aboard an ancient ship that flew through a lightless abyss, descending toward an ocean of flames. It is somewhat of an improvement, I guess. Chapter 600. The departure Sonny was not going to do anything special on that day, more so because the whole crew was in a bit of a melancholic mood. This was all of theirs first winter solstice after escaping the Forgotten Shore, so the firekeepers huddled together, remembering their fallen friends and wishing the young sleepers who were going to enter the dream realm come night well. However, Effie and Kai had other plans. It seemed that Cassie had told him that this was his birthday, so the huntress cooked up something special, and the four of them had a comparatively lavish dinner on the smaller mess deck, sharing the tales of what had happened to them in the past year, and laughing about this and that. Laughter was much better than sorrow, especially considering that none of them knew when they would have an opportunity to laugh again. On the next day, the dark void around them was already hot enough to make moving on the upper deck hard. All of them dismissed most of their armor and worked the sails, their bodies glistening with sweat. Everyone worked together to keep the ship afloat and moving in the right direction, divided into two shifts. One would control the vessel, while the other retreated inside to cool off and drink water. Luckily, with the hot air blowing from below, they didn't need all of the sails to achieve their goal, which made things easier. It had taken Sonny almost a month to reach the divine flames before, but the flying ship made the journey faster. Using several aspect abilities and ingenious tools, they were also able to navigate the abyss with a sufficient level of precision, quickly reaching the TR and continuing to descend in a wide spiral. The memory of the golden string of fate was still burned into his mind, so by knowing where the twisted rock had been located in relation to their position, Sonny was able to guide the ship toward the rift in the ocean of divine flames. By the evening, it was already visible, looking like a tiny black hole in the incinerating tapestry of furious light. However, the rift wasn't really that small. It just appeared so because of the distance. Sonny had almost missed it the first time, flying through the very edge of the rift and being burned by the divine flames. This time around, they were going to keep to the very middle of it, separated from the immolating orbs of white fire by many kilometers of empty space. Hopefully, that would be enough to keep them from dying of heat. The sails were hoisted, and the ship continued to plummet toward the flames, supported only by the sorcerous power of the sacred tree and the ancient enchantments permeating the hull. Sonny was left alone at the helm, the rest of the crew seeking shelter in the main cargo hold, where the air was coolest. He had summoned the undying chain and the memory of fire, augmenting the protective charm with all three of his shadows. As the flying vessel came closer and closer to the rift, The leaves of the young tree rustles above him, and ghostly runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient ship. Slowly the heat retreated a little. Standing on the upper deck was still hard and uncomfortable, but at least tolerable, especially with the help of his charm. Sonny carefully guided the vessel into the rift, keeping to the very center of it, as far away from the walls of divine fire as he could. It was as though he was guiding the ship through a vertical tunnel that twisted slowly, moving left and right, forward and back. Luckily, descending didn't require a lot of skill from the helmsman. Sonny was barely acquainted with how to steer a boat, let alone a flying one the size of a frigate, so he wouldn't have been able to do much if things went wrong. But they did not. Some time later, the ancient vessel left the rift and submerged into the darkness once again, the skies above burning like a sea of flame. He sent the ship flying toward the island that loomed in the void not too far away and let out a relieved sigh. They had made it. They moored the ship to one of the horizontal stone masts protruding from the island and disembarked. Walking across the obsidian pillar, everyone reached the solid ground and stopped, staring at the somber landscape in front of them in stunned silence. The ebony island was just as the last time Sonny had visited it. It was cut out of dark stone and floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black, lusterless material that seemed to devour any light that touched it. Here and there on the desolate surface of the island, remains of mysterious structures stood, long turned to ruins. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. The flying ship floated near one of them, fastened to it by strong chains. Effie stared at the ebony tower, then turned to Sonny, her face uncharacteristically pale. "I can't believe you made it all the way here alone. How did you even survive?" Sonny hesitated, then shrugged. "Barely, and with a bit of luck." With that, he sighed and headed toward the dark tower. Near its doors, it was time for the four of them to say goodbye to the firekeepers. Cassie's cohort and the rest were not going to follow them into the nightmare. Some would maybe challenge their own in the future, when they felt ready, but 1 year was really not enough to prepare most of Awakened for this harrowing trial. Instead, the firekeepers were going to remain on the Obsidian Island. Some were going to establish a temporary base there, while others would guide the flying ship back to the sanctuary of Noctis and then return with more supplies and enough materials to continue working on the vessel itself. In that manner, they would travel between the sky below and the Chained Isles, awaiting the return of the challengers for as long as needed. The farewell was a bit emotional, at least on the part of the members of Cassie's cohort. She entrusted the command of it to Shim, the healer, and turned away, the silver half-mask obscuring her expression. No one knew if they were going to see each other again. For the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, parting with those who they cared about was nothing new. However, it never became easy. Sonny opened the gates of the Ebony Tower and guided the others into its dark halls, ascending one level after another. Effie and Kai were looking around, curiosity mixing with fear on their faces. Cassie paled terribly on the second level, where the harrowing rot had once grown from the severed arm of a deity but did not say anything. The Hall of Runes affected her even worse. Kai and Effie were guided through it by Sonny, their eyes tightly shut, but the blind girl could not do the same. Her keen intuition and enhanced senses sometimes were akin to a curse. However, for that very same reason, her mental resilience was also unmatched. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, they reached the last level and drowned the stone arch of the portal with divine flame, taking turns feeding their soul essence to the cruel sight. With their combined efforts, activating it did not take as long as when Sonny had tried to do it alone. Soon, they were standing inside a graceful white gazebo, the portal disappearing behind them. In front of them, though, was the tranquil haven of the Ivory Island. Slates of shattered marble floated around it. There was a beautiful meadow near the gazebo, and a peaceful grove of trees, their branches rustling under the gentle wind. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent pagoda built out of pristine white material that was neither stone nor wood. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. And around it, the bones of a dead dragon lay, reflecting the radiant light of the sun. They walked past the clear lake and through the jaws of the great beast, finally entering the solemn darkness of the ancient Hall of Chains, where hope had once been bound. Once inside, the four of them froze, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. 7 chains lay on the pristine white floor in front of them, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were marred and torn, their mangled surface inscribed with a myriad of runes. A strange shimmering rose from their surface in ethereal wisps, coalescing into a chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness that pulsated in the very center of the great hall. But it wasn't darkness, not really. Instead, it was a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Hypnotized by the visage of the seed, Sonny felt it deep in his soul, the magnetic, insidious call of the nightmare. This time, finally, he was going to answer it. Sonny sighed and then looked at his companions. They had already said everything that needed to be said, discussed everything that could be discussed. There was no reason to linger. "Are you ready, Effie?" Kai. And Cassie remained silent for a while, staring at the pulsating darkness. Their faces were pale and vulnerable, devoid of the usual masks of confidence. Finally, the blind girl whispered, "What are we waiting for? It is just the second nightmare." Sonny smiled, then suddenly laughed. "Indeed." With that, he gripped her shoulder for a moment, and then stepped forward, heading toward the pulsating rift in reality. With each step, the world seemed to dim a little, turning darker and darker. Effie, Kai, and Cassie followed. A few moments later, they were gone. The Hall of Chains was gone too. Sonny found himself standing alone in complete darkness, surrounded by utter nothingness. In this nothingness, he heard the voice of the spell. "Awakened? Prepare for your second trial." He smiled darkly. "Just like the first one. Well, let's see where I land this time. I doubt that it can be any worse than before." The voice of the spell thundered again, making him shiver. 5 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. The darkness moved, turning into something else. Something different. Sonny, however, was not paying attention. Wait, 5? Did it say 5? Who's the 5th one? What? He didn't get to finish that thought, though. His vision cleared, revealing end of Volume 3, Chained Isles. Chapter 601, Kingdom of Hope. Sonny dreamt of boundless blue skies. Beneath them, a patchwork of islands floated in the air, laid on the backdrop of velvety darkness like a beautiful mosaic. Some islands were verdant and green. Some were desolate and empty, and some were covered by ancient ruins, the weathered stones overgrown by moss. All of them were bound by colossal iron chains that rattled loudly as the islands rose and fell, hovering above the abyss, a scattering of pale stars shining somewhere far, far below them. In the center of the mosaic an ugly wound gaped, a vast tear in space where nothing but emptiness remained. A lone island soared above that tear, 7 torn chains hanging from its slopes, a beautiful white pagoda standing on its surface in a mantle of clouds. Suddenly the sun rolled backward, soon disappearing behind the eastern horizon. The skies darkened, and then were illuminated again as a radiant moon streaked across them, swift enough to turn into a blurry trail of light. A moment later, it was day again, and then it was night once more. The skies grew torn between light and darkness, time flowing in reverse with terrible speed. Sonny watched as the islands beneath him slowly changed their shapes, as ruins rose from the ground and assembled into unwavering structures, as the stars burning in the abyss grew brighter and brighter, new ones igniting each moment, until the whole void was suffused with a furious white light. One after another, fallen islands rose from that annihilating light, the chains that had tethered them to the rest of the mosaic repairing themselves. Soon, the tear in its center was no more, and instead, a vast ashen wasteland of scorched isles appeared in its place. The ivory tower descended from high above, taking its place at the very heart of the wasteland. Instant later, the ashes were no more, revealing a breathtaking aerial city that sprawled across dozens of islands, all of them connected to each other by arching bridges and overflowing aqueducts built out of pristine white stone, with vibrant flags fluttering in the wind and sparkling waterfalls flowing into the abyss below. Slowly, Sunny's gaze was pulled west, toward the very edge of the chained isles. There, one of the great chains anchored them to the lands beyond, and a mighty fortress stood at the precipice, similar to the other border strongholds he had seen before. The island next to it resembled a vast stone bowl, with rows of seats cut into its weathered white slopes and a circular arena laying at its bottom, painted dull red. And even further than that was an island with a strange river that flowed endlessly through it, forming a circle around an ancient statue of a beautiful woman wielding a spear in one hand and gripping a beating human heart in the other, her nakedness covered only by a beast hide tied around her thighs, her face lost in the shadows. That was the island where Sunny found himself. And of course, he was thrown straight into the damn river. God damn it! Why does this keep happening to me? Sunny was so angry that he didn't even feel any panic. Unlike the previous 2 times, the spell had decided to give him a cold and wet welcome first on the Forgotten Shore, then at the Sanctuary of Noctis. This time, at least, he had an idea of where he was and in which direction to swim if he wanted to reach the surface. Sunny strained his muscles to struggle against the strong current, and finally realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. His body refused to listen. Or rather, it did, but in a way that made no sense at all. His limbs didn't move as he willed them to, and instead of swimming, he simply thrashed around, submerging deeper and deeper into the cold, dark water. His senses were all messed up too, so he couldn't even understand what had gone wrong. What? What the hell? Now, Sunny finally was starting to panic a little. This went way beyond what he had experienced in the first nightmare. Back then, the body given to him by the spell had felt almost the same as his own. This time, however, it was way too unfamiliar. Was this what Master Jet had warned him about? Sunny tried to keep calm and swim ashore, but moving through water, especially with such a strong current, was not an easy task. It required a lot of coordination and a fair bit of balance, which he simply lacked right now. No matter what he tried to do, his efforts only made things worse. He fell deeper into the river, drowning slowly. His lungs were already starting to burn from the lack of oxygen. They also felt as weird as the rest of him. His vision was already darkening. Sunny gritted his teeth, which suddenly sent a wave of pain through his mouth and jaw, and then stopped struggling, letting the current pull him down. Then he concentrated on his shadow sense, and as soon as his body struck the rocky bottom of the river, stepped through the shadows to appear near the stone statue. Sunny fell into the grass, coughing violently. He tried to suck in a breath of fresh air, only to find out that even that was a struggle. His lungs were refusing to work as they were supposed to, and even though he managed to inhale, it was still not enough to chase the sensation of suffocating away. What is going on, damn it? Sunny sprawled on the ground and closed his eyes, cutting off all of his senses to concentrate on trying to take control of the mess of his new body. Don't think. Thinking will only make things worse. This thing has to have instincts. You now have them too. He cleared his mind of any thoughts about breathing and oxygen, and soon his instincts did indeed take over. It was like the story of a centipede that was asked how it walked and fell down, unable to move. As soon as Sunny stopped thinking about inhaling, his body did so on its own. Suddenly, his lungs were full of sweet air, and he was strong and vigorous once more. Oh, thank gods. Sunny did not move for a few moments, breathing deeply, and then tried to understand what type of a vessel exactly had the spell chosen for him. Before he could, however, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded above him, full of curiosity and amusement. What a strange thing you are. Sunny opened his eyes and struggled to rise to his feet, turning his head swiftly in the direction of the speaker. When he did, he froze in front of him. Kneeling near the statue was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had soft skin and a delicate, exquisite face, her chestnut hair streaming down her shoulders like lustrous silk. Her eyes were suffused with light and shone gently like two silver stars. Sunny had seen a lot of stunning beauties in his lifetime, but no one could even remotely compare to the quiet, breathtaking grace of this stranger. Just one look at her made his heart race, and his face flush. She was more like a fairy than a mere mortal, and maybe she was. The beautiful woman was wearing a simple red tunic that left her shoulders bare and wielded no weapons. Despite that, her presence was vast and permeated the whole island. It was as though the blades of grass bent slightly to be closer to her. The rays of sunshine changed their path to caress her skin, as if she didn't exist in the world, but instead, the world existed around her. And something about her felt strangely familiar. Sunny opened his mouth, stunned, and said, greetings? Or at least he tried to, however. What came out of his mouth instead was a hoarse, bestial growl. What the? He tried to speak again, and once more his mouth produced a low, threatening gnarl. The woman frowned. One of Shadow God's creatures. How curious. I didn't know that there were any of you left here in the Kingdom of Hope. Sunny stared at her, dumbfounded. Then he lowered his eyes and finally looked at himself. Oh, crap. Well, at least one of his desires had come true. Sunny wasn't short anymore. In fact, he was at least 2 meters tall. The problem, however, was that he wasn't a human. His skin was light gray, the color of stone. His legs were long and digitigrade, bending backward and ending with powerful, sharp claws. He had 4 arms, each longer and stronger than that of a human, and a long, twisting tail. His face was like that of a demon, with sharp features and a mouth full of terrifying fangs. 2 curved horns were growing from his forehead, and his hair was long, black, and coarse. His eyes were fully black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. What's worse, Sunny didn't seem to possess the vocal cords of a human. He couldn't speak. Oh, crap. The beautiful woman looked at him and smiled. Her smile was dazzling and breathtaking, but made Sunny feel cold and scared for some reason. You shouldn't have invaded my lands, little creature, but don't worry, I will gift you a death most glorious. This, I promise before the gods. She rose, standing tall in front of the ancient statue. After all, I, Solvane, am nothing if not merciful. Chapter 602, Swarm of Shadows. Slow down there, lady. Sunny tried to take a step back, but ended it staggering and almost falling down. Somehow, he managed to keep his balance, crouching as his talons dug into the ground. His 4 arms rose, sharp claws aimed at Solvane. All that talk of glory and death made him very, very tense. Solvane. Wait? Solvane? A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth as he realized who was standing in front of him. So this beautiful, graceful woman, she was the ghastly living corpse he had destroyed in the cargo hold of the crashed ship. Or rather, would be? He had traveled into the past of the Chained Isles, after all, or at least an illusory reenactment of it. It made sense that Solvane had not succumbed to her harrowing fate. Yet, Sunny shivered, remembering the silent pleading and boundless torment in the empty eyes of the Wormvine's host. How could those terrible eyes be the same as the radiant ones looking at him right now? Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by pity, compassion, and sorrow, and fear. Because if he was right, and this was really the same Solvane, then this dazzling stranger who had just promised to gift him a glorious death was a saint. And a saint promising to kill him was not something Sunny had ever wanted to hear. He peered beneath the surface of Solvane's lovely figure, and saw a single sphere of light burning brightly in her chest, so radiant as to appear almost blinding. Her soul core, the soul core of a transcendent, his vertical pupils narrowed, a single thought ringing in his mind. Run? Sunny felt that his body was much more powerful than his own. Inhumanly so, but without knowing how to properly control it. Outrunning a saint was out of the question, if it had ever been so. His only hope was Shadow Step. He already started to fall into the shadows when a beautiful silhouette suddenly appeared near, a graceful hand falling from above to grasp one of his arms into an iron grip. If not for bone weave, his wrist would have shattered like glass. The hold of a saint was as inevitable and inescapable as death. Sonny couldn't escape into the shadows anymore, and summoning any memory would have taken too long to be of any use. All except it's a damned Colosseum, Chapter 604, Shadow Gladiator. There were wooden fences built throughout the arena, partitioning it into many small enclosures, each connected to a next one by a rusty iron gate. Currently, Sonny was at the very edge of the Colosseum, with one of its stone walls behind him. 3 sturdy fences formed the rest of the killing box, sharp spikes mounted on them to prevent the combatants from trying to escape. And that was unmistakably where he found himself, a Colosseum, a theater of death where slaves fought each other for the entertainment of the crowd, unless they wanted to be slaughtered by the other gladiators or their own masters. Granted, this one was rather strange. For one thing, the slaves were predominantly wild beasts and monsters of all kinds, as opposed to captured humans. The crowd was behaving weirdly, too. After his experience in the dreamscape, Sonny expected to see the spectators overwhelmed by bloodthirst and dark, cruel fascination. Instead, these people seemed to be joyful and proud, almost solemn. It was as though they were genuinely happy for the gladiators, even a little bit jealous. The crowd was undulating and shifting, singing one word over and over again. "Glory, glory, glory!" Their voices merged into an echoing, thunderous roar. What the hell is wrong with these bastards? Sadly, Sonny didn't have a lot of time to think about the weirdness of the audience. He had bigger problems on his plate. Right in front of him, another creature was let go of the chain, its powerful body covered in dirty brown fur. 4 mighty paws, a long muzzle with terrifying fangs, and 6 eyes burning with madness. It was very similar to the dread wolves he had thought at the island, covered by strange, twisted trees. And it wasn't alone. 2 more beasts appeared from behind the first one, falling low to the ground as guttural growls escaped from their maws. Damnation! Sonny shifted his gaze, trying to discern the rank and class of the murderous beasts. They seemed a lot smaller than the fallen monster he had killed before, at least simply the size of a bull instead of a full cargo vehicle. His newfound ability to peer into the souls of living things and see their soul cores was going to come in handy. However, what he saw beneath their tough hides left him confused. Instead of spheres of radiant light, the creatures had hideous masses of swirling darkness at the center of their beings, veins of it spreading throughout their souls like cancerous growths. In the depths of that darkness, something unclear seemed to be moving, as if trying to break free. The sight of it was both frightening and repulsive. It reminded him somewhat of the harrowing rot he had witnessed in the ebony toe, growing from the severed arm of Weaver. So this is what soul cores of the nightmare creatures look like. Sonny had no idea how to judge the rank of such cores, since he only knew to measure the usual ones by their size and luminosity. The growths of darkness and the dread wolves seemed to have 2 swirling nods each, which at least told him that they were mere monsters. Not that it helped him very much. How was some form of corruption? But what exactly was the awakened asking? Was he referring to the nightmare creatures, perhaps? He hesitated, then shook his head again, and pointed to the coils of the soul serpent glistening on his skin. The youth frowned, confused. A snake? A serpent? Can that demon be Shadow's kin? No wonder the warriors hunted him down. Then their god and Shadow are old enemies? Is he talking to me or to himself? Sonny lingered for a moment, then took a step forward. The awakened flinched, torn away from his pondering, and raised his sword higher. "Stay away, demon, or I will." He felt silent when the gaunt, towering monstrosity walked past him with absolute indifference. Sonny wasn't going to fight the youth, unless the fool chose to attack first, of course. Made into a gladiator or not, he was not going to play the part of an obedient slave. He had no qualms with killing humans, but not to satisfy anyone's thirst for entertainment, especially not of anyone wishing to be his owner. They would have to come down in person if they wanted to force him. He studied the dead humans. Men, women, young and old, the only thing in common they had was the color of their white garments. Some had been unarmed, and some had wielded weapons. The weapons were what he was really interested in. There was a couple laying on the red stones, none of them bearing any enchantments. He picked up a battle axe, glanced at it, and then threw it back to the ground. What was the point of having a mundane weapon? His claws were sharper and far more devastating. Luckily, the young man seemed to have decided against using the sword against him, too. He just stood there, staring at the corpses, a dark and inconsolable expression on his face. The steward of the arena, whoever that was, did not seem to want them to kill each other as well. With a sound of scraping metal, another rusty gate rose, opening the path to the third box. This one even closer to the center of the Colosseum. Sonny and the young awakened glanced at each other warily, and then walked toward the gate together. Sonny's next cage was larger and more comfortable. Well, he at least could stand up straight in it, not that he was in any mood to do so. In the end, he had been forced to fight his way through 7 killing boxes, the last circular one at the very heart of the Colosseum. In each box, a new nightmare creature, or a group of them, awaited. Those abominations who had prevailed in their own battles at the outer circles of the arena. In this way, only the strongest and the most ferocious of the enslaved creatures had a chance to reach the center. The further they went, the louder the cheers of the spectators became. And on the final stage, their salvation awaited. Kill the final enemy and get the chance to live another day, only to be forced to go through this meat grinder again, undoubtedly. Collecting more wounds, more kills, more glory. Sonny had received a lot of injuries. As for the glory, he wasn't so sure. Currently, he was sprawled on the bottom of a hanging cage, his body a map of gashes, lacerations, and bruises. Everything hurt. But at least he wasn't bleeding. That was the benefit of losing his chance to receive Shadow God's lineage. He was slowly healing. In the cage next to him, the awakened with light blue eyes sat, an empty and hollow expression on his smooth, youthful face. The young man had somehow managed to survive as well, but grew quiet and despondent after they were brought back to the dungeon. Sonny didn't blame him. He was a bit desperate, too. Yes, they had survived today, but just barely. And who knew how many such days there were going to be in the future? Somehow, he had a disturbing feeling that once someone had entered the arena, they never left it alive. Sonny closed his eyes, exhausted. So what if his fate was to die as a slave in this cursed Colosseum? Fate was not something immutable. It was just very, very hard to change. Was he or was he not the heir to the demon of fate? If anyone could do it, it was him. Caged in the darkness, Sonny had a lot of time to think. All around him, a horde of nightmare creatures waited for their turn to be slaughtered. In the blood-soaked arena, a few unfortunate human slaves among them. Here, in the nightmarish dungeon, both abominations and people were the same, equal, in the face of inevitable death. His thoughts returned to the very start of the trial, to the announcement the spell made. 5 brave ones. Someone else had entered the nightmare with them, and Sonny had a good idea who. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, still lived against all odds, and had found a way to reach his goal. Perhaps his reflection had hidden in the eyes of St. Cormac and then slid unnoticed into either Effie's or Kai's. Was one of his friends dead? No, that didn't make sense. If Mordred had devoured one of the souls aboard the ancient flying ship, then someone would have noticed. The Firekeepers were a close group, and knew each other too well to miss a sudden change in the demeanor of one of them. As for Effie and Kai, if they had fallen victim to Mordred's terrifying ability, then there would have been only 4 souls entering the nightmare. But who was to say that the Prince of Nothing had to invade a soul once his reflection jumped into the person's eyes? Maybe he could just hide in the reflections, biding his time and waiting for an opportunity to find a better vessel. And speaking of vessels, Sonny studied his monstrous body, his black eyes full of a somber apprehension. Why had he been sent into a body of a demon? The spell was supposed to find suitable vessels. For the challengers, had he been made into a hideous abomination because of his 3 shadow cores? After all, it was hard to find a human with a soul worthy of a divine aspect. If so was Mordred in the body of a terror right now. Hidden in the darkness, Sonny shivered. Yes, this was most likely the case. This fact had the potential to either reveal itself to be a blessing or a curse. In theory, all 5 of them had the same goal: to resolve the conflict of the nightmare and ascend. So having a terror fight on their side would be a boon. no matter how much resentment Sonny had for the bastard. He also suspected that Mordred wielded the ivory knife, increasing their chances of success even further. But Sonny also remembered what Master Jet had told them: not all of the awakened trying to conquer the trial of the spell had to pursue the same goal. Sometimes their solutions and ideals clashed, making them enemies. The idea of having Mordred as an enemy in this already insurmountable hell scared him. The Prince of Nothing was maybe the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. Would Mordred turn on the other 4 humans that had entered the seed? It was impossible to tell. He was not cruel for the sake of cruelty, and was not nearly as insane as everyone seemed to think. His hatred was directed toward Valor, and not them. But at the same time, Sonny could not say that the banished prince was completely of sound mind. Something about him, when Sonny looked Mordred in the eyes, it felt as though something was missing in them. It was a very small difference, but one that made facing the Prince of Nothing strangely unsettling. Mordred was a wild card, one whose actions Sonny simply could not predict. No point in dwelling on it right now. Unless I find a way to escape this morbid place alive, all that awaits me is death anyway. He shifted and hissed slightly as pain radiated through his body, originating from countless wounds. Sonny thought back to his battle in the arena. Strange. It was all so strange. Some of his powers were gone, but others remained. His aspect seemed to be unaffected by his connection to the spell was gone. Then, did this mean that an aspect was not a part of the spell, but instead existed outside of it, trapped in an unbreakable enchanted cage? Sonny scowled. A long, long time ago, back when he had passed the first nightmare, and received his aspect, it had felt as though the power was coming from somewhere deep within him, as opposed to from an external source. Was the spell only awakening inherent powers that were locked inside human souls, and not creating them? Wait a minute, come to think of it. Oro of the Nine had claimed to be an awakened, and while the youth sitting silently in the nearby cage had not said it, he was an awakened too. But in this ancient past, the gods were still alive, and so were the daemons. Their terrible war had not started yet, and Weaver had not disappeared to create something that would spell doom for both the 6 gods and the 6 daemons to create the nightmare spell. If Sonny's suspicions were correct, of course, then meant the nightmare spell had not even existed yet in this era. But awakened did, as well as nightmare creatures, or the corrupted, as the youth had called them. Sonny's vertical pupils, narrowed, were the nightmare creatures not created by the nightmare spell as well. What the hell? The very idea seemed strange and ridiculous. The spell had appeared in the waking world, causing the first nightmare creatures to be made from the bodies of those infected by it, and for the first generation of the awakened to be born. It summoned those awakened into the dream realm, which was populated by the abominations, and pushed them towards seeking out and challenging the seeds of nightmares. Unless a seed was conquered, it eventually opened a path for more monsters to enter reality. The very idea of nightmare creatures, aspects, and awakened was inseparable from the spell. And yet somehow, it was. What does it all mean? Sonny ground his fangs, overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts and a lot of confusion. It seemed as though the very foundation of his worldview had suddenly turned out to be built on shifting sand. He closed his eyes and scowled, feeling a dull headache approaching, then raised 2 hands and rubbed his face, careful not to slice it open with the claws. Suddenly the cage next to his swayed. The young awakened stood up and grabbed the bars, staring into the darkness. A few moments later he said hoarsely, "Demon, hey demon, wake up, they're coming! Glory, glory, glory!" Sonny growled, falling to the ground, the heavy body of a stone gargoyle pressing him down, its claws buried in his chest. A dark radiance rose from his skin, the scales of a coiling serpent becoming more visible, and then one of the forearms of the abomination shattered, pulled apart by his hands. The creature roared, its tail shooting forward like a spear. He had no time to dodge or deflect the blow, so instead, Sonny simply endured the blinding pain of the stone spike piercing his shoulder, and pushed with his feet, straining to jump up. As the result, his horns struck the gargoyle in the chin, impaling it through the skull. Something cold streamed down his face, and momentarily blinded, Sonny struck the abomination in the chest with all his might, sending the stone Goliath flying back. The gargoyle exploded into a rain of stone shards when its body struck the floor of the arena. Sonny breathed heavily, his torso a mess of torn flesh, and then tiredly searched for the remaining enemy, which was supposed to be fighting the awakened youth if he was still alive. His second day in the Colosseum had been both easier and more harrowing than the first. It was easier because Sonny was slowly growing accustomed to his new inhuman body. For someone else, this process might have taken longer, but he had always put adaptability and control of his physicality first. Both the flowing battle-style Nephis had taught him and shadow dance were meant to make the practitioner as flexible and versatile as possible, the latter especially being the pinnacle of malleability. So, he had plenty of practice to prepare himself for waking up in the body of an actual demon, ironically. Who would have thought? But this day's battles were also much more lethal. At first, Sonny had thought that his luck was just this bad, but after he and the young awakened had barely survived the first 2 boxes, the youth shared a bit of knowledge that put everything into perspective. Apparently, by surviving the previous day's slaughter and making their way to the center of the arena, the 2 of them earned the privilege of being added to the main herd of gladiators. In other words, everyone and everything they faced today had won 7 consecutive fights in the past as well. This was the creme of the crop of the enslaved combatants, more or less. And the final stage was also going to be different. Damnation. He sensed 2 swift shadows some distance away, then finally saw them. His eyesight wasn't the best in daylight, so Sonny relied on shadow sense more and more. The kid was still alive, wielding a simple sword and a rusty shield that he had picked up in their second fight. He was dancing around the gargoyle, showing a good grasp of combat technique and more than a little bit of talent. The young man was inexperienced, but incredibly talented. His battle prowess was perhaps on par with what Sonny himself had shown on the Forgotten Shore, or even greater. Not that it was going to help the youth. What was the point of knowing how to wield a sword, when that sword had no chance of piercing the enemy's stone skin? Demon, I can't hold it off much longer. Sonny sighed, then stepped through the shadows, appearing behind the gargoyle in a whirlwind of claws. With a loud roar, he crashed into the towering creature and caught it in a deadly embrace. The steel cables of his muscles moved under the obsidian skin, and with a low growl, Sonny lifted the heavy abomination into the air. Gods, is this how much Saint weighs? Even for his demonic body, the burden of a monster of similar proportions, made entirely out of stone, was almost too much. Almost without stopping his lunge, Sonny carried the gargoyle forward like a speeding train and smashed the creature against the spikes mounted on the wall, impaling it on them. The crowd roared, expressing their joy and admiration of his brutality. Sonny watched as mad light was extinguished in the eyes of the abomination, then took a step back on, fell heavily to one knee. Can you shut up for a moment, you bastards, today? He hated the spectators even more than he had yesterday. The awakened youth was already beside him, staring at the dead gargoyle with a dark expression. Then he glanced at his sword and finally at the 4-armed monstrosity near him. Demon, you don't look too well. Sonny sluckos at him with his black eyes, no recognizable human expression on his strange, bestial face. No way you noticed. Damn, what a fool, Sonny indeed. Did not look too well. In fact, he looked terrible with his obsidian skin torn in many places and sliced muscle tissue visible beneath. The most disturbing thing about it was the fact that his mangled flesh was awash with crimson blood, but none of it flowed out of the wounds, as if possessing a will of its own. He had not fared as well as he had thought he would in the battle against the gargoyles, in large part because the monsters had turned out to be much more powerful and swift than the similar creatures he had fought before in the future. Although Sonny was reluctant to do so, he suspected that he would have to reveal at least one of his 2 hidden cards. The Soul Serpent, or Saint, before too long. The youth hesitated for a few moments, then suddenly stepped forward and put his hand on Sonny's torn chest. Sonny hissed, shocked by the unexpected gesture. Don't move, demon, I'm trying to help you. What the hell? Suddenly, the young man's light blue eyes shone with cerulean light, and his curly blonde hair moved as if brushed by an otherworldly wind. A warm sensation spread from his palm into Sonny's aching body. Slowly, the pain receded, and at the same time the torn fibers of his flesh started to repair themselves, growing back together. In a dozen seconds or so, miraculously, the terrible wounds on his body had almost closed. The young man, however, paled considerably and stepped back, his breathing fast and rugged. It seemed as though his soul essence was largely drained. Well, I'll be damned, the fool was a healer. Sonny couldn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, awakened healers were incredibly rare, and having one as his only ally was of tremendous benefit. On the other hand, his only ally in the battle arena also turned out to possess an aspect that was absolutely useless in a fight. So there was that as well. The iron gates rattled, opening the path to the next killing box. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, and then rose to his feet. "No, this is good. I can kill anything the slavers throw at us. He just has to keep me alive." He glanced at the pale youth, then nodded curtly and headed toward the gates. Before walking through them, however, he stopped and tore off the long tip of the dead gargoyle's tail, then handed it to the young man. The stone spike of an awakened nightmare creature was bound to perform better than a mundane weapon. At least, the awakened stared at him for a bit, then sighed and dropped the sword onto the ground. They walked through the gate, and Sonny's face instantly darkened. I know that smell. The chainworm he had seen before in the dungeon was already crawling through the other gate, its terrifying maw dripping with black blood. The crowd began its chant again, ecstatic to see the fallen demon advance to the next box. "Glory, glory," he sighed, full of dread and hatred. All right, bastards, I'll show you glory." Sonny tore the chain worm apart, pieces of flesh and puddles of blood covering the red stones of the arena like a ghastly carpet. Then, shrouded in impenetrable shadows, he thrust his hands into the mangled carcass of the slain abomination and ripped 3 bloody soul shards out. Ironically, killing the fallen demon had not been too hard for him. A long time ago, Master Roan had described these vile creatures as incredibly formidable and deadly opponents, someone that even he would not have wanted to face alone. But that was because Master Roan was a human. Chain worms fed on metal, and as such, steel weapons and armor were useless against them. Sonny would have been in trouble if he was still in his human body, and most of his arsenal of memories suddenly became ineffective. However, he was a demon now, one of the shadow spawn or shadow's kin or whatever it was he had been turned into. His claws, his fangs, and his shadows were the perfect weapon to destroy such abominations. Of course, fighting against a creature 1 rank higher than him was not easy, but, augmented by 3 shadows, he had managed to dismantle the massive abomination without too much trouble. In fact, killing the chain worm had been much easier than killing Master Pierce. He wasn't even wounded, at least not seriously. The more than anything else, crazy bastards, Sonny glanced at the spectators with resentment, then walked over to the young awakened and pushed the soul shards into his hands. The youth looked at them with a frown. These soul shards? Gods. How can he be an awakened and not know what a shard looks like? Sonny stared at the young man darkly, then nodded and raised one hand to his chest, making a fist. The awakened hesitated. "Don't you want to consume them yourself?" Sonny snarled, then shook his head. Finally convinced, the youth crushed the shards in his fists and froze, a funny expression appearing on his face. What a strange feeling. Whatever, Sonny wasn't giving the shards away out of altruism. For better or worse, the young man was now his partner. The stronger he became, the better he would be able to aid Sonny both in battle and while using his healing aspect. And Sonny was going to need a lot of healing that he was sure of. After that was done, they proceeded to the 5th cage, and then to the 6th, and finally to the last. By that point, Sonny was nearing his limit. Both battles after the chainworm had tested him in ways he had not expected, draining him of essence, damaging his body, and putting a heavy strain on his endurance. He was exhausted and overwhelmed by pain, the merciless sun shining blindingly in the blue skies and making his black eyes ache. At least the crushing seemed to ignore the island where the Colosseum was located. In fact, Sonny had not felt the island move either up or down even once. Perhaps it had a permanent altitude like the sanctuary of Noctis. The seventh battle, the last one they had to survive today, was indeed different. The central stage of the arena was circular in shape, with 6 gates in its walls. 4 were already opened and 2 still stood closed. Corpses of several terrifying creatures were laying on the red stones, steam rising from the pools of blood surrounding them. And in the middle of the killing stage, 2 humans stood, their faces hidden behind the helmet visors. Both were tall, strong, and clad in archaic armor. Their garments were painted bright red, and so were the plumes of their helmets. One was armed with a spear and a shield, while the other wielded an axe and a sword. These were worshippers of War God, just like the spectators singing from the stone seats of the great amphitheater. The young man shivered. Warmongers, these mad dogs. Sonny tilted his head, paying no attention to the raging crowd as he studied the 2 humans. Both were awakened, and from the look of it, of sufficient power and skill. They were calm and solemn, their eyes empty of even a hint of fear, and instead full of confidence and savage joy. Glory, that was what all of them were here for, willingly or not. The masters of the arena wanted their slaves to fight for it, but they also wanted to achieve it themselves. After the initial culling had taken place, the final obstacle the gladiators had to overcome each day was to kill some of their slavers, and the slavers had to survive the onslaught of the slaves if they wished to live. In fact, all of the battles in the arena served a singular purpose: to deliver the best and the most formidable opponents for the worshippers of war to temper themselves against or die trying. Mad dogs indeed. All these people were insane. Sonny was now more sure of it than ever. It didn't change anything, though. He still had to kill the 2 awakened warriors if he wanted to survive. Or rather, if he wanted to earn the chance to be killed in the arena some other day. With a low growl, Sonny sent one of the shadows to the ground. In this fight, being aware of his surroundings was going to be more important than raw strength. No awakened human could challenge him in terms of raw might, after all, unless their aspect was solely focused on it. But such an aspect was the least dangerous an enemy of his could possess. It was easy to understand and predictable, at least. Was the versatility and unpredictable nature of aspects that made awakened so dangerous. Without much fanfare, the 4 of them lunged at each other, an almost palpable killing intent permeating the arena. The 2 warriors fought with tremendous skill and combat prowess. The 2 warriors fought bravely and furiously, moving like 2 parts of a single organism. The 2 warriors fought with incredible insight and cunning, both wielding clarity like a deadly weapon. Truly, they were worthy of being the followers of war. But in the end, both of them died. How could they resist a creature that could turn their skill against them, who had faced terrors so vast that most humans would have been driven mad by a mere glimpse of them, and who lived his life wearing countless lies like a mantle? Sonny watched as the corpse of the second human fell to the ground, awash in blood, light dimming in his unbelieving eyes, and sighed. "Here's your glory, poor fools. How does it taste? Is it sweet? Is it bitter? Or does it taste like nothing at all? Like the empty lie that it is?" Turning away from the dead men, he glanced at the crowd, expecting to finally see sorrow and displeasure on the faces of the spectators. He had just killed 2 of their own, after all, but his hopes were instantly crushed. The people gathered in the amphitheater were not at all perturbed by the death of their brethren. Instead, they were even more excited, pride and joy gleaming on their faces. Laughing and smiling, they pointed at him and yelled one word, "Other and other," only this time it was a new one. All of them were shouting, "Shadow, chapter 610, Mind of a Beast, Shadow, Shadow, Shadow." Sonny swayed, looking at the broken sword in his hand. When did it break? He didn't quite remember. This was one of the first weapons he had picked up in the arena. Right after killing, wait, who had he killed for that sword? Dead faces spun in his mind, staring at him with empty eyes. There were so many that he couldn't even tell whether all of them had once belonged to real enemies, or were simply created by his imagination. No, that one was real, the first human he had killed in the Colosseum. That had been the battle where he took the sword. These days, he was having trouble remembering things. Sonny threw the broken sword away and looked at the crowd that was chanting his name. Shadow, right? That was him. What is wrong with you, fool? Since when was that your name? He growled, wishing that he had thrown the broken weapon at one of the humans. Not that it would have done any good. There were powerful enchantments permeating the ancient stones of the Colosseum. Some of them were meant to prevent the fighters from escaping. Others protected the audience from their ire. Some he had no idea about. All his attempts to break free of this cursed place had failed. For now, demon, are you all right? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at Elias, slowly returning from the bizarre state of mind the battle had sent him into. The young man was looking at him with a strange expression on his face, a bit of apprehension hiding deep in his light blue eyes. The youth had grown considerably stronger in the weeks they had spent fighting all kinds of monsters, both of the nightmare and humankind in the arena. All those soul shards had not been wasted on him. His healing ability was now much more potent, and his skill as a warrior blossomed. His face also changed, becoming gaunt and angular, almost mature. One had no choice but to grow up quickly in hell. The pain of the flaw washed over Sonny, finally shattering his strange trance. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Well, good. You're being weird recently, you know. I have some essence left, so let me heal you before they take us back to the cages. Sonny allowed the youth to approach and activate his aspect ability, staring at the warmonger they had just killed. This one was a bit of a challenge. The bastard had almost taken one of his arms off. The slavers they fought were growing stronger lately. Something is wrong. Sonny was not thinking about the warmongers. He was thinking about his own state. At the start of all this, he had been in very bad shape. Day after day, he had fought in the arena, receiving terrible wounds and being beaten down time after time, just to claw his way to survival somehow, and be thrown back into the cage. At first, he had kept his spirits high despite all the horror of his situation. He kept thinking and studying his surrounding, searching for a way to escape. He still had hope. But after a while, when nothing had worked, the weight of pain, torment, and hopelessness had grown heavier and heavier, and then heavier still. A seed of despair had taken root in his soul, and once there it grew uncontrollably, threatening to break him into pieces. Sonny had not broken, but he had to search for a way to survive in the arena without losing pieces of his flesh each time, to bide his time until an opportunity to escape presented itself. He had found that way in Shadow Dance. The idea had been kept in the depths of his mind for a long time, but only now, faced with this soul-crushing despair, had Sonny summoned it into the light. He had decided to try and expand the purview of his battle style to include not only shadowing humans, but also nightmare creatures. The result was a resounding success, armed with a demon's body. Sonny had found it surprisingly easy to peer into the very essence of how the mad abominations carried themselves in battle, how they used their monstrous bodies and vile abilities to tear, ravage, and obliterate everything in their path. And then he had stolen it. He had claws too. He had fangs and horns too. He had plenty of hatred and cruelty burning in his heart too. Not that having a demon's body mattered in the end. It was the willingness to shift the way he thought that was needed. Why couldn't he learn how to ravage, rip apart, and obliterate from these creatures? He had done exactly that, and slowly his performance in the arena started to improve. Being able to shadow the nightmare creatures not only enhanced his battle style, but also made them more predictable, and thus less dangerous. Of course, the task had not been easy. In fact, understanding how the corrupted fought and what impulses guided them was, in a sense, much harder than deciphering even the most sophisticated battle style. Their minds were perverted, bizarre, and alien to everything he had ever known. And yet he had nothing else to do but practice as if his life depended on it, because it quite literally did. And eventually, his efforts bore fruit. Sonny couldn't quite remember when he had made a breakthrough, but at some point, he found himself being able to understand the nightmare creatures much better. From that point onward, his mastery of Shadow Dance, which had been stagnating since the Dreamscape tournament, finally started advancing once again, and with frightening speed. Now, Sonny was able to use Shadow Dance to assume the shape and form of all his enemies, at least in his mind, and thus know how they were going to try to destroy him. By knowing that, he had been able to anticipate and kill them first. Instead, one after another, day after day, week after week. And here he was, barely remembering who he was. As Elias healed his wounds, Sonny stared at the dead warmonger, his scowl growing deeper and deeper. Am I becoming a nightmare creature? The thought sent a cold shiver running down his spine. How did one become corrupted, anyway? Sometime later, back in the cage, Sonny stared into the darkness, scared. This was not a danger he had anticipated. Thrust into the terrible meat grinder of the arena, he had been so focused on surviving the terrifying battles that the possibility of having his very self annihilated piece by little piece had never occurred to him. What exactly was happening to him? Sonny stared at the unbreakable bars of his cage and shuddered. Damn! I really need to get out of here. But how? He had been trying to escape all this time, with not even a hint of a chance. The damned collar around his neck made sure that he would never be able to leave the Colosseum. His black eyes narrowed. No, I have to hold on just a little longer. This madness is not going to last forever. It simply couldn't. Half of the cages in the dungeon were already empty, their inhabitants slaughtered on the red stones of the arena. The warmongers were slowly running out of slaves to kill, and when their number decreased too much, with only the most ferocious and deadly monsters left, something was bound to happen. Wasn't it? A cold feeling of despair drowned his mind, but what if it doesn't? Chapter 611. Immortal Lords. After a while, shrouded in darkness, Elias suddenly spoke, addressing Sonny in his usual one-sided manner. In the past weeks, the young awakened had developed a habit of sometimes speaking to his demonic partner, even though the frightening creature could not respond with anything more than an occasional nod, a shake of the head, or an indifferent shrug. Talking to Shadow was not much of a conversation, but perhaps this was one of the few things that were keeping him sane. Sonny could understand why the youth had to do that, since his own inability to talk was one of the things that were driving him mad, that was robbing him of even more of his humanity. Hey, demon, do you think it's true about the wooden sword? Sonny stared at the young man, then shrugged. He had no opinion on that topic, since he didn't know what the wooden sword was. Elias sighed. Before the warmongers captured us, I had heard of their cruel trials. Everyone back home has, really, the horrors of the Red Colosseum is something every parent tells their children to make them behave. He grew silent, and then continued after some time, his voice even. But they also say that there is a way to escape this terrible place. If one is brave enough, if they are righteous enough, then they would eventually be given a wooden sword and earn the right to fight for their freedom. Sonny shifted slightly, tilting his head. What a nice fairy tale. The poor kid was deceiving himself if he thought that the worshippers of war were going to just let them go. Bravery, righteousness, these concepts were alien to the insane zealots. Or rather, they understood it all differently. Sonny had spent enough time observing the warriors, or warmongers as Elias called them, to understand that they were not evil people, or at least did not consider themselves as such. Their worldview was twisted and ruthlessly cruel, but more or less simple. They believed in struggle and glory. One had to struggle to achieve glory, and the struggle itself was the most glorious thing. That was why they were happy and joyful when watching their new favorite, Shadow, slaughter his way through the arena no matter who or what he was killing, nightmare creatures or their own friends and family. Because dying while struggling against an overwhelming foe was the highest form of glory. Dying by his hand was a privilege and an expression of virtue. The only thing more righteous than being killed by a stronger enemy was to kill that enemy instead. In their mind, the warriors saw what they were doing to the slaves, not as a cruel injustice, but as a benevolent gift. The slaves were not forced to slaughter each other for the entertainment of the crowd. Instead, they were generously given a chance to walk the path of righteousness and strive toward glory. That was why Sonny didn't think that any of the slaves would ever be allowed to walk free of the Colosseum. Doing so would be the greatest sin, a shameful offense that the warmongers, in their perverse benevolence, would never visit upon their prisoners. To them, that would have been the vilest form of cruelty. Damned lunatics! Sonny was not sure that all followers of War God were this bizarre. In fact, he was pretty certain that this murderous sect had been born here, in the Kingdom of Hope. The slavers he had met in the first nightmare worshipped the same god, but were nothing like these battles-worn zealots. The Kingdom of Hope was a very strange place throughout, from what little he had gathered from Elias's words. Sonny now knew that he had been sent into a time period around 1,000 years after the destruction of the real kingdom by Sun God. Now only the name remained. People inhabiting these lands did not even know who the demon of desire was, really, only that she had been punished by the gods and imprisoned in the ivory tower, and that their duty was to guard her prison. In this duty, the people of the kingdom were led by 7 lords, or rather 5, since 2 had already perished. The ivory tower itself had not been separated from the rest of the isles yet, and remained at the center of the region, surrounded by a large city, the beautiful city of aerial bridges and white aqueducts that he had seen rebuild itself from ashes at the start of the nightmare Elias' home. The ivory city was populated by the followers of Sun God and protected by 2 of the remaining 5 lords. The west of the region belonged to the second most populous faction of the Kingdom of Hope, the followers of War, and this was where Sonny had the misfortune to find himself. He had seen the statues of War God here and there in the arena, even though they did not resemble the one he had witnessed on the strange island that a circular river flowed through. These statues of the god of war, as well as of life, progress, technology, craft, intellect, and humanity, all depicted him as a mighty warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield. The warriors were also led by one of the lords, a beautiful priestess of war whose name was Solvane. The dazzling beauty was one of the rulers of the Kingdom of Hope. The followers of War God and Sun God seemed to be in conflict with each other, and so were the lords leading them. That was how Elias and his family had ended up captured and brought into the arena to serve as slaves fighting in the trials. The remaining 2 lords were neutral and of no consequence, since their factions were much smaller and wielded no real power. One resided far to the north, and the other somewhere in the east. Elias did not know much about them, and so Sonny didn't either. He just knew that the 5 lords were, without a doubt, the eternal shackles mentioned in the description of the undying chain. Immortal jailers created by Sun God to keep Hope imprisoned in her tower, chained forever. What had once been a suspicion of his now turned into a certainty. There were just too many clues, some of which he had collected before venturing into the seed, and some that he had picked up from the young man's words. And maybe, just maybe, that knowledge could help him gain freedom. Chapter 612, Red Colosseum. Wooden sword fight for their freedom. Sonny shifted slightly, causing his cage to sway, and glanced at Elias. The youth was not in a talking mood anymore, and just sat quietly staring into Sonny, tried desperately to catch that meaning, but for some reason his thoughts kept returning to the statues of War God. He had seen 2 depictions of the fearsome deity in the Kingdom of Hope. One was a warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield, both presumably representing warfare and battle, and the other was a woman wearing nothing but a beast hide around her waist, holding a spear in one hand and a beating human heart in another. The spear representing her dominion over war, technology, and craft, perhaps, the heart representing her connection to life and humanity. Why were these statues so different? Sonny was still exhausted after the furious battles of the past day, his thoughts slow and feverish, as they often were these days. Frustrated, he rubbed his face, then scratched at it with sharp claws, slicing the skin apart. The pain washed the fog shrouding his mind away, allowing him to think clearly for a few minutes. The altar of war, that was what Solvane had called, the island where the primeval statue of the goddess of life stood. And that was the right word. This depiction of the deity seemed much more primal, bestial, ancient. The statue itself seemed incredibly ancient, too, much older than the statues of the mighty warrior were. In fact, it seemed as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself. Or perhaps even older, old enough to have been created before the Kingdom of Hope was shattered and turned into the chain of floating islands by Sun God, as it was today, and would be thousands of years into the future. Why would Hope have a monument to one of the gods in her domain? Well, the idea itself was not that strange. Gods and daemons had not been always at war after all. In fact, The prince of the underworld had a shrine to the goddess of the black skies, Storm God, in his very tower, despite the fact that later she would become his mortal enemy. So that question was not important. The important thing was that Sunny couldn't stop thinking about the statue for some reason, as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself. Suddenly, Sunny tilted his head. Huh? The white amphitheater and the arena it surrounded were the derelict of the true kingdom of hope as well. He had realized that fact a while back, partially from how they looked, and partially from how deep and ancient some of the shadows hiding in the corners of the dungeon felt. In fact, Sunny suspected that the theater had not always been a battle arena. Reminded him of the giant quarry at the roots of the Hollow Mountains, where the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore had excavated stone to build the mighty walls of their city, and the Crimson Spire itself. Ivory City had to have been built out of something too, so this place must have been a similar quarry once and had served as the source of the white stones used to construct those aerial bridges and aqueducts. Later, it had been turned into a theater, and later still, the warmongers usurped that theater and made it into an arena, soaking the ancient stones with so much blood that they turned red. His black eyes narrowed. This is it. This must be it. All this time, Sunny had been tormented by one paradoxical question. A question that was of utmost importance for his attempts to gain freedom. If this was an era where the nightmare spell did not exist yet, then how could Solvain put him on a leash capable of severing his connection to the spell? The collar was a simple piece of enchanted metal, with no lock or any other way of opening it. It was almost impossible to damage or destroy. But the enchantment itself was not very complicated. Sunny could feel that it wasn't. What it did, however, was tie him to the vast and incredibly powerful enchantments of the arena itself. Those enchantments were harnessed by the warmongers to maintain the cages, prevent the slaves from escaping by any means mundane or magical, and ensure that they behaved while being transported to, and very rarely back from the arena. His inability to connect to the spell almost seemed like a side effect of these measures. But what could even interfere with the spell, let alone accidentally? And now, he felt as if he had found the answer. If the Red Colosseum was, indeed, not built by the warriors, but only usurped by them, then it was indeed very clear. Sorcery of another daemon could, if the demon of desire was the original creator of the theater, then the enchantments left behind by her would probably do the job of messing with the spell weaved from the strings of fate by her older sibling. Sunny shifted, grasping the bars of the cage. Suddenly a powerful emotion burst in his chest, filling his muscles with renewed strength and his mind with desperate resolve. Hope. It was hope. He didn't think of it as poison anymore. No, it was the opposite. A most powerful antidote. If the spell had been created by weather, and the enchantments interfering with it created by hope. If all of this was the result of a clash between two types of demonic sorcery, then why couldn't he, as an inheritor of a demonic legacy, do something to resolve that clash? Sure, Sunny knew nothing about weaving magic, but he had also not known anything about combat once, or how to live and fight in a body of an actual demon. If there was one thing he was good at, it was learning new things. Well, that, and lying, and staying alive. Staring at the ghastly dungeon surrounding him with new eyes, Sunny studied its ancient stone walls and frowned. So, how was one supposed to start learning sorcery? Chapter 613, Schools of Sorcery. There were hours left until they were going to be taken to the arena again. Sunny stared at the walls of the dungeon intently, as though hoping to glean some secrets from the ancient stones. But what could he see? They were just old stones. There was nothing interesting on their surface, and neither was there anything interesting beneath it. After a while, Sunny took a deep breath and sat down again, trying to make himself as comfortable as possible in the narrow cage. Then he shut down his senses, pushing away the presence of countless abominations surrounding him, the stench of the prison, the pain in his exhausted body, everything that distracted him from thinking. What do I know about sorcery? That was a daunting question. Even the word itself was deceptive. Humans of his world used it to describe any aspect capable of dealing direct damage to the opponents, as opposed to augmenting the Awakened's combat ability, especially those that could do so from range. But that wasn't what Sunny was after. No, What he was interested in was not the type of abilities that existed within the familiar framework of supernatural powers, but the very means used to create that framework, or at least those that existed outside the realm of aspects. That, to him, was true sorcery. But there are different kinds of such sorcery as well. What are the ones that I've witnessed? Three came to mind. The first one he was familiar with the best, the spell weave, which he believed to be Weaver's own sorcery. The spell itself was created from it, as well as all the magical items that the spell gifted to the awakened memories and echoes. This was the magic that all humans knew, and most believed to be the only kind there is. Sonny, however, had already learned that sorcery was not synonymous with the spell, and that there were ways of creating magic different from spell weave. The first of them he had witnessed inside the echo of Saint, which had remnants of a much more primitive weave, hiding beneath the usual pattern of ethereal strings before he turned her into a shadow. Later he encountered the same type of alien weave within the walls of the Ebony Tower. This type of sorcery belonged to the Prince of the Underworld, Weaver's younger sibling. The similarity between them was hard not to notice, but Sonny didn't know which of the daemons had copied which, whether Weaver perfected the sorcery created by their brother, or whether the youngest child of the unknown had based the method of his craft on the eldest's invention. Judging by these two types of sorcery, it was easy to imagine that all of them involved some kind of a weave. However, that conclusion would have been wrong. Sonny knew this because of the third type of magic he had encountered. The miraculous creation of Sun God, the obsidian knife he had taken from the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis before leaving for the Night Temple, and was now resting, inaccessible, on the bottom of the covetous coffer. The black knife had no weave hiding beneath its surface. Instead, it was full of blinding radiance, as if encompassing a boundless ocean of soul essence, with a single string of fate placed into the pristine light as it folded on itself endlessly and formed a never-ending circle. That was the sorcery of Sun God, if a deific miracle could even be called sorcery. Any case, the obsidian knife, and later the wooden one he had used to kill Solvane, proved that one didn't have to base their magic on a weave of some sort. This was just the unique way Weaver cast his, and their brother followed. So Hope's sorcery might have been completely unique, too. Trapped in the iron cage, Sonny frowned. How was he supposed to search for something that could have looked like anything? Come to think of it, there was another type of sorcery that he had encountered, or rather, several different ones, all united by the same method of creation: runic magic. The first time he had seen it was underneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, in a small cell where a corpse wearing Weaver's mask had been chained within a broken circle. That circle was carved into the stone floor, surrounded by countless symbols that Sonny had not recognized. The gateway within the crimson spire was surrounded by a circle of runes, too, as well as the stone arch on the last level of the Ebony Tower, and the one connected to it, situated in the beautiful white gazebo on the Ivory Island. Another place where he had encountered sorcerous runes was the Night Temple there. They had been either inscribed by someone from Clan Valor, or at least found and repurposed by them. So basically, he was familiar with three general types of creating sorcery. One was the spell weave, as well as a version of it used by the Prince of the Underworld. The other was the divine miracles of Sun God, which he couldn't even begin to understand, and the last one was based on the inscription of runes, and seemed to have been mostly used by humans here in the Kingdom of Hope, and on the neighboring Forgotten Shore. There was a small discrepancy, however. Why was the portal in the Ebony Tower created with runic magic instead of the primitive spell weave, like everything else in there? Was it, perhaps, because the connecting portal on the Ivory Island had been? The Prince of the Underworld had built the tower in the sky below, long after Hope had built hers. After all. In fact, he had done so after his sister was already imprisoned, to harvest the divine flames that had destroyed her domain. Would have made sense for him to use runic magic to invade an already existing system of portals that had been based on it. So was Hope perhaps the source of runic magic, or at least a user of it? Sonny sighed, feeling spent and tired, then closed his eyes. He had to sleep at least a little, to allow his body and mind some rest before tomorrow's battles, especially now that he had not only to survive them, but also do so while searching for any sign of hidden runes throughout the arena. Chapter 614. Hope's canvas, a new day brought with it a new portion of pain, hardship, and despair. Sonny and Elias were dragged into the arena, the same ascended warmonger guiding them by the chains attached to the collars. Sonny stumbled forward, his gaze locked on the man's broad back. The jailer was incredibly tall for a human, his height more than even that of the shadow demon Sonny was currently inhabiting. His figure was solemn and powerful, a sense of terrifying strength radiating from it in almost physical waves. The apostle of war wore the same ragged leather armor and a tattered red robe, his features hidden behind a deep hood. In all these weeks, Sonny had never seen his face or heard him speak. The great blade on the ascended warrior's back looked special too. It was definitely enchanted with very powerful magic. Now that Sonny turned his thoughts to the nature of sorcery, he was silently studying the line of runes inscribed along the edge of the heavy weapon. Runic magic again? That made sense. How else were these ancient people supposed to enchant their weapons? It was not like they could rely on memories and spellweave. That said, magical weapons seemed to be much rarer in the Kingdom of Hope than in the waking world. Most of the awakened Sonny had fought in the arena, wielded either mundane ones or those possessing weak, primitive enchantments. It was the far cry from the powerful memories he was used to, although Sonny did not know if that was the nature of this era, or just another sign of the ubiquitous regression that seemed to reign in what remained of the Kingdom of Hope. Everything here seemed devolved, worn out, and on the verge of falling apart. The whole region was obviously in decline, and had been for some time now. While studying the runes on the great blade, he also noticed that it had a few new nicks. The leather armor of the silent giant had more scratches than before as well. It seemed that the Ascended was participating in the battles in the arena himself. I guess I'll have to fight that monster too, eventually. Finally, a rusty iron gate appeared in front of them, blinding sunlight streaming through its bars. The rumbling voices of the crowd echoed from the stone walls, washing over him like a cursed tide. The gate swung open and the chains came off of their collars. Sonny and Elias entered the first killing box and watched as their opponents crawled out of a similar tunnel. The young awakened brandished his weapon, a short spear fashioned out of a long twisting horn, and forced out a weak smile. Luck is on our side today, demon. These creatures are called burrowers. On solid stone. Their main advantage is gone. Just don't let them swallow you. Sonny snarled, then dashed forward with a roar. Hard. Today was going to be hard. He was forced to use Shadow Dance to peer into the souls of the nightmare creatures, despite suspecting that doing so too much threatened to destroy his already unsteady mind. He also had to both concentrate on the fight and thoroughly study the ancient theater in hopes of discovering signs of Hope's sorcery. It was almost like his first training sessions with Saint, when he had to resist the taciturn monster while simultaneously keeping an eye on his shadow to decipher the secret of its dance. The problem was that back then he had ended up beaten black and blue by Saint most of the time. Now he couldn't allow himself to lose. Sonny descended upon the repulsive burrowers, which looked like sacks of bulbous flesh with giant circular maws gaping in them, and tried to slaughter the abominations without being eaten alive. The first fight came and went, and then it was time for the second one, and then the third one, and then the fourth. Sonny had slain the vicious burrowers, and then a creature that resembled a giant walking skeleton, its bones green and as tough as granite, and then a swarm of monstrous ants that covered the floor of the arena like a carpet, and then a being that was like an oozing mountain of mire sludge that had long, razor-sharp steel sickles protruding from it. His body was torn and sliced and crushed and gnawed on. Lias had healed the most terrible wounds, but the rest remained, not worthy of having precious soul essence wasted on them. Yet Sonny was once again overwhelmed by pain, rage, and the desperate need to fight for his survival. Everything else disappeared. The only thing that remained was battle, blood, and murder, and fear. However, today, that wasn't enough. He fought through the battle fog that encompassed his mind, and kept searching, studying every corner of the Red Colosseum, the floor of the arena, the walls surrounding it, the rows of seats rising above, in search of intricately engraved runes. But all he saw were the statues of War God, the jubilant faces of the spectators, and the weathered surface of ancient stones. There was no hint of any engravings anywhere. "Where are you, where?" The fifth battle almost cost him his life, while fighting against a familiar foe, a giant worm-like creature that possessed a seemingly endless reserve of vitality. Soon he had tripped on the uneven surface of the floor of the arena, lost his balance and tumbled down. If not for Elias, who fearlessly jumped forward and pulled the attention of the terrible abomination to himself, he would have been viciously mauled, or even lost his life. Back when Sonny had fought a worm like that the first time, the creature eventually succumbed to the soul damage continuously dealt to it by the cruel sight. Today, however, he had no deadly memory to help him, only his claws, his fangs, and his horns. In the end, Sonny had to literally rip the giant abomination to shreds. Only when its body was torn apart completely did the worm stop regenerating new flesh and recovering from all the wounds, and finally died. Exhausted, Sonny fell to his knees and breathed hoarsely, then threw a hateful glance at the crowd chanting his name. Finally, he lowered his head and glared at the wide groove in the red stone of the arena that had almost cost him his life. There were several grooves like that in some of the killing boxes, cutting through the floor of the Colosseum like broad channels, meant for the rivers of blood to flow through them. Usually, he took note of their placement in advance to avoid losing his footing at a dire moment, but today, with his attention split between the battles and the need to study the arena, Sonny had failed in that regard. Damn thing, why couldn't they just make the arena flat? Well, the answer was obvious. All that blood had to go somewhere, and if not for these grooves, the whole Colosseum would have slowly turned into one giant crimson pool. He frowned. Wait, that doesn't make sense, though. Sonny lingered, noticing that the gate to the sixth box was already opening. The grooves were as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself, which meant that they had been here long before the warmongers started holding their demented trials here, long before the name Red Colosseum was even given to it, which meant that these grooves had been cut through the stone back when it had still been pristine white and had no blood spilled on it. So serving as channels that took away blood could not have been their purpose. Sonny's lightless eyes narrowed. Suddenly he realized his mistake. All this time he had been looking for the sorcerous runes while expecting them to look like they had the previous times he encountered them. Intricate, small, and numerous, arranged into shapes and patterns. And yet he had found nothing. But in fact, the runes were right in front of him the whole time, or rather beneath his feet. He was just too small and insignificant to notice them, like an ant crawling across a vast painting and failing to see the whole image for what it was. There were no circles of intricate runes carved anywhere in the Colosseum. Instead, the whole vastness of the ancient arena was a runic circle, a canvas. Hope had used to create her sorcery. He was standing on it, chapter 615, Ancient Runes. The runes Hope had used were not small, intricate, and elaborate. Instead, they were giant, spanning the whole width of the blood-soaked arena, and guided torrential floods of soul energy instead of thin streams of it to create the unimaginably powerful enchantments. Once Sonny knew where to look, it didn't take him long to start noticing a pattern and meaning in the placement and direction of the grooves cut in the ancient stone. The problem was, their scope was too great to be perceived from the floor of the arena. He would have been able to see the entirety of the runes, perhaps, from the very top of the amphitheater. But fighters were never allowed to leave the battlefield, unless it was to return to the dungeon. In the absence of an aerial view, all he could do was to try and compile the disjointed pieces of the puzzle in his mind. By now, Sonny had fought in most of the killing boxes in the arena, except for a few. After defeating another group of warmongers and being thrown back into the cage, he spent the entire night trying to remember each of the stages he had shed blood on, and the pattern of the grooves on their floor. It was like assembling a complicated puzzle, only instead of the actual pieces, all he had were fragmented memories of them. Luckily, his memory had always been good. In fact, after becoming an awakened and having the opportunity to interact with a lot of different people, many of whom were very smart and educated, Sonny realized that his ability to instantly memorize things were somewhat unnatural even among them before. He had just assumed that everyone could do the same. Still, he had to have paid attention to a thing in order to remember it, which was not the case with all of the grooves, only those that had happened to appear in his way. Plus, he was also having trouble determining how the irregularly shaped killing boxes were situated in relation to each other, since that wasn't something he had thought about before. The task of creating a perfect three-dimensional replica of the entire arena in his mind was not an easy one. Over the next few days, he was somewhat distracted while fighting the nightmare creatures in the Red Colosseum, confounded by the fact that their enemies were growing stronger and stronger as all the weaker slaves were being slowly slaughtered. His performance suffered, and that meant more injuries, more pain, and more torment. Sometimes, he felt utterly beaten, broken, and hopeless. Sonny was familiar with suffering and hardship, and had experienced a fair share of horrific anguish in his life. But the trial of the Red Colosseum had turned out to be a hell so dire that even he was having difficulty enduring its burden. It was simply too cruel, too odious, too vile, and that harrowing torture was not going to end until he gave up. But he didn't. The strange task of peering into the secrets of the demon of desire kept him going, no matter how wounded his body and how broken his spirit became. It was almost like an obsession. Sonny continued to fight, and kill, and suffer, and study the ancient stones. His mental condition deteriorated so much that even Elias, who was going through his own terrible ordeal, noticed that something was very wrong with his taciturn demonic partner. The young man tried to encourage the shadow creature as well as he could, but what could he say to soothe the soul-crushing despair of their situation? They were enslaved, locked in cages, and forced to fight for their lives against a swarm of deadly monsters, only to be thrown back behind the iron bars, fed the raw flesh of the abominations they had just killed, and go through the whole nightmare again the next day, with no hope of ever escaping except for through death, through being killed and eaten by the other prisoners of the Red Colosseum. Even their captors seemed to be trapped by the Colosseum, chained in the same vicious cycle, and doomed to eventually share the same fate as their slaves inside this ancient theater. Only bloodshed and madness reigned, and yet all of it was not for nothing. Eventually, after Sonny had lost count of the days they had spent in the Colosseum, he finally managed to create a complete image of it in his head. With it came the understanding of the shapes of the giant runes that were cut in the blood-soaked stone. And with that understanding came the ability to peer into their purpose. After learning the shape and position of the runes, Sonny found himself able to peer beneath the surface of the stone and see their function. The ability had always been within him, hiding in the depths of his changed eyes. He just had not known where and how to look, like he had not been aware of his ability to see the soul cores of creatures before clashing with Mordred within the Soul Sea. Armed with the new knowledge, Sonny was able to perceive vast rivers of soul essence flowing beneath the arena and through its walls, following intricate paths carved for it by the immense runes. In the end, that was what sorcery was, the ability to guide and shape hidden energies, most often that of souls, to express one's will upon the world. The enchantments were simply expressions of the enchanter's will, and the runes were the building blocks with which the enchanter manipulated the movement of energy to achieve their goal. But where was all this soul energy coming from? At first, Sonny assumed that the Red Colosseum was similar to the Crimson Labyrinth and fed on the souls of creatures slain within it. Slaves slaughtering each other in the arena must have been empowering the sorcery, enslaving them by the very act of slaughter. But after observing the flow of soul essence through the ancient structure for a while, he realized that his initial theory was wrong. Instead of the fighters, it was the crowd of spectators that fueled the enchantments. Was their jubilation, their elation, their sincere excitement that were the source of all the power flowing through the ancient theater? Of course, why would the demon of desire base her sorcery on death? Her domain was built upon dreams, emotions, and passion. It was only after the followers of War God had usurped the Colosseum that the subject of all this passion became battle, bloodshed, and murder. The current state of the arena was not how it had been supposed to be. It was stolen, perverted, and made into something utterly different. Corrupted. More than a month had already passed after Sonny entered the second nightmare. The dungeon was growing less and less crowded, most of the prisoners long killed on the bloody stones of the arena. The end of the hateful trials, whatever it was supposed to be, was approaching now. He knew the basic principle of how the enchantments keeping him tied to the Red Colosseum functioned. So, the question was, how was he supposed to use that knowledge to escape? Chapter 616. Blackstring Sonny had no clue how to create, decipher, or manipulate runic magic. His inherent ability to see the weave and inner structure of magical items, the one he had received after consuming the drop of ichor that fell from Weaver's eye, also gifted him with an innate understanding of the essence of spellweave. While studying the memories created by spell, Sonny was not able to fully understand the intricate purpose of the vast patterns of ethereal strings, but he at least could intuitively feel a hint of it. He had no such advantage when it came to other forms of sorcery. So, despite the fact that he had managed to perceive the enchantments encompassing the Red Colosseum, it was not like he could simply change them or create new ones to counteract the old. He could study the runes, of course, but with no teacher, and only his wit and intelligence to help him draw the correct conclusions from observing various enchantments. It would take hundreds of years to gain enough insight to learn how to create any meaningful runic sorcery of his own. Sonny, however, wasn't discouraged. Yes, he would not be able to create runic sorcery anytime soon, but destroying things was always much easier than making them. Locked inside the narrow cage, surrounded by the smell of nightmare creatures and filth, Sonny stared into the darkness and thought, destroy the enchantments of the Red Colosseum. In theory, it was simple to achieve. He just had to break enough runes to disrupt the paths they created for the soul energy. The problem with that, however, was that the runes Hope had used were giant and carved into nearly unbreakable stone. Sonny doubted that he would be able to do enough damage to the arena to cause its sorcery to fail. Causing a smaller and temporary disruption, however, was not entirely impossible. He felt that he would be able to achieve that much, at least, perhaps enough to free himself of the binding enchantment for a second or few. Would several seconds of freedom be enough to escape this cursed place? It was going to have to be. As he waited in the darkness, a seed of a desperate plan started forming in his mind. At some point, Sonny straightened and sat cross-legged at the center of the cage, causing it to sway lightly. Raising one of his 4 monstrous hands, he stared at it for a while, and then commanded shadow essence to stream forward, concentrating at the tips of his fingers. Even since he had consumed Weaver's alabaster phalanx and acquired bone weave, the tactile sense of his fingers went through a strange metamorphosis. It was now much more nuanced, vibrant, and keen. Even though his hands were currently bestial and covered by thick calluses, this sensitivity remained. As shadow essence concentrated in the tips of his fingers, he felt a strange, ghostly tingling sensation. It was so real as to almost appear physical. Tentatively raising another hand, Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then pinched the air near one of his tingling fingers and tried to pull essence outward. To his surprise, it worked. In his mind's eye, a strand of darkness suddenly extended into the air, summoned by his hand. It didn't look like one of the radiant strings he was used to seeing inside memories, and neither did it look like the flowing liquid that essence was usually depicted as. Instead, the strand of shadow essence looked like a tenebrous fog, similar to the gray wisps that rose from Saint's armor when one of the shadows wrapped itself around her. It was insubstantial, ephemeral, and elusive, not at all like the sharp and beautiful strings that spellweave was created of. Sonny frowned slightly and pulled the fog with one hand while trying to get a hold of it with the other, wishing to draw it taut and thus more concentrated. However, this small movement instantly caused the strand to break, dissipate, and disappear, blown away by a gust of wind. This is going to take some time, Grim. Sonny continued to draw on his shadow essence and try to form it into a thin and durable string, emptying a small portion of his reserves with each failure. By the time morning came, he had not made any progress at all and only managed to waste most of his essence in futile attempts. Fighting after wasting so much power was going to cost him a lot. Soon, the ascended jailer appeared from the darkness, chains rattling on his belt. Sonny glanced at the giant in a tattered red robe and then closed his eyes for a moment. "Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll be dead either way. But now, at least, there's a chance. He fought in the arena, killed the nightmare creatures, retrieved the soul shard to empower Elias, and then barely survived in the battle against the awakened warriors on the final stage. At night, he continued to experiment with shadow essence, trying to shape the elusive fog into something resembling an ethereal, resilient string. When his essence ran dry, he slept for a few minutes, and then woke up with a startle to start all over again. When the morning came, he fought. When the murdering was over and done with, hidden in the darkness, he tried to weave strings out of the effervescent fog. The idea itself seemed ridiculous, mad, and impossible. How could something so intangible become something strong, durable, and distinct? He sundered flesh, and had his flesh sundered, then struggled to create something out of nothing, day after day, night after day. Time lost any meaning. Soon he had already been struggling to hold on, but now drained by the lack of sleep, the constant pressure of trying to shape essence into a magical string, and the need to fight in the arena with his reserves half empty because of it, he was slowly sliding into the dark and bottomless abyss. And yet, he persisted in his obsession, teaching his fingers to feel the smallest fluctuations of the fog, to guide and shape it, trying one approach after another, endlessly, without resting or giving up. And by the time his second month in the Red Colosseum was coming to the end, and most of the cages in the lightless dungeon hung empty, Sonny suddenly straightened, staring at his cut, trembling hands. Between them, a single ethereal string hovered, black as night, thinner than a hair, and as sharp as a diamond blade. A low growl escaped from his mouth. "It's done. I've done it." Chapter 617, Simplest Weave. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then shifted slightly, causing the chain of his cage to rattle. Attracted by the sound, Elias woke up from his restless sleep and stared into the darkness, a tired expression on his young face. "Demon, what happened?" In the next moment, he heard the sound of a heavy body slamming against the iron bars, and then another crash. His partner's cage swung widely, and at the highest point of its swing, a long arm suddenly shot from between the bars, claws scraping against metal as Sonny took hold of the youth's own gibbet. Elias flinched. What are you doing?" Sonny growled, trying to express his intention as best as he could. The young awakened didn't know how to read the runic language he knew how to write, so this was the only way of communication between them. Luckily, an honest effort to answer truthfully was enough for the flaw. It didn't punish Sonny for not being able to deliver the truth, as long as he really tried to. Their cages hung diagonally, connected by his hand. Sonny groaned, straining his muscles to pull them even closer together. Then, staring at the young man's pale face, Sonny took hold of the bars with two more hands and stretched the fourth one to grab the awakened by the throat. Elias's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't even try to struggle. The youth simply looked at him, no fear written on his gaunt and emaciated, but still childishly soft face. Instead, there was only confusion and trust. Sonny sighed. What a fool! If I wanted to, I could have snapped his neck right here and now. Of course, he had no such intentions. Instead, Sonny brought the youth closer and stared intently at the steel collar wrapped around his neck, studying it. He couldn't really see his own. So this was the next best thing. Elias remained motionless for a while, then said, "I don't know what you're trying to do, demon, but you better stop it before the priest comes to check on the noise." Sonny scowled, then let go, causing their cages to swing away from each other. Elias was right. There were mere seconds left before the Ascended showed up, judging by how long it had taken the solemn giant to appear before. He was always somewhere near, ready to intervene in case the slaves misbehaved. Sonny had timed their jailer's reaction time many, so he knew that much it didn't matter anyway. He had already seen all that he needed to see. The pattern of runes carved inside the collar and the stream of soul essence running through it. This was what he needed to disrupt. Sonny was going to have to work fast. Several days later, looking more like a corpse than a living being, he was laying at the bottom of the cage, looking at his hands. Between them, a complicated cradle of black strings was weaved together, forming a strange and hypnotic pattern. Sunny had advanced a lot in his ability to thread shadow strings and loop them between his fingers. Sadly, it was not without cost. The strings were ephemeral and unseen to anyone except him, which also meant that they could not interact with the material world. However, they could interact with his flesh, which was why two of his fingers were missing, each sliced away so cleanly that it seemed as though they had never existed. Even his phalanxes, reinforced by the evolved bone weave, had not offered the essence strings any resistance. All that remained were two bloody stumps. The rest of his fingers were cut and mangled, but still in place. Considering that there were 18 of them left, he still had more than a human would. Not that it diminished the pain he was constantly experiencing. It would have certainly been helpful to have a tool to work the black strings, instead of doing it with his bare hands. Something like a needle, perhaps. Coincidentally, he had one of those in his possession, a needle used by Weaver themselves, no less. But it was locked away in his soul sea, safely kept and utterly inaccessible inside the covetous coffer. So, he just had to endure and be very, very careful, lest the number of his fingers diminished even further. There was another problem, though. Sunny had inherited an intuitive understanding of the guiding principles of spellweave, but it was not like he really knew what to do. All he had was his memory of the spellweave patterns he had seen before, and a vague feeling of the purpose behind them. This was not enough to master sorcery, but it was at least a start. Each memory he had studied before had unique enchantments, so he couldn't draw parallels between them and extrapolate how their weaves produced the desired effects. There were magical qualities that all memories shared, however. The ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves unless completely destroyed, and the connection to the owner's soul. Knowing these three ubiquitous traits, Sunny could, in theory, determine which parts of the weaves were the exact same across all memories, and thus were responsible for these effects. Then, he could try to recreate them. Each spell weave was incredibly complex, so recalling even a single pattern perfectly was a challenge, despite him having a very good memory. Sunny, however, had to recall not only many, but also do so with a sufficient degree of precision to be able to compare and find similarities between them. And then, he had to somehow rebuild the repeating parts of those weaves with nothing but his bare hands and shallow reserves of shadow essence. The task seemed nearly impossible. But fueled by obsession, resolve, and desperation, he had succeeded, and also failed. After thousands of attempts, Sunny was finally able to perfectly recreate one of the three patterns he had managed to isolate. But as soon as the pattern was complete, it instantly fell apart. No matter how many times he repeated the process, the result was the same. For some reason, the weave didn't hold. It wasn't able to sustain itself. Something was missing. Today, Sunny was going to perform another experiment. Perhaps the last one. He was tired, drained, and terribly hurt. Whatever hope he had managed to find before, in this blood-soaked hell, was on the verge of running out. He was almost ready to give up, but not just yet. There was one other thing that all memories contained, not a part of the pattern of ethereal strings, but something different. A bright ember that served as the anchor and nexus for the strings. A point around which the whole pattern was structured. Memories of the first tier had one, and those of the higher tiers had several. After considering that fact, Sunny had brought something back from the arena today, a single soul shard that he had not given to Elias, instead keeping it for himself. The shard had belonged to a fearsome awakened demon he killed earlier today in one of the killing boxes of the Red Colosseum. Now, looking at the cat's cradle of ethereal black strings drawn between his fingers, he hesitated for a long time and then carefully placed the gleaming crystal in its center. Then, holding his breath, Sunny slowly started connecting each of the strings to the shard, moving his fingers with extreme speed and nimbleness. Slowly, a black pattern started shaping around the bright ember, strangely not permeating a different object, but instead looping back on itself. And after something that felt like an eternity, with drops of blood rolling down his hands, Sunny finally let go of the strings and stared at the soul shard laying on his palm. A beautiful pattern of tenebrous strings hovered in the air around it, stable, without a single flaw or weakness to cause it to fall apart. He sighed and then weaved the last string into the pattern, connecting its other end to the shadow core in his chest. Finally, Sonny closed his eyes and gave the mental command. In front of him, the soul shard disintegrated into a rain of white sparks and then appeared once again, creating itself out of nothingness. Sonny let out a long, heavy breath. This was the first sorcery he had woven. Sonny breathed in, then breathed out, calming down his widely beating heart. His hands were trembling so hard that the softly gleaming soul shard almost fell out of his grip. Hey, Elias, look, it's finished." He tiredly turned his head and let out a low growl, trying to attract the young man's attention. But his partner did not even move, laying at the bottom of his cage and staring into the darkness with bleak, hollow eyes. The last few days the youth's condition wasn't too good. He even stopped having his one-sided conversations with Sonny and just sat quietly in the darkness, not moving, until the next morning came, and it was time to fight again. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then turned away. "It's all right, rest. I'll get us out of here soon. We will be free, Elias. Just hold on a little longer." There wasn't much time left. In all of the vile dungeon, barely 4 nightmare creatures were left alive. Their grotesque forms towered in the darkness, locked inside enchanted cages, the long stretches of empty space between hinting that the trials of the Red Colosseum were going to come to an end soon. And then Solvain and her followers would spend another decade hunting down a new hecatomb of monsters to sacrifice to their bloodthirsty god. Sonny's mouth twitched. Who cares, they are all just illusions anyway. The real Solvain is long dead. The real Elias is dead too. Who cares what happens to them? He stole a glance at the crestfallen youth, and then looked away, but were they really? Forcing his trembling hands to grow steady, Sonny hesitated, then studied the soul shard he had just enchanted. He didn't know what the spell used to create the embers serving as anchors for its weaves. Whatever it was, there certainly was a connection to soul cores after all. The tier and subsequently the number of nexuses a memory's spell weave possessed was directly tied to the number of soul cores that the source of the memory had. However, those embers weren't actual soul shards, most likely, since shards were harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, even if the kill had produced a memory. Sonny didn't care. Though, without a better alternative, all he could do was use one in place of the other. He steadied himself, looked upon his demonic figure through the eyes of the shadow, and then dismissed the soul shard once again. This time, however, Sonny did something strange. He willed the enchanted crystal to remain in an ambivalent state, not quite gone, but also not quite tangible. Then he reached into the weave of the black strings and slowly untangled it, breaking the loops and allowing the ends of the tenebrous threads to float free. And finally, after that was done, he started to weave the whole pattern, including the ethereal soul shard, into the cold steel of his collar. Slowly but surely, he integrated the spell weave into the band wrapped around his neck, submerging it into the flowing stream of soul essence. The task was tenuous, perplexing, and intricate, but it wasn't too complicated. The pattern was already made, and all he had to do was to connect it to a new vessel. After a while, he was finished. The soul shard disappeared from his hands and from the material world entirely. Instead, it was now burning beneath the surface of the collar, the black strings extending from it and spreading through the steel. Now the collar looked almost like a memory, and even its nexus was almost undistinguishable from the embers Sonny had seen before. Of course, there was a second enchantment inside of it, this one much more complex and elaborate, crafted from ethereal runes. It was all a proper mess, just like he wanted it to be. Sonny held his breath and then tried to dismiss the collar. The band of metal around his neck shimmered and suddenly turned extremely cold. Inside, 2 energies clashed with each other, both enchantments momentarily failing. He felt a sudden shift, a sudden change in the air, and inside of him, as though a long-forgotten part of his being had awakened from a long slumber. Full of fear and excitement, Sonny did something that he had done countless times before but never knew to value. 1. He summoned the runes, Familiar symbols appeared in the air in front of him, their sight as sweet as honey. Name, sunless. True name, lost from light rank, awakened. 2. Sunny turned away from the runes and peered into the collar, observing the battle of the two enchantments within. Simultaneously, he grabbed the steel with two of his hands and threw all his monstrous strength into trying to pull it apart. But the collar held firm as if utterly indestructible. 3. On the count of 7, the soul shard he had placed within the band of steel suddenly burst into a myriad of sparks, and the weave of black strings he had so arduously threaded fell apart, turning into the gray fog and disappearing. The original flow of soul essence was unobstructed once again, and the runic enchantment resumed its function. Sunny was not disappointed, for now all he wanted was to learn how long his sabotage was going to last. 7 seconds. A dark grin appeared on his face. 7 seconds will be more than enough. The next day, hurting and barely alive, he brought another soul shard back with him from the arena. Tonight was going to be the night of their escape. Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to endure any longer. If he had any chance to break free, he had to take it now. The plan was long finalized in his mind, and even though he was frightened to put it in motion, there was no other way. As Elias fell on the bottom of his cage and closed his eyes, too tired to eat the disgusting raw meat thrown to them by the ascended warrior, Sunny concentrated on weaving a new enchantment. He was now proficient enough to create black strings rather swiftly, even though hurrying threatened to cost him another finger or two. Still, in a few hours, he had threaded enough to repeat the simple weave of a summoning enchantment. Following the same steps that he had taken yesterday, Sunny created the pattern around the soul shard, and then integrated it into the collar. The two enchantments clashed again, gifting him several short moments of freedom. This time Sunny did not waste any of them. As soon as the enchantment of the collar was disrupted, breaking his connection to the Red Colosseum, he took a deep breath and fell through the shadows. A moment later, Sunny found himself standing on the cold stone floor, a couple of steps away from a swaying empty cage. He was free, for 6 more seconds at least. 7, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared outside of the cage, his towering figure finally free and unconstrained by the suffocating iron bars. He staggered as excruciating pain spread through his mutilated flesh, a myriad of badly healed wounds reminding him of their festering existence, and hissed. Lias suddenly moved, confused by the direction from which the familiar hiss came. Then he grabbed the bars and stared at Sunny with wide eyes. How? All of a sudden, he could see his partner clearly in the darkness, because the obsidian body of the shadow creature had become enveloped by a storm of swirling sparks of light. Sunny had begun to summon his memories, the undying chain, the cruel sight, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn six. The Stygian serpent drawn on his skin suddenly moved, slithering forth to turn into a fearsome black odachi. Its sharp tip appeared in the air above one of Sunny's hands, and grew, swiftly forming into the length of the great blade. At the same time, 2 ruby eyes ignited in the depths of his shadow with a furious light. Ellis flinched, staring at the gaunt demon in front of him in stunned awe. 5. Saint stepped out of the darkness, her graceful figure as black as the onyx, her posture straight and indomitable. Her hands were empty, devoid for now of any weapon. Sunny stared at his shadow with grim joy, and then bared his fangs, greeting her. He wasn't sure, but he thought that he noticed a slight change to the set of the taciturn knight's shoulders. Had she missed him too? 4. The hilt of the soul serpent fell into his hand. The length of the odachi considerably increased to account for his towering height. Sunny didn't hesitate and threw the great blade to Saint, who caught it calmly and weighed the weapon in her hand. The hue of her ruby eyes suddenly growing a little brighter, it almost seemed like the shadow was excited. Sunny glanced into the depths of the dungeon, where dozens of mighty nightmare creatures still remained locked in cages, waiting for their turn to be slaughtered in the arena. Then he turned to Saint 3 and said, "Kill them. Kill them all." She tilted her head, sparing him a short look, and then wordlessly disappeared into the darkness, the black blade of the soul's serpent raised to deliver the first killing blow. 2. A moment later, something whistled through the air, and a bestial scream thundered in the silence of the nightmarish dungeon. Sonny wasn't paying attention, though. The plan was already in motion, and his efforts were required somewhere else. The familiar voice whispered into his ear, making him shiver.
You have slain.
Oh, how he longed to hear it once more. Your shadow grows stronger in one of Sonny's hands. A somber short sword appeared, weaved out of tenebrous fog. One, and another, a stalwart Tachi manifested itself. Sonny gripped the hilt of the midnight shard with both of his upper hands, leaving the cruel sight in one of the lower ones. The undying chain finally finished appearing from a whirlwind of white sparks, covering his body with a carapace of bleak steel. Its shape changed to accommodate Sonny's monstrous body. New plates of perfectly fitted armor encompassing his digitigrade legs, his forearms, and even his long tail, a sharp metal spike protruding from the tip of it. His gauntlets ended in vicious steel claws, and his helmet had 2 holes at the top for his curved horns to fit through. Instead of a gaunt creature with a terribly mangled body, a fearsome steel Goliath now stood amid the empty cages, jagged horns crowning the featureless steel plane of his face. Sonny dismissed his helmet and felt the collar snap back into function. Immediately he sensed that his ability to shadow step was restrained again, and his connection to the spell was cut. The sparks that had almost coalesced into the prowling Thord disappeared, and the unfinished form of the heavy kunai with them. It didn't matter. He had already achieved everything he needed to achieve in these 7 seconds. Sonny could have used that time to shadow step as far as he could, escaping the premises of the Red Colosseum. However, that would have left him with no essence in the middle of Solvain's territory, with the accursed collar still wrapped around his neck. It was easy to leave the Red Colosseum, but it was much harder to escape it. As long as Sonny was collared, he was going to remain tied to the enchantments of the ancient theater. He was still going to be a slave. Plus, there was a thing he wasn't willing to leave behind. Sonny heard Saint slaughtering the second nightmare creature and turned to Elias, who was staring at him with wide eyes. The youth was still trapped in the cage. Of course, Sonny could have left him to die. In fact, doing so was probably an obvious decision. The young awakened wasn't real, after all. Only maybe he was. Sonny had no idea whether these people were illusions or not. That was what the government and the common knowledge had told him, but was that knowledge the truth? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that the shadows of the Mountain King and the old slaver he had killed in the first nightmare were still in his soul sea, undistinguishable from all the rest of the creatures he had slain in the real world and the dream realm. An illusion created by the spell, if that was what they were, might as well have possessed a soul and a shadow. If so, were they so different from real people? In any case, it didn't really matter. In the reality of the nightmare, Elias was a living being. His partner, Sonny, was determined to save him as well. The two of them were fated to die in the arena. Well, fate could go screw itself. They had kept each other alive in the Red Colosseum, and now both of them were going to escape it. Together, that was his furious, adamant resolution. Plus, Sonny really needed Elias for his plan of escape to work. The problem, however, was the cage. It was forged out of the same indestructible alloy as their collars. So getting the youth out of it was not going to be easy. With a low growl, Sonny jumped onto the hanging cage, grabbing the bars with the curved talons on his feet, and swung the midnight shard. He wasn't aiming at the cage itself. Instead, he was aiming at the chain, attaching it to the ceiling. Reinforced by the shadows, the austere Tachi cut through the rusty chain, easily breaking it apart. The cage fell to the floor, sending a loud rumble rolling through the dark dungeon, and then toppled to the side. Locked inside, Elias was thrown down. Almost immediately, though, the youth regained his balance and crouched, staring at Sonny with wild eyes. "Hurry, whatever you're planning, demon! Hurry, the priest is going to be here soon!" Sonny shivered, remembering the aura of savage, crushing strength radiating from their ascended jailer and the cold glint of his terrifying blade. Elias didn't need to remind him. Sonny was painfully aware of how little time he had left. The metal of the collars and the cages could not be broken, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be bent. Twisting a band of steel wrapped tightly around your neck would not have been a great idea. However, the iron bars trapping Elias were another matter entirely. Sonny just needed good leverage, and that was why he had cut the cage down. Throwing a nervous look back, in the direction from which the Red Priest usually appeared, he gritted his teeth and thrust one hand through the bars, pushing Elias back. He needed to soften the metal first, and that was going to be a dire process. The blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with radiant white light, spreading an almost palpable heat into the cold air of the ghastly dungeon. Sonny didn't linger and pressed the somber sword against the steel bars, letting the divine flame contained within share its immolating incandescence with the enchanted cage. Come on, come on! There were two possible results for his actions. One was that he would be able to soften the metal and bend it. The other was that he was going to cook Elias alive inside the gibbet. There was also the chance that their ascended jailer would arrive quicker than usual, which would be really bad. Sonny counted the seconds and stared at the iron bars, willing them to heat up swifter. Slowly, the cold metal turned slightly red, then bright orange. Finally, at the point where the incandescent blade of the cruel sight touched them, a hint of pure white appeared. Sonny would have preferred to wait longer, but there was no more time. Dropping the short sword to the ground and biting down on the midnight shard with his fangs, he grabbed the scorching metal with all four of his hands and endured the pain of the furious heat, slowly spreading through the gauntlets to his bare skin. Then, Sonny set his foot on another bar, commanded all three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, and pulled. Now that the cage was on the ground and stable, he could use all the muscles in his demonic body to put pressure on it, not just those in his arms. His core, his shoulders, his back, his powerful thighs and calf muscles. The entirety of his body worked in unison in order to bend the steel bars. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth, washing over the blade of the austere Tachi and echoing in the cold darkness. Sonny pulled and pushed in opposite directions with all his monstrous strength. Already a demon and augmented by the three shadows, he was terrifyingly powerful. And yet, the incandescent bars refused to budge for a few seconds at least. Then, when his muscles seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the inhuman strain, the metal finally gave in. With a metallic groan, one of the bars started to bend, slightly at first, and then more and more. Yes, Elias, however, did not seem to share Sonny's jubilation. Instead, he paled, a frightened expression appearing on his face. Without saying a word, the youth raised one hand, pointing to somewhere behind his partner's back. The priest?" And just then Sonny felt a mighty shadow flying toward him, from the edges of his shadow sense, growing closer and closer with harrowing speed. Damnation, the Ascended arrived a few seconds earlier than he should have. Without turning around, Sonny pulled on the incandescent bar one last time, creating enough distance between it and the next one for the youth to squeeze through. Then he reached inside the cage, grabbed the young awakened and roughly pulled him through the narrow breach. He already could hear the heavy steps behind him. Crap, crap, crap! Elias stared into the darkness with eyes full of fear. Demon, be high. Without letting him finish, Sonny forcefully pushed the youth away, then swiftly turned around, grabbing the cruel sight from the ground and catching the hilt of the midnight shard. The warrior in a tattered red robe and worn leather armor was already upon him. The terrifying heavy blade cutting through the air with unthinkable speed, Sonny moved his weapons forward, trying to block the obliterating blow. But his exhausted, wounded body seemed to have finally betrayed him. He swayed, missing the timing by a split second. It looked like the tiniest of mistakes, but one mistake was all it took. His luck had run out. The great blade of the mighty Ascended slid past Sonny's defenses and hit him right in the neck. The sharp metal sliced through his tough skin, his muscles and his spine, emerging in a fountain of blood from the other side. Sonny felt terrifying pain, spread through his whole being, and then the world suddenly spun. The head of the shadow demon flew high into the air, disbelief still frozen in his lightless eyes. It was as though it was screaming, as though it was trying to say something to share, a fatal revelation that had come a few moments too late. That there was no escape except through death. Elias staggered, a stunned expression contorting his soft, youthful face. Demon, you in front of him, the legs of the decapitated demon buckled and his towering body, still clad in bleak steel, fell heavily to its knees. Just like that, his partner was gone. His partner's nightmare was over. The young man froze for a moment, then turned to the indifferent murderer, sorrow and wrath mixing in his hollow, tired, light blue eyes. "You ill kill." The priest of war remained silent, disinterested in the rambling of the young slave. He turned to Ilias and made a step forward, raising the monstrous blade once again. It was all over, or perhaps not. Because at that moment the decapitated body suddenly stirred and attacked the indifferent slaughterer, the radiant blade of the cruel sight entering the man's abdomen while the tip of the midnight shard pierced his chest. At the same time, the tail of the dead demon shot over his shoulder, penetrating one of the red priest's eyes with the long steel spike, laying on the filthy stones a few meters away. Sonny's head observed it all with a terribly pained expression. Hurts crap, dying. Really, really hurts. Yes, having your head separated from your body was not the most pleasant of experiences. In fact, it was probably one of the worst. However, Sonny really needed that to have happened. This was the only method to get rid of the unbreakable slave collar he had managed to come up with. He had even considered chopping his head off himself, but came to the conclusion that his own strength was not going to be enough to overcome the durability of bone weave, so he had decided to try and use the might of an ascended apostle of war instead. Death, indeed, was the only escape. In front of him a river of blood flowed from the body of the taciturn master. The red priest had lowered his guard, thinking that the shadow demon was dead, and received not one but 3 whole fatal wounds as the result. Honestly, he should have been more careful. The dead were often the most troublesome of enemies after all. As the body in the tattered red robe slowly toppled and fell to the ground, the headless body of the demon raised one hand, hooked a claw beneath the slave collar, and tore it off its severed neck. The band of metal rang as it hit the floor. Sonny was not dead, of course, thanks to the undying enchantment of his transcendent armor. For as long as it was active, he would remain alive, and even in control of his body. This was the good part. The bad part was that the enchantment was devouring his essence with an inconceivable speed, and in the next few seconds, when his reserves ran completely dry, Sonny was really going to die. Before that happened, the headless demon took a few unsteady steps forward, nonchalantly picked up its head, and awkwardly placed it on his neck. Then he approached Ilias and fell to his knees in front of the petrified youth. "Come one fool, I don't have much time." Due to the fact that his mouth wasn't currently connected to his lungs, Sonny couldn't even growl to pull the young awakened out of his stupor. Luckily, Elias shook it off himself, flinching and throwing his hands into the air to place them on both sides of Sonny's mutilated neck. "Oh Lord, oh gods, oh Lord, hold on, demon!" He activated his healing ability, trying to make the cleanly severed head of the shadow creature attach itself back to the flat stump of his neck. Sonny shuddered, overwhelmed by terrifying pain. How does it even make sense? Why am I in so much pain? My brain isn't even connected to those nerves. Arg curses damnation. For almost anyone else recovering from having their head cut off would have been nearly impossible. However, Sonny was a bit special, because avoiding death was one of his specialties. There were several factors that played to his advantage. Firstly, the Midnight Shard had judged his current state, dire enough to unlock the hidden well of power that its unbroken enchantment granted him. Secondly, his bones and his blood were transformed by weavers, lineage gifting him with inhuman tenacity. That was the reason why he had not bled out already, and why his body was capable of rapid healing. All those qualities were enhanced by the drop of shadow gods, ichor that Blood Weave had unceremoniously devoured, and then augmented ever further by the Midnight Shard. And lastly, while Undying was rapidly consuming his reserves of shadow, essence plummeting further and further, the rate with which the Undying chain was eating through his essence was much, much faster than the rate with which Saint and Serpent replenished it. He was only able to slow down the inevitable, not stop it. His whole being was overwhelmed with agony and pain, but what else was new, even though Sonny had never had his head chopped off before he experienced similar tortures, if not worse. There was almost no shadow essence left in his cores, and then there was none. The Undying enchantment deactivated, but Sonny was still alive. He moved his lips and tentatively touched his neck, which had a ghastly scar running all around it now. Then he bent over and spat out a torrent of blood. Sonny felt terrible. He felt like a zombie. But he was not dead, more than that. He was now truly, really free. Chapter 621, Path to Freedom. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then hissed quietly, which made it feel as though his throat was being sawed open by tens of dull, rusty knives. His head was once again attached to his neck. However, that didn't mean that he felt fine. In fact, although he had avoided becoming a corpse, he still felt like one. Your shadow grows stronger. The dark dungeon suddenly grew silent. The trials of life are over. I congratulate you, champions. Although some of your foes were vanquished under the cover of darkness, instead of in the bright light of day. Under the gaze of the gods, you have defeated them nevertheless. You have even slain one of my blessed. Thank you. Thank you for giving that which I was unable to. You have my gratitude, both of you. Sonny stared at the beautiful saint, frozen in place. Despite all the hatred he harbored against the monstrous priestess, despite how much he wanted to pay her back 100-fold, for all the suffering she had caused him, he couldn't help but forget his anger and be enchanted by her beauty. Solvane was just too splendid, too lovely, Her eyes were too lustrous, her smile too charming, her soft lips too alluring. This woman was created to be worshipped for men to wage wars in hope of earning the right to stand by her side. Snap out of it, idiot! Have you not seen beautiful things before? Beautiful things are always the deadliest. Sonny bit his lip, allowing his sharp fangs to pierce it. Pain sobered him up somewhat. Beside him, Alias was staring at Solvain with grim eyes. Strangely, the young man did not seem to be affected by her transcendent beauty at all. It was understandable, after all. His whole family had been slaughtered by the followers and on the orders of the dazzling priestess. Meanwhile, something appeared in Solvain's hands. It was a small object that made Sonny's eyes narrow suddenly, and his breathing become quicker. The saint sighed and stretched her hand forward. A simple knife carved out of a single piece of wood laying on her open palm. The trials of life are over, and so I offer you this gift, and the right to fight for your freedom, to struggle for your life, as life is an eternal struggle. Will you accept, champions? Will you take this wooden blade and wield it? It is all I can give you. Sonny's heart skipped a beat. I'll be damned. The fairy tale about a wooden sword Elias had once shared with him had actually inexplicably turned out to be true. And more than that, Sonny recognized the sword instantly. He had already held that wooden knife once, a long time ago, far, far in the future. This was the knife he had killed Solvain with. Chapter 623, Ardent Desire. Sonny stared at the wooden knife, suffocating pain still radiating from the spot where Solvain had hit him. The transcendent was so fast that he had not even seen or sensed her strike. Not that it mattered any more. As he studied the familiar blade, different pieces of knowledge suddenly clicked together, revealing a chilling truth. Stunned by the grim revelation, Sonny shuddered. Of course, finally the purpose of the Red Colosseum made sense to him. The cruelty of the trials, the perverse faith of the zealous warriors, their worship of struggle, battle, and death, the tale of a wooden blade that granted the champion a chance to win their freedom. When he looked back, it all seemed so obvious. The strange cult of war that had blossomed on the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope was built around the tenet of glory. Glory was both the highest virtue and the highest of honors, and it could only be won by prevailing against overwhelming odds through mortal struggle, which was the essence of life and war as far as these zealots were concerned. So, they enslaved a horde of abominations and threw themselves against it, fighting to the death against their slaves in the arena. With each battle, the weak were slaughtered, and the strong got to live and fight against more powerful enemies the next day. All under the beaming gazes of the jubilant crowd. Those who died perished in the pursuit of glory, and those who lived came closer and closer to earning it. That was the sacrificial ritual the followers of war performed every decade or so, spilling blood in the name of their glorious dream. However, there was one problem with this demented arrangement, a glaring flaw that made the trials of the Red Colosseum seem futile, hollow, and senseless. What was the end of all this? Was everyone participating in the battle destined to die? Would there be no victor? What happened to the person or creature left standing at the very end, devoid of enemies to struggle against? Where was their glory? Now, looking at the wooden knife that contained Solvain's death, freely offered to them by the immortal transcendent herself, Sonny finally understood everything. That last champion would indeed be gifted a wooden blade and a chance to fight for their freedom, just like Elias had learned from the fairy tales in the Ivory City. They just had to overcome one last enemy, to fight against Solvain herself. This whole feverish hell, the Red Colosseum, the blood-soaked arena, the cult of murderous glory she had built, existed for one single purpose: to find, or rather create, a warrior capable of killing their saint. Eternal Solvain, undefeated Solvain, wanted to die. The madness of this nightmare was born out of the 1,000 years of immortality the beautiful priestess had endured, out of the desire to be free of her eternal duty as Hope's warden. However, Solvain didn't just want to die. She wanted to die a glorious death, one worthy of a true servant of war. Or rather, she simply could not allow herself to give up. Giving up without struggle was a sin against her faith, her God, and her conviction. So the beautiful transcendent could only allow herself to die if she was defeated. That was her goal. Finding someone valiant enough to kill her was Solvain's most ardent hope, her deepest desire. Feeling a hint of vague suspicion, Sunny frowned. He was certain that he was right, that his reasoning and insight were correct. But at the same time, there was still something out of place. Something still didn't make sense. He just couldn't say what. And there was no time to think. Solvain was still offering them the wooden knife and a chance to save their lives. All they had to do was to take it and win. But he wasn't fooled. Her offer might have seemed like a gift, but it was just a death sentence. Sure, the knife contained a death, Solvain's death, and would be able to slay her with one strike. At this point, Sunny was certain that there had been 7 knives once, each meant to kill one of the 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light. And this one, the wooden knife, was meant to kill Solvain. However, taking it was only going to spell their doom. Wooden blade or not, the beautiful priestess was still a transcendent, a servant of war with 1,000 years of battle experience, an ancient warrior who had fought and triumphed in battles too many to count. And despite her desire to be defeated, she would not throw this fight. Giving in without struggling with all her might was against Solvain's conviction. Fighting against her was suicide. By his side, Elias' pupils widened dangerously. Feeling a small change in his partner's posture, Sunny shifted and glanced at him. "What? What is this fool trying to do?" The youth gritted his teeth and then slowly rose to his feet. His tattered tunic had long ago lost any remnant of its once pure white color and was now hanging like rags on his gaunt, emaciated body. Despite that, the young awakened looked full of resolve and determination, his eyes glinting with grim purpose. "What are you doing? No, you fool!" Despite the pain in his throat, Sunny growled loudly, trying to warn Elias of how fatal his actions were, but his call fell on deaf ears. Damn it! Why can't I talk? For the first time since he had entered the nightmare, Sunny felt really desperate to speak, but he couldn't. The demon's body robbed him of the ability to converse with humans in any meaningful way. Panicking, he made a motion to stand up, hoping to grab the youth before the fool made a lethal mistake. But the pressure Solvain had exerted on him was back, paralyzing the body of the 4-armed shadow creature. He groaned, suddenly unable to move, and struggled to even keep his head up. Chapter 624. A new day. Elias hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Sunny with a sad smile. It's all right, demon. Thank you. Thank you for getting us this far. But now it is my turn. This is our chance. This is what we've been fighting for all this time, is it not? The tales my mother told me were all true. I'll free us both, you'll see. The Lord of Light will guide my hand." With that, he reached out and took the wooden knife from Solvain's hand, his fingers wrapping tightly around its hilt. The priestess smiled radiantly and took a step back. His beautiful eyes shone with joy, and his voice resounded in the darkness of the dying night, full of longing and hope. "Be brave, boy, the gods are watching." Sunny struggled desperately against the crushing force that pressed him into the ground, but it was of no use. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth. A few steps away, Elias straightened, calmly looked the transcendent beauty in the eyes, and then assumed a battle stance. He knew what he was doing. After all, the youth was as talented of a fighter as Sunny had been at his age, or maybe even better. 2 months of constant battles in the arena gave him plenty of experience, more than most would have acquired in a lifetime, and certainly no less than what Sunny had on the Forgotten Shore. No, that is not enough. But what if? What if Elias really had a chance? Sunny had achieved many impossible things himself as well and seen others do the same, even in the direst of situations. There was always hope. That was a lesson he had learned against all odds in the hell of the Forgotten Shore, and later in the stone mausoleum of the Night Temple. Without wasting any time on doubt and hesitation, Elias sent his soul essence, flowing in a raging flood, and shot forward, moving with grace and speed that few awakened could ever hope to achieve. His hand flew through the air, swift enough to appear as an almost imperceptible blur. The strike was swift and cunning. However, it was just a feint. His true intention was to attack from below, and it was hidden almost perfectly. There was no sign of the fact that the young man was preparing to change the direction of the blow. He had learned well from watching Sonny fight. But if Sonny could see it, then so could Sylvain. His eyes narrowed. A split second before the wooden knife reached the transcendent's flesh, Elias suddenly stumbled, then slowed down. Taking a few unsteady steps forward, he swayed and suddenly toppled to the ground. A thin red line appeared across his chest and then burst open in a flood of blood. Above him, Sylvain sighed with sorrow and lowered her hand, a single drop of crimson falling from her delicate fingers. Her lips trembled, and then a barely audible whisper reached Sonny's ears. "Not today. He didn't hear it, though." Frozen, Sonny stared at Elias, who lay motionlessly on the ground, the grass soaking in his blood. The young man's unmoving face was turned to him, his light blue eyes still open. However, those eyes which had been bright and lively once were now dull and empty, reflecting the boundless darkness of the night sky. Elias's face seemed almost peaceful. The youth was finally free. Sonny roared, struggling furiously to stand up, but all he achieved was damaging his mangled body even further. Without paying any attention to that pain, he continued fighting against the invisible chains, holding him down, feeling the ground itself shift beneath his knees. I'll kill her. I'll rip her to shreds." Sylvain remained motionless for a while, and then silently bent down to pick up the wooden knife from the youth's bloodless fingers. Coming closer, she stared at Sonny with a dark expression and then asked, "What about you? Are you willing to fight me, little demon?" Sonny glared at her, his teeth bared in a hateful grin. He wanted to. Oh, how he wanted to. But he could not. Fighting Sylvain meant nothing but death. Slowly, he shook his head. The beautiful priestess sighed. Of course. Why did I expect different from the servant of cowardly shadow? Her hand suddenly flashed and terrible pain exploded through Sonny's body. Looking down, in a morbid déjà vu, he saw a graceful arm protruding from his chest, the breastplate of the undying chain shattered into pieces. Sylvain grimaced and pulled his hand out of his broken chest, easily tearing the still beating heart out in the process. She glanced at it with disappointment, and then sent the body of the four-armed demon tumbling over the edge of the island. The last thing he saw before plummeting into the abyss was her graceful, beautiful figure standing forlornly in the tall grass. Then Sonny fell into the embrace of darkness. His body flew down faster and faster, quickly disappearing into the nothingness of the sky below. Soon it was so far away from the Red Island that even a memory of sunlight couldn't reach that far. His chest was torn open, and his heart was violently ripped from it, leaving behind a harrowing wound. After falling for a while, Sonny sighed. Luckily, this strange body of his had two hearts, and while anyone else would have succumbed to blood loss after having one destroyed, he possessed blood weave, which kept him alive despite receiving such a ghastly wound. It didn't feel too good, though. In fact, the pain was terrible, but it could not compare even a little to the anguish he felt in his soul. Sonny closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Elias. I failed, but don't worry. I'll kill her on your behalf. One day kill her again. I'll kill her as many times as it takes to erase the very memory of her from existence. Just you wait." He gritted his teeth, then summoned the heavenly burden, and then thrust the black needle into his flesh. Dark wing appeared on his shoulders, swiftly turning into a blur. Sonny's fall slowed, then slowed some more, and finally turned into flight. He was flying into the darkness, moving further and further away from the red Colosseum. Far above, the eastern horizon had already turned pale lilac, announcing the arrival of a new day. Chapter 625. Comfortably numb. Eventually, Sonny returned to the altitude where the dark undersides of the floating islands could be seen. He tiredly approached one, sensed something moving in the deep shadows, and glided past without coming too close. The next one didn't seem to harbor any horrors. He flew toward the rough stone surface and sunk his claws and talons into it, clinging to the bottom of the island like a bat. Strangely, Sonny did not need to exert any conscious effort to remain in that position, and simply lay upside down on the cold stones for a while, struggling against exhaustion. He was in much worse shape than it had seemed before. 2 months of ruthless battles in the Red Colosseum had taken a toll on his body, and the terrible wound in his chest was still there, sapping him of strength and vitality. With the help of blood weave, the body of the four-armed demon managed to survive, having one of its two hearts violently torn out. But that didn't mean that it was going to fully recover from that vicious injury with only one heart left to pump blood through his veins. Sonny felt lethargic and weak. That weakness would probably never go away, not unless he somehow managed to find or grow a new heart. He was tired to the bone, overwhelmed by pain and numb, terribly, utterly numb, after the harrowing intensity of the past 2 months and the crushing strain of their disastrous attempt to escape. Sonny finally reached safety, and found himself drained of all thoughts and emotions. He couldn't muster enough energy to feel joy or relief, grief or sorrow, even anger or hatred. Tired. He was just too tired. The island under which Sonny hid was separated from the Red Colosseum by 4 or 5 heavenly chains, far to the south. He was still deep within the territory of the followers of war, but no one was going to discover him, not unless they had wings, and even then, finding the child of shadows in the cold embrace of darkness was not going to be easy. However, no one was looking. After all, he was considered to be dead. Sonny looked at the shattered breastplate of the undying chain, and then dismissed the damaged armor to give it a chance to repair itself. Then, he summoned the mantle of underworld and gasped when its onyx metal wrapped itself around his mangled chest. The intricate black armor embraced his tortured body, soothing its aches. Sonny doubted that anyone from the real world would be able to spy on him here, in the depths of a nightmare, but even if they could, he didn't care anymore. He just wanted to be safe and protected. As soon as the fearsome mantle hid his wounds, Sonny tiredly closed his eyes and plunged into the nothingness of a deep, dreamless sleep. Thirst and pain. That were the first things Sonny felt before slowly remembering who he was, what he was, and where he had found himself. He was in hell. Where else? I fell asleep. He opened his eyes and saw the rough surface of the bare stone in front of him. Sonny was still clinging to the underside of the island, his claws buried deep into it and holding him in place like iron pitons. He felt better somewhat. His body was still a labyrinth of pain, but it was much milder than before. Judging by the state of his wounds, he had slept for many, many days. No wonder he was so thirsty. Sonny shifted slightly and freed one of his 4 hands, then summoned the endless spring and drank a few gulps of water. Then he turned his head and stared into the darkness, indifferent to everything. His body was healing, but his mind was still empty and numb, exhausted of its ability to feel anything. All that remained was cold rationality, but even that part of him was dull and apathetic, devoid of any interest and desire. He just didn't care about anything or anyone right now. The mere thought of caring seemed exhausting. After a while, Sonny sighed. What should I do? Despite everything that had happened, his immediate goal remained simple and straightforward. He had to traverse the whole kingdom of Hope and reach the Iron Hand Island to regroup with the cohort. Once they were together, if the others were still alive, they would know what to do. Sonny didn't feel particularly motivated to attempt the perilous journey, but he knew that he had to. It was a simple enough objective, at least in his current state. He felt reluctant to think about anything arduous, obtuse, or complicated. All he had to do was to move southeast for a while, and then turn north. Maybe his condition would improve by the time he reached the eastern edges of the Chained Isles. The road, however, was not going to be easy. Sonny was going to have to sneak through the vast territory of the warmongers without being seen, reach the southernmost boundary of the region, and then retrace the path he had taken to welcome Effie and Kai almost all the way back to the sanctuary of Noctis. It was also unclear who ruled the eastern territories in this era, or if they were wild and overrun by nightmare creatures, like they would be in. Catching the frightened box before it plummeted into the sky below, Sonny freed one more hand and took a handful of synth paste tubes out of the coffer, then dismissed it. Consuming the tasteless sludge to replenish his strength, he summoned the runes and finally took a proper look at them for the first time in months. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened class, Demon, Shadow cores. 3/7, Shadow fragments. His pupils narrowed. What? But there was no mistake. The runes read, Shadow Fragments, 2223 third thousand. Sonny stared at the number, then hung his head back and tried to chuckle, producing a disturbing bestial snarl instead. His throat pulsed with sharp pain, but he shrugged it off and bared his teeth in a dark, bitter grin. When entering the nightmare, Sonny had less than 300 fragments collected, which meant that he had accumulated almost 2,000 of them in the Red Colosseum. In fact, in those 2 months, he had probably slaughtered more nightmare creatures and humans than in the previous 2 years, his whole life as a carrier of the spell. Was this the price of glory? Chapter 626, Hiding in the Dark. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then shifted his gaze, moving it to the very end of the field of shimmering runes. Soon, Neff's description appeared before him. He lingered for a few moments, and then read, Soul Fragments, 247d8 4000. The corner of his mouth twitched. Of course she is in a hell of her own, after all. The gap between them had diminished, but barely. He was still behind, still lacking, but she was alive at least, and fighting with all her strength to return. If Neff refused to give up, then he would have to persevere too. With a sigh, Sonny turned away and looked back to his runes, finding the list of his memories and echoes. His eyes suddenly gleamed, but then grew dark and slightly despondent. What the hell, how is this even possible? Among the names of his memories, dozens of new ones shimmered in the darkness. It seemed that the spell continued to reward him, even while their connection was obstructed by the sorceries of hope. It sort of made sense. The fact that Sonny had not been able to communicate with the spell did not mean that it had not continued to watch his every step. He was inside one of its nightmares, after all, which created a swarm of questions on its own. Not caring to consider them, Sonny silently counted the new memories. 39, there were 39 of them. And yet, there was not a single echo he had received after slaughtering nearly 1,000 nightmare creatures. Not even a hint of one. Doesn't make any sense. None at all. What is this, a joke? It seemed that his luck when it came to memories had been incredible, while his luck when it came to echoes had been beyond terrible. He should have received 4 of 5, at least, but he had not. Sonny stared into the darkness for a while, his expression glum, then he sighed. Well, doesn't matter. It's a pity that I did not receive an echo of the Red Priest, though I would have made him into a shadow, just to get a chance to kill that bastard again. He studied his new memories, slowly reading their names and descriptions. A few were good, and a couple was splendid. The rest, however, were worse than what he already had in his arsenal. Their only use was to feed Saint. This time, however, he did not hurry to give them away as sustenance for the taciturn demon. Instead, Sonny hesitated for a long time, and then dismissed the runes. He had other plans for these memories. Each of them possessed a unique weave, one that he would be able to study and experiment with while not fearing to damage or destroy an actually valuable instrument. He would be able to use Weaver's needle now, too, instead of cutting his fingers on the ethereal but perfectly sharp strings. Satisfied with that decision, Sonny finished the last of synth-paste tubes he had taken out of the Cavitas coffer, indifferently dropped them into the dark abyss of the sky below, and sent one of his shadows to scout out the situation above. The sun was rolling toward the horizon, and the night was swiftly approaching. That meant that he would have to move soon. Over the next few days, Sonny traveled southeast, staying in the darkness of the sky below during the night, and finding shelter on the undersides of the floating island during the day. He was still weak because of his injuries and had to make frequent stops to rest and sleep, which slowed him down considerably. In the course of these days, Sonny made several stunning discoveries. The first one was rather pleasant and beneficial to him. As it turned out, there were far fewer nightmare creatures populating the Kingdom of Hope in this era than there were in the future. That included the harrowing abominations that dwelled on the dark side of the islands. Their absence made the task of remaining below the isles far easier for him. Of course, there were still some monstrosities hiding in the darkness, but not nearly enough to make it too hard to avoid them. In retrospect, that made sense. These lands were not completely devastated yet, and there were plenty of humans living on the levitating islands. It was because of them and their efforts that the population of nightmare creatures was so low. It was also the reason why it took Sylvain and her zealots a full decade or more to gather enough abominations to hold the accursed trials. The second discovery he made was far less fortuitous, and also had to do with the human inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope. He was still in the territory of the worshippers of war, which made it all but impossible to appear on the surface of the islands during the day, unnoticed. But the dark side wasn't completely safe either. Not once and not twice he saw humans traveling either across the heavenly chains or through the sky below. Hidden in the shadows, he observed several flying ships sail through the boundless darkness, some adorned with sails of pristine white, some of vivid red. He even witnessed two vessels locked in furious battle, arrows and pieces of burning wood falling into the abyss like rain. In the end, the ship with white sails rammed into the red one, splitting the vessel in half and sending the captain and the crew to their deaths in the sky below. These ships looked simultaneously similar and different to the one the firekeepers had repaired and guided to the Ebony Tower. They were much smaller and slower, and didn't have a magnificent tree growing around their masts. The vessel Sonny had spent several weeks on looked much more ancient in comparison. Like the original in front of lesser copies, the third discovery Sonny made was perhaps the most shocking. The crushing did not exist in this era. The islands rose and fell as usual, but no matter how high they climbed, no deadly force assaulted them, threatening to destroy anything too weak or too slow to run away. Many of the nightmare creatures Sonny had studied before hunting them down in the future were somewhat different here from what he knew. He had understood that fact in the arena and confirmed it while observing the islands through the eyes of his shadows after escaping it. Now he learned why. The crushing did not yet exist, and for that reason the nightmare creatures had not gone through thousands of years of adaptation to learn how to survive its burden. Neither their bodies nor their behavior changed to accommodate the deadly force that would terrorize the entire region in the future yet, and that was why he had found them to be both familiar and strange. Armed with that knowledge, Sonny slowly made his way south, leaving the Red Colosseum and Saint Sylvain further and further behind. His wounds slowly healed, and soon he felt that he would not be entirely useless in the fight anymore. That was just in time, because his days of peace were about to come to an end. Chapter 627, Needlework. It took Sonny almost 2 weeks to approach the southern boundary of the Chained Isles. The further from the Red Colosseum he went, the less presence the warmongers had there. With Sylvain's militant order occupying the western reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, and the followers of Sun God in control of its center, engaged in a centuries-old conflict with each other, the South remained desolate and neglected. That made Sonny's life a bit easier, but also caused him to lower his guard a little. He still had to remain vigilant, though, because there were more and more unsightly horrors hiding in the deep shadows of the dark side as he traveled away from human settlements. On one of these days, Sonny found himself clinging to the underside of a small floating island as he waited for the arrival of night. He had already rested and dined on several tubes of synth paste, so for now, there was nothing much for him to do. As had been his habit for the past week or so, he summoned one of the memories from the Colosseum and studied its weave, trying to peer into the secrets of the complicated pattern of ethereal strings. Armed with his innate intuition and the ability to compare different memories to each other, he was making torturously slow progress in his understanding of sorcery, or at least of this type of it. Weaver's sorcery seemed elegant, strange, and marvelous, but also inhumanly complex and elaborate. Sonny doubted that he would be able to comprehend its foundational principles any time soon, and even if he did, his human mind was simply unable to encompass the whole of the infinitely convoluted patterns, let alone create one from scratch. Maybe if he had a powerful supercomputer instead of a brain in any case, he was not going to be creating his own memories just yet, or maybe ever. That didn't mean that he couldn't do anything, though. Sonny might not have had the capacity to create new weaves, but he had already proven his ability to copy those that already existed. He had reproduced the simplest and most common of them, the pattern responsible for storing memories in his soul and then summoning them back through essence in the dungeon of the Red Colosseum. With enough time and preparation, he would be able to copy other enchantments of the familiar weaves, too. Creating anything meaningful was going to take a while, though. But that was not what Sonny was currently trying to achieve. Instead, he wanted to expand his sorcerous repertoire from one trick to no less than 2 tricks. He was experimenting with his memories in hopes of learning how to modify and change an existing enchantment. Right now, Sonny was holding a slim dagger in one hand and a small silver bell in the other. The silver bell was the first memory he had ever received, and also the simplest, while the slim dagger was one of the weapons he had won in the arena. Its enchantment was rather straightforward. It made the weapon utterly noiseless. It didn't ring when struck against armor or another blade, and didn't even rustle as it entered the enemy's flesh. Sonny had chosen these 2 memories for the experiment because, at the core, their enchantments were very similar. One was that of sound amplification, while the other was that of sound nullification. He wanted to change the latter into the former. In other words, he wanted to turn the silent dagger into a very noisy dagger, not because that would be very useful, but to prove that he was capable of modifying enchantments. After studying the spell weave of the silver bell for many days, Sonny was close to memorizing the staggering complexity of the pattern of strings entirely. Since the bell had only one enchantment, it was easy to isolate it from the parts of the pattern that were common to all memories. So in theory, he knew what shape to create. The dagger, on the other hand, was a bit different. It also only had a single enchantment and a single ember anchoring the pattern. But that ember was brighter, and the pattern itself was much larger and more intricate. However, there were certain similarities with the one in the bell, so Sonny could imagine turning one into another. He hesitated for a while, then sighed and raised Weaver's needle. Just like on the day he had found it, the long and narrow needle was enveloped in a faint, weak golden shine that only he could see thousands of years ago, or maybe sometime in the future. It had absorbed some of Weaver's deific blood, along with tiny traces of divinity. Sonny suspected that the needle had not been a magical tool, and neither had it actually belonged to Weaver. Rather, it had been just a random needle that the demon of fate found in the ebony tower and made use of to sew a new arm to their body, and its magical properties came from being washed in the demon's blood. However, now, the needle did possess magical properties. Just like Sonny's fingers, it was capable of interacting with the ephemeral strings that constituted spell weaves. Sonny threaded a shadow string through the needle and carefully thrust it into the sorcerous pattern that created the enchantment of the silent dagger. He was hoping to replace some of the existing strings with his own, shift others around, and remove some completely. At first, everything went well. Sonny was on the verge of getting excited, but then, the same thing that happened with all his previous experiments repeated itself. At some point, the strings trembled, and then the whole pattern tore and collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess of ripped and fluttering threads. Sonny hurriedly retracted his hand, afraid to lose it, and watched as the slim dagger shimmered and disintegrated into a rain of dim sparks. A few moments later, the spell spoke solemnly. "Your memory has been destroyed." Sonny grimaced and closed his eyes. Damnation! Another one. Then, however, he suddenly shifted and turned his head up, staring at the stone surface above him, as if trying to pierce its solid mass with his gaze. Up, above, on the surface of the small island, one of his shadows had noticed movement. Chapter 628, From the Dark Side. The grass covering the surface of the island moved, and strange shapes appeared from beneath it. Some were similar to each other, while some were not, but all shared the same deep emerald color. The shapes levitated upward, slowly coalescing together. The creepy shadow observed the eerie event from the shade of a large boulder, darkly excited. Sonny only understood what it was so excited about when the boulder suddenly split open and fell apart, making way for another of the shapes, this one easily recognizable. It was a massive emerald jawbone similar to a human one in all aspects except for size. The creepy guy had always been strangely fascinated by dead things. No wonder he got fixated on a bunch of flying bones. As Sonny watched, the emerald bones assembled into a towering human skeleton, very similar to the powerful abomination of the same kind Sonny had fought and destroyed in the Red Colosseum, but much larger and way more frightening. The emerald skeleton stared north for a while, and then slowly headed toward the edge of the island, each of its steps making the ground shake. At the same time, a loud rattle of the heavenly chain rolled through the two skies. Sonny was so used to hearing them that he didn't pay it any attention at first, but then a deep frown appeared on his face. Something wasn't right. The rattling of the chain sounded different somehow. He lingered for a few moments, then silently dove into the shadows and glided to the northern slope of the flying isle. As soon as Sonny saw the heavenly chain stretching far into the distance, his heart grew cold. A terrifying abomination with a body that resembled a dirty mass of pitch-black tar was crawling underneath it. Its back facing the sky below, each second, a dozen tendrils of liquid darkness shot forward from the mass, sticking to the links of the giant chain and pulling the creature forward. The monstrosity was at least 20 meters long and so heavy that the iron of the heavenly tether groaned under its weight. What hellish nightmare is this? Sonny peered beneath the surface of the black tar creature and shuddered once he saw the taint of corruption that hid within its soul. The two hideous nodes of swirling darkness that spread cancerous veins through the body of the abomination were especially ripe and horrid, revealing its rank corrupted, a corrupted monster. Earlier, when he had been passing the islands north of his current shelter, he had felt the shadow of a powerful fiend hiding beneath one of them. Who knew that the horror nesting on the dark side of the flying island would turn out to be equal to the harrowing wormvine, and then decide to follow Sonny south on top of that? As Sonny froze for a moment, a large boulder suddenly flew from the island and hit the massive body of the black tar fiend, sending ripples across its liquid flesh. The force of the impact was so great that a destructive shockwave spread in all directions, causing the heavenly chain to rattle even louder. On the surface of the island, the towering emerald skeleton lowered its arms and stared at the invading horror, dark lights igniting in the pits of its empty eye sockets. The boulder it had just thrown disappeared within the body of the corrupted abomination, seemingly dealing it no damage. The creature simply continued crawling, its massive body surging forward like a black tide. I probably need to run. But before he could do anything, the advancing monster suddenly convulsed, and in the next second, dozens of sharp stone shards shot out of its flesh, each covered by fetid black liquid. Some rained on the emerald skeleton, and some hit the slopes of the island, causing large chunks of weathered stone to be turned into dust. Sonny barely managed to dodge one of them, and stared with resentment at the small crater that appeared in place of his hiding place. Sure, he was an incorporeal shadow right now, but he would not make the mistake of assuming that a corrupted abomination had no way of wounding him. Who knew what this horror was capable of? And just as this thought entered his mind, he noticed that there was a thin layer of black tar spread around the point of impact, and dozens of similar ones nearby. As he watched, the foul liquid started to move, coalescing into small dark blobs. Some of them began crawling up toward the emerald skeleton, but some froze for a moment, and then flowed toward him, as though sensing his location. Crap! Sonny hurriedly summoned back the creepy shadow and lunged away, gliding through the shadows as fast as he could. By the time he reached the bottom of the island, the black tar monster was already upon the skeleton. Numerous tendrils of darkness shot forward, enveloping the towering abomination. Despite all its might, the emerald skeleton was instantly trapped and pulled inside the mass of liquid darkness. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Seconds later, its massive figure disappeared within the body of the darkside fiend without a trace. Now, just forget about me, Hellspawn. I'm too small and inconsequential anyway. Sonny was already on the southern slope of the island, rushing toward the other heavenly chain that led away from this damned place, bones into dust. And then, the corrupted fiend suddenly surged forward with incredible speed, heading for the very same chain. Or rather, for the swift shadow that hoped to use the chain to escape. Luckily, Sonny reached it first. He burst from the shadows, flying across the span of empty air, and landed on the surface of the heavenly tether, in a roll. Without wasting a single moment, Sonny pushed himself off of the cold iron surface with all four arms, wrapped the shadows around his body, and ran. As dull pain spread through his chest, the mantle of the underworld turned as light as a feather. Just a few seconds later, The chain swayed wildly beneath his feet, announcing that the black tar monster had reached it too. Curses. There were a few hundred meters of giant sunlit links in front of him, and only past that was the heavenly tether submerged into the darkness of the sky below and shrouded in shadows. "I'll make it, surely I will," Sonny growled, bared his fangs, and ran. Chapter 629, Pursuit. Sonny's upper arms were much longer than that of a human. Bending down, he fell on all fours and broke into a bestial gallop, flying forward with incredible speed. With each jump, the saving darkness grew closer and closer. The links of the heavenly chain rattled and swayed wildly beneath him as the black tar fiend pursued. Sonny could have tried to find safety in the depth of the sky below, but his speed and maneuverability in the air would have been severely diminished. If the abomination decided to expel another rain of tar-cuttered projectiles, he would be shredded, torn to pieces, and consumed. Besides, there was no saying if the harrowing creature could follow him into the abyss. His best chance was to reach the segment of the chain submerged in darkness, glide across it as a swift shadow, and escape to the next island. Behind him, the mass of liquid darkness rolled forward with staggering speed, hundreds of black tendrils shooting out of it every moment to form a ceaseless tide. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller and smaller still. Oh gods, just a split seconds before the tendrils of darkness descended upon him. Sonny finally reached a sufficiently low altitude and dove into the shadows, turning into one of them and rushing forward across the giant chain. The space where he stood just a moment ago was instantly enveloped by the foul flesh of the tar monstrosity, which then lunged after him, somehow starting to move even faster. A strange, deafening sound that resembled a gurgling wail escaped from the depths of the mass of liquid darkness, causing Sonny's whole being to writhe in pain. It washed over the world like a wave, penetrating deep into the darkness of the sky below and the radiance of the sky above, and making both shudder. Sonny fled across the border between two skies, and the harrowing creature from the dark side followed. Soon, the length of the heavenly chain that was shrouded in shadows came to the end, and he escaped them at a terrible speed, sliding across the metal of the links and barely keeping himself from plummeting down. A tide of black, shifting tendrils fell at him almost instantly, but hit only ancient iron. Sonny had stepped through shadows, appearing a couple of dozen meters away, and then once again, teleporting to the surface of the island that loomed above him now. That last jump ate a lot of his essence, but he had no other choice than to make it. Falling to the ground, Sonny grabbed at his chest, which was pulsating with dull, crippling pain, and groaned. Then he threw himself up and continued running behind him. The tendrils of black tar were already above the edge of the island. Sonny found himself among remnants of an ancient battlefield. Carcasses of broken ships lay forlornly on the barren earth, their blackened hulls covered with scorch marks and gaping with empty darkness. Here and there, pieces of rusty weapons and armor protruded from the ground, covered with ash. The ground itself was shattered and uneven, littered with pockmarks of deep craters. Knowing that he would never escape the giant fiend on foot, Sonny alternated between galloping and jumping through shadows for short distances, sometimes chaining several jumps in a row. By exerting every fiber of his demonic body to its limit, he managed to stay ahead of the pursuing abomination for now, even if it was just barely behind him. The monstrous creature barreled through wreckages of the fallen ships, breaking them apart with a thunderous cacophony of crashes. Its tendrils ripped the wooden hulls apart like paper, sending clouds of ash and debris flying through the air. On the opposite side of the island, Sonny saw the remnants of a colossal pyre, thousands upon thousands of charred human bones arranged into a solemn pyramid to form it. These were perhaps the remains of the warriors that had fought in this battle and once crewed the broken ships. What had brought them to this island, and what had they fought for? Who had won the terrible battle, and at what cost? Had this pyre been meant to honor fallen heroes, or dispose of dead enemies, or even prisoners, perhaps? Without sparing a single thought to these questions, he dove down from the edge and fell through the air, reaching another chain and escaping further south. A few moments later, the corrupted fiend flowed over the edge as well, landing at the heavenly tether with a deafening thud. Sonny was still ahead. The fiend failed to outrun him. For now. The problem was that Sunny was growing tired and slowly running out of shadow essence, while the black tar monster was not south, pursued by the fiend from the dark side. Sunny fled south, crossing one island after another. But no matter how fast he ran, the damned monstrosity was faster. Many of the islands he traversed were populated by nightmare creatures of all kinds. But unlike the towering emerald skeleton, these ones did not even try to fight the corrupted abomination. Instead, they fled too, scattering to the neighboring islands in something that resembled panic, or being consumed if they were not swift enough. At some point, Sunny found himself running side by side with all kinds of nightmare creatures that would have usually not hesitated to attack him. They were like forest animals escaping from a raging fire when a forest fire spread like an insatiable monster, devouring all in its way. Predators and prey were made equal before its terrifying strength. Besides, with his monstrous body and his mind still clouded by the countless times he had shadowed the abominations of all kinds in the Red Colosseum, Sunny was less unlike the nightmare creatures than he had used to be. The black tar monster, however, was making a clear distinction between him and all the other creatures. It only paid attention to those abominations that were directly in its way, while its only goal for some damned reason was singular to catch and consume Sunny. Curse it all, what's so special about me? Was it the fact that he followed the path of ascension instead of corruption? Was it his nature as a shadow? Or maybe was it the flame of divinity that burned in his soul and flowed through his veins? Was that flame an irresistible lure for a creature like that? There was no answer. All Sunny could do was run, as his chest became consumed with pain and his soul became empty and barren, devoid of any essence at all. Sometime later he escaped from the shadows one last time and fell on the emerald grass of a new island, almost completely spent of essence and sapped of all stamina. He was done for. His single heart was beating wildly in his aching chest, drowning as it tried to do the work meant for two. His 4 lungs were on fire. This was it. This was as far as he could go. Sunny drew in a hoarse breath and then slowly rose to his feet. His eyes shone with grim darkness. So be it, good. Come and get me, beast. Let us see which one of us is stronger. I have killed creatures mightier than you before. Granted, during the battle with Wormvine, he had months of preparations and a whole cohort of firekeepers supporting him. Sunny used the last of his essence to summon the cruel sight and turned around, ready to face the assault of the black tendrils. However, something was off. The rattling of the heavenly chains. It had grown quiet. He frowned, then took a few steps toward the edge of the island and looked down. The black tar monster was some distance away, its massive body hanging motionlessly from the heavenly tether. It was frozen and unmoving, with only its tendrils pulsating in a bizarre and nauseating rhythm. The abomination seemed to be reluctant to approach this particular island. It was as though there was an invisible boundary that it refused to cross. For some reason, Sunny stared at the harrowing creature for a few moments and then snarled. He had escaped an inescapable situation once again. He had successfully fled the pursuit of the terrifying fiend. It seemed that luck was on his side in the end. However, was it really? Sunny shivered. But what exactly can scare a corrupted monster away? Chapter 630, Wicked Warlock of the East. Sunny stared at the terrifying fiend for a few moments, then suddenly grimaced, clutched his chest, and fell to one knee. A bestial growl escaped through his sharp fangs. Arg! His heart was beating wildly, sending waves of pain rolling through his exhausted body. He felt weak and lightheaded, beads of sweat glistening on his obsidian skin. This condition was only worsened by the usual sense of frailty that came from utterly depleting reserves of essence. Sunny felt infirm. God damn it, am I having a heart attack? He groaned, remained motionless for a bit, and then slowly stood up. Still clutching his chest, he hunched awkwardly and looked around, trying to determine which island he had found himself on, and what wicked creature might have kept the corrupted monstrosity at bay. His pupils widened slightly. No way the night was slowly advancing, and the island was drowned by the dimming resplendence of a beautiful crimson sunset. Despite only having been here once, Sonny recognized the place, the vastness of the island, the emerald grass that veiled its surface like a soft carpet, the rolling hills, the moss-covered ruins. He had reached the southern island where the crumbling fortress lay at the estuary of the Great Chain, one of the anchors which connected the isles to the mainland of the Dream Realm far below. Well, the fortress had been ruined in the future. Currently, it might have been still standing. Such luck! Sonny was glad to learn that he had arrived at the southernmost point of the Chained Isles during his mad escape from the Black Tar Fiend. However, he was still uneasy about the fact that the abomination refused to approach it. He was in no condition to fight anything, let alone a creature capable of scaring a corrupted monster. But what choice was there? Sonny glanced at the massive body of the terrifying abomination that loomed in the distance, then toward the center of the island. The choices really were simple. He could either jump back on the heavenly chain and try his luck in a battle against the Black Tar Fiend, or remain on the island and risk meeting the unknown horror. He hesitated for a bit and then started limping away from the edge. Yes, an unknown danger was almost always worse than that which was familiar, but who knew? Maybe he was going to get lucky. Maybe the unseen horror was going to turn out friendly and nice. Yeah, why not? Sure. Statistically speaking, a thing like that is bound to happen one day. By the time Sonny reached the center of the island, the night had already descended upon the world, and a full moon was climbing up the velvet surface of the starlit sky. The hills became shrouded in darkness, which hid and protected him, and there was a little bit of shadow essence now, filling his three cores. The pain in his chest had subsided somewhat, but Sonny still felt weak and feverish. He was heading toward the southern edge of the island to take a look at the current status of the boundary fortress, and studied his surroundings carefully in search of any sign of danger. If there was indeed a terrible threat somewhere on the island, it would be better to discover it before it had the chance to discover him first. Cresting the top of a tall hill, Sonny suddenly froze and then crouched down. Safely veiled by the shadows, he looked at a shimmering white light that danced some distance away in the center of a small valley that was formed by the hill he was standing on and several others. What? What is this? He hesitated for a moment, then commanded the gloomy shadow to slide off from his body and get closer to the source of light. However, the shadow hesitated too. Sonny blinked. What the hell are you waiting for? Get down there! You can run away if things go wrong! The gloomy shadow gave him a long look, then shook its head resentfully and timidly glided forward. Soon, Sonny saw a strange picture in the center of the valley. A small fire burned, its color entirely white. In front of it, a lone human figure sat. The human's head was hung low, his face obscured by the falling hair. He was naked above the waist, his pale skin covered with dry blood. However, there seemed to be no wounds on the stranger's body. In fact, there was not a single scar on it. On a stone in front of him, a diamond sickle lay, its blade painted crimson. The image of the bloodied man, half of his body illuminated by the warm light of the dancing flame, half washed in the cold, pale moonlight, was eerie and strangely beautiful. Sonny found himself slightly hypnotized by the solemn mystery of it all, almost to the point of forgetting the danger he was in. After a while, the man let out a deep sigh, and then suddenly spoke in a bright and melodious voice. Who is it there hiding in the shadows? Don't be so timid, friend. Come out. Share the warmth of this fire with me, if you wish. The night is cold and dark. A sonorous laughter rolled across the valley. Oh, don't be scared. I won't eat you. Sonny shivered. Keep your voice down, fool. There's something horrible hiding on this island. But then, he thought for a moment and shuddered. Unless the man himself was the unknown horror. The horror in question, meanwhile, raised his head, finally revealing his face. It was young and beautiful, with smooth, silken skin, high cheekbones, and exquisite features. The man's smile was carefree and pleasant, his eyes bright and humorous. There was a symbol of a crescent moon drawn on his forehead. Sonny recognized him immediately, of course. It was the exact same face he had seen 1,000 times, depicted on each of the miraculous coins. However, Sonny had no time to pay this revelation any attention, because something else drew all of it. It was the fact that the young man shifted slightly, turned his head, and looked directly at him. Not even at the gloomy shadow that hid some distance away from the fire, but at the distant top of the hill where Sonny himself crouched in the shadows. Crap, the young man beckoned him with a finger, still smiling. Come, come, it is rude to refuse a sincere invitation, especially one coming from such a nice person as me. Oh, where are my manners? I didn't even introduce myself. Rejoice, stranger, you are in the brilliant presence of Noctis, the great sorcerer of the East. Chapter 631, the funniest thing in the world. Sonny froze, unsure of what the wisest course of action would be. What to do, after meeting Sylvain? He had a heavy prejudice against crossing paths with powerful figures of the Kingdom of Hope, and Noctis was very powerful of that, he had no doubt. In fact, Sonny was pretty sure that the friendly young man who was looking at him with a charming smile was none other than one of the 7 immortal shackles of the imprisoned daemon, the mysterious Lord of the East, even without taking into account the otherworldly presence that all transcendence seemed to possess. It was easy to tell there was vast and dreadful power within Noctis, hiding behind the deceptively carefree gleam of his lustrous eyes. Plus, there was a citadel in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles, literally called the Sanctuary of Noctis. Who else could have been the ruler there? Who else could have possessed the beautiful flying ship and had their image put on the miraculous coins? So, Sonny had no desire to meet the strange immortal, even though Noctis seemed weirdly friendly and unthreatening. Actually, that only made him more terrifying. But was there even a choice? It was not like Sonny was in any shape to escape from a saint, let alone an immortal sorcerer that even corrupted abominations seemed to be wary of. He hesitated for a bit, then sighed, rose, and headed toward the crackling fire. Noticing that, Noctis hummed in satisfaction and then slightly moved his hand. Immediately, droplets of dew flew from the grass, forming a clear stream that swirled around his body, washing the dry blood away. An exquisite silk cloak rose from the ground, wrapping itself around him. The diamond sickle whistled through the air, shaking itself clean, and hung itself on the sorcerer's belt. Sonny continued walking, still clutching his aching chest, and observed the bizarre occurrence with a deadpan expression. Damn, why don't I know how to perform tricks like that? That would make life so much easier. Finally, under the gloating gaze of the vindictive, gloomy shadow, he walked into the circle of light, and couldn't help but tremble when the saint threw a curious glance at him. It was hard to remain calm in front of a being that could obliterate you with one finger. The whole situation was sort of ridiculous, actually. Noctis looked like a pampered young man in bright silks, with an effeminate face and the body of someone who had never once exerted themselves physically. His hands were smooth and uncalloused, and his build was slender and soft, almost frail. Sonny, on the other hand, was a towering demon clad in an intricate and fearsome suit of onyx armor, his gaunt figure brimming with ferocious might. He had twisting horns, 4 powerful arms, and a mouth full of sharp fangs, his eyes completely black and inhuman. And yet, it was the demon who was afraid of the pampered young man and not the other way around. Ridiculous. Noctis studied the tenebrous demon in front of him, his smile growing wider. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. A shadow. Did fate guide you to me, I wonder? Sonny grew very still. Fate? What does he mean? The sorcerer, meanwhile, gestured for him to sit. Sit down, Shadow. It seems that you are unwell. Rest for a bit and warm yourself. Sonny hesitated, then lowered himself to the ground, sitting across the dancing flames from the transcendent. He gleaned at Noctis's soul to make sure that he was right to call the young man so, and saw a single resplendent core shining in his chest. That was scratched 2 runes into one of the stones surrounding the fire. Sorcerer's brows flew up. Those runes, huh? Goodness gracious now. I'm sad that I wasn't as studious as my mentors demanded all that time ago. Those boring charlatans. Well, let's see, star. No, that should be sun, lost sun. Absence of sun, sunless. Sonny nodded, causing Noctis to beam with a prideful grin. Ha! There's indeed no one smarter than me in the Kingdom of Hope. The rumors are true. Well, of course they are true. I'm the one who paid storytellers to spread them. In any case, Sunless, what a fitting name you have. Truly a name worthy of a shadow. A little on the nose, if you ask me. but very nice, nevertheless. Well done." Sonny tilted his head, staring at the saint in confusion. What the hell is this guy, just eccentric or completely insane? Noctis didn't mind being stared at, and instead seemed to enjoy it a great deal. He looked at the onyx demon in return, the smile frozen on his face. The humor in his eyes slowly disappeared, making way for a strange, dangerous gleam. "Sunless, since fate itself has brought us together. Can you answer me a simple question?" Feeling tension spreading through his exhausted body, Sonny grew grim, and then slowly nodded. "This is not good. Not good at all. Damn it! Why is everyone in this place crazy?" Noctis leaned forward and said, his voice deceptively calm and friendly. "Tell me, do you perhaps have a knife cut from a single piece of black obsidian in your possession?" Sonny shivered. How the hell does he know? But there was nothing he could do. The question had been asked, and now he was compelled to answer. He struggled against the flaw for as long as he could, then gritted his teeth and nodded again. The immortal sorcerer stared at Sonny for a few moments, his lustrous eyes reflecting moonlight like two shining pools of pale blue radiance. Then he suddenly threw his head back and exploded with joyful laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in history. Noctis laughed so hard that tears appeared in his eyes, glistening in the moonlight like crystals. Finally, he satiated his mirth and glanced at Sonny once again, the carefree smile returning to his face. "Ah, sunless fate is the funniest thing in the world, don't you think? You and I have a feeling that we are going to be great friends, Sunless, believe it." Chapter 632. Broken heart, Sonny froze, his tired body tensing up. His vertical pupils narrowed and breath escaped through his gritted fangs with a hissing sound. Damnation, despite the strange reactions of the eccentric saint. He wasn't fooled out here in the Kingdom of Hope. There was no power greater than that of the immortal wardens that guarded its imprisoned queen, and the only weakness the immortals had were the knives that held their fates hostage. The obsidian knife was a weapon that could destroy one of the eternal shackles, and as such, it was a priceless treasure. The very concept of value was too mundane and pedestrian to be applied to it, and he had just revealed the fact that he possessed one to an infinitely more powerful being, to one of the very immortals whose lives the knife could reap. It didn't matter if the obsidian knife was meant for Noctis himself or one of the other shackles. If it contained his own fate, then the sorcerer would stop at nothing to gain control of it so that no one else could. If it contained another's, he would be able to exert influence over one of the wardens or dispose of them completely. Noctis would undoubtedly try to take the knife, but, inexplicably, the sorcerer did nothing of the sort. Instead, as Sonny stared at him in confusion, Noctis relaxed and started to hum a joyful melody. Then he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. "Ah, Sunless! How fortunate it is that I've met you." His smile dimmed a little and his eyes for a moment grew dark and terrifying. "Before we met, you see, I was prepared to do something rather drastic, but now there is no need." The divination truly worked. He remained silent for a few moments, and then seamlessly switched back to his usual carefree persona. "This wonderful occasion demands a celebration. Yes, we simply must celebrate while you're still alive, which won't be for long. Regretfully so, better keep it simple." Sonny flinched. "What?" Meanwhile, something rustled in the air, and a figure of a very tall man suddenly appeared out of the darkness. Sonny tensed, surprised that the stranger managed to approach them unnoticed. Why had he not sensed the bastard? The figure calmly stepped into the light, revealing itself to not be a man at all. Instead, it was a wooden mannequin carved into a semblance of a man, wearing an elegant livery with embroidered sleeves and hem. It had simple features and held a tray with grapes, fresh fruit, and several beautifully painted amphoras of wine. The mannequin looked disturbingly familiar. In fact, it bore a close resemblance to a far less feral, ancient, and corrupted version of a sailor doll, who had been the nightmare creatures populating Shipwreck Island before Sonny and the Firekeepers eradicated them. The strange sailor doll placed the tray in front of them, stepped back into the darkness, and froze, becoming undistinguishable from a dead piece of wood. Noctis smiled and reached out for one of the amphoras. Sunny's thoughts, meanwhile, were in turmoil. What the hell does he mean? I won't be alive for long. He opened his mouth, then closed it in frustration and hurriedly traced several runes in the ash. What? Why? The sorcerer scowled as he tried to read them, then gave him an unapologetic smile. Why are we keeping it so simple? Yes, of course you would be confused. See, usually I would have thrown a great feast to celebrate the occasion. I am the most gracious person in the Kingdom of Hope, after all. But sadly, we will have to be satisfied with this shameful. Sunny furiously shook his head, and then drew several more runes. Sunless? Death? Why? Noctis stared at him with surprise. Well, aren't you dying? That broken heart of yours is giving out. I thought that this was why you came here, to spend your last few days near his resting place. Sunny blinked a few times, trying to digest what he had just heard. Was his one remaining heart really failing? It did feel like it was on the verge of tearing apart during his escape from the black tar monster. It continued to ache dully still. And whose resting place was Noctis talking about? No, that was not important right now. He erased the previous runes and traced two more. Heart broken? Noctis frowned. Wait, do you? Do you perhaps not want to die? I didn't say anything before in order to respect your wishes, but if dying peacefully was not your intention, then why are you wasting time drinking wine with me, Sunless? Are you crazy? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, unamused, his eyes full of resentment. Then he ground his fangs and wrote, No, don't know, maybe heart, heal. The sorcerer scratched his head. You are a very strange shadow, Sunless. Well, mending a broken heart is not easy. And yours is not only broken, you also seem to have misplaced one. Until you replace the lost heart, there is no point in healing the one that remains. It will just break apart again. But where would a shadow creature like you find a suitable heart in this god-forsaken land? He sighed. The servants of shadow are all gone, and so are the servants of heart. Without them, only the greatest of healers would be able to build a heart worthy of a shadow demon from scratch. Noctis looked down dejectedly, but then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Luckily, I am the most gifted and renowned healer in the Kingdom of Hope. For me, creating a new heart for you won't be much of a problem. But, Sunless, despite the fact that you and I are dear friends, a favor like that is not something to be given lightly. I wouldn't want to put a strain on our friendship, you know. So you will have to do something for me, too. That would only be polite, don't you think? Sunny had a feeling that he was being swindled. After all, he was an accomplished swindler himself. However, that didn't really matter. The part of Noctis's words about the inevitable failure of his one remaining heart at least rang true. Perhaps if Sunny managed to not put any excessive strain on it in the future, things would be fine. But what were the chances of him having a peaceful life in a nightmare? 0. He desperately needed a functioning heart, and better yet, 2 of them. Only then would he be back to his full strength and ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Sunny sighed and drew several runes, already suspecting what he would hear. He wants the damned knife, doesn't he? That bastard! Sunless do what? Noctis looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. What he said next, however, was not what Sunny expected to hear. The sorcerer suddenly turned around and gestured south. Oh, it's nothing much, really. You see, there's an abandoned fortress on the edge of this island. All I want is for you to climb inside and remain there until dawn. Actually, it will be best if you can fall asleep. So a little nap in exchange for a new heart. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I mean, it's just a few hours of sleep, really. What's the worst that could happen? The gloomy shadow grabbed its head in utter despair. Chapter 633. Dead Fortress Sunny remained silent for a long time, looking at Noctis with a grim expression. Finally he shifted and drew several runes, the onyx claw of his armored gauntlet moving through the ash with swift precision. Fortress danger inside? The sorcerer laughed. Danger, of course there is danger, but don't worry, it is nothing that you won't be able to handle. I think, believe, even. Regardless, there's no one in the entire Kingdom of Hope better suited for this task. Thank you, Sunless. So hurry up. Time's a-wasting. Sunny scowled, unamused by the fact that Noctis avoided the question. Unwilling to let go, he growled and pointed to the ruins again. The sorcerer sighed wistfully. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, Sunless, it's just that there's no point. You won't remember anyway, but this will benefit us both, trust me. This fortress once belonged to a friend of mine. He was one of Hope's shackles, just like me, and a shadow, just like you. Do you see now why I think that fate itself has brought us together?" Sonny held his breath. "So, I was right. Noctis is indeed one of the immortals. And, more than that, one of the original 7 had been a follower of Shadow God. Only 5 wardens were still alive, and none of them held dominion over the south, so it was safe to assume that this Shadow Lord was dead." Suddenly the sorcerer's comment about this island being someone's resting place made more sense. If so, maybe there were some relics that the Transcendent of Shadows left behind in the fortress. That changed things. A little. Sonny hesitated for a while and then gestured to his chest. Noctis smiled. "What? Surely you are not doubting my skill. Rest assured, Sunless. I'll create a wonderful new heart for you. I'll even replace the fingers you seem to be missing as a bonus. Unless not having fingers is your preference, of course." Sonny stared at him for a few minutes, then sighed and stood up. Picking up a bunch of grapes, he glanced at the eccentric sorcerer one more time, and then headed south, toward the edge of the island where the abandoned fortress stood. "You won't remember it anyway. I wonder what the hell did he mean?" As he walked, Sonny noticed several clusters of beautiful white flowers growing here and there among the emerald grass. The closer to the fortress he came, the more of these flowers there were. Despite the fact that it was the middle of the night, their buds were open, filling the air with a faint but pleasant smell. A deep scowl appeared on his face. These flowers, they looked vaguely familiar. He slowly ate the sweet, succulent grapes and searched his memory for a hint of where he might have seen them. After a while, his expression turned even darker. There was an island in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles, not too far from the sanctuary of Noctis, covered by a vast and beautiful field of such white flowers. Everyone, even the most competent cohorts of Awakened, and those from the White Feather clan, avoided this island like a plague. The ground there was littered with bones of all kinds, hidden beneath the delicate white petals. As soon as a person stepped on the surface of the island, they would feel an irresistible desire to stop, rest, and fall asleep. And if they succumbed to that desire, none ever woke up. Sonny silently cursed. "Is that bastard trying to kill me?" But for some reason he had trouble believing that Noctis simply wanted him dead. A saint had far easier ways to kill an Awakened, let alone someone as tired and weakened as him. There was no need to go to such lengths. So what the sorcerer had said must have been true, or at least close to it. He believed that Sonny was uniquely suited for the task and had a good chance of accomplishing it alive. But why? What was so special about Sonny? What could he do that even a Transcendent could not? Was it because he was connected to Shadow God, as the previous owner of the fortress had been full of dark thoughts? He crested another hill and saw the familiar silhouette of the Boundary stronghold not too far away. Was in much better condition than it had been in the future. In fact, it almost looked whole if not for the moss covering its walls, the lack of lights, and the deathly silence that enveloped it. Sonny would have thought that the castle was still inhabited by humans. The tall walls built of gray stone rose high into the night sky, and the massive gates were closed shut. The ancient fortress was bathed in the pale moonlight, looking somber and foreboding like a cursed tomb. Sonny grimaced. Not ominous at all. Still clutching his chest, he made his way down the hill and approached the menacing stronghold. Its walls had not crumbled yet, so the path he had taken to get inside the last time did not exist yet. Full of grim unease, Sonny thrust his claws into the ancient stone and started climbing. These walls were nothing compared to the Great Wall of the Dark City. Getting to the top was not going to be hard, even for a human. And currently he wasn't even human. He was a demon, be it a dying one. Soon he finally reached the top of the wall and crouched on its lip, looking down into the empty courtyard. Here, the signs of abandonment were more pronounced. There were dust and dirt everywhere, with weeds growing through the ancient cobblestones. The fortress was desolate and hollow, devoid of anyone to inhabit and take care of it. He hesitated with a decision for a bit, and then reluctantly sent two of his shadows away to explore the stronghold. If there was indeed a powerful creature nesting inside, they would surely find it minutes past intense anticipation. The shadows glided through the empty corridors and halls of the abandoned stronghold, through its towers and dungeons. However, no matter where they looked, they did not find any sign of life. What they did find, however, were corpses. Here and there, human skeletons lay, still dressed in archaic garments and armor. There was no sign of struggle around them, no tears on their clothes, and no apparent wounds on their bodies. It just seemed as though the former garrison of the stronghold had lowered themselves to the ground and died for no reason whatsoever. All of it was just too eerie. Curse it all. Curse the damned immortals. And curse this damned place. Sonny almost turned around and ran, but then his chest pulsed with pain, reminding him of the reason for why he had come here. With a deep sigh, he jumped down from the lip of the wall and walked toward the main structure of the fortress. Time to find me a soft bed. Sonny entered the donjon, summoned the shadows back, and walked through the silent halls on his way to the higher levels of the massive tower. Once there, he walked around for a bit, searching for a suitable room, and soon found one that seemed to be both comfortable and well protected. Unceremoniously throwing a corpse in a rotten nightgown off the bed, he lay down in its place and tiredly closed his eyes. Sure, this place was beyond creepy, but he was in fact tired to the bone and in desperate need of rest. Some sleep would do him good. What's the big deal anyway? I've slept in far worse places before falling into the embrace of oblivion. He summoned Saint from the shadows and gave her a mental command to watch over him. After hesitating for a bit, Sonny did the same with the soul serpent. Only once the two shadows assumed guard did he allow himself to relax. In the silence of the abandoned fortress, Sonny could easily hear the strained beating of his heart. However, he was too exhausted to pay it any attention. Just a few minutes later, he was already sound asleep, and just a moment before falling into deep slumber with his mind already half gone, he thought that he heard an unexpected sound somewhere close, but also far away. It was like the ringing of hooves on the cold stone floors. Chapter 634, Pillar of Flame. Sonny woke up just before dawn. He lay still for a while, reluctant to leave the warm embrace of the blankets. Then, with a sigh, he sat up and shivered in the morning cold. It was time to face a new day, and there was a lot to do. He had no excuses to laze about. A dull pain suddenly radiated through his chest. He looked down with a confused expression, studying the old scars covering his tan bronze skin. I guess it's going to rain, then? An ivory arm suddenly appeared from beneath the blankets, caressing his firm muscles. Is it morning already? Sonny smiled, grasped the hand of his wife, and nodded. Yes, my sunshine. She sighed. All right, go. Get ready. I'll wake up the little devil. He remained motionless, leisurely enjoying the sight of the beauty he had somehow managed to coax into marrying a ruffian like him, dressing herself, careful not to disturb the round belly where their second child slept peacefully, with not a care in the world. His smile grew a little wider. I said, Go, today is not the day for your mischief, hoodlum. Have you forgotten? Sonny made a dejected face, then rose and dressed as well. When he left their quarters, the servants were already hard at work preparing for the day. When they saw him, each bowed respectfully and greeted him with warm voices. Being subjected to all this adoration and decorum, Sonny had to put on a face worthy of a lord as well. How bothersome! The servants were going to prepare everything for the upcoming journey, but one thing he had to do himself. That was something that Sonny would not allow anyone else to perform. Not for the lack of trust, but simply because it was his duty. Entering the stables, he greeted his steed and went, a lord of some renown, and left his turbulent past behind. But the bond between a warrior and his horse was sacred. Just because the two of them didn't have to risk their lives on a battlefield anymore didn't mean that he would forget it. When all was done, he led the horse to the courtyard and attached the weathered wooden scabbard to the saddle, the cold steel of a beautiful sword hidden safely within. Then he stared at the scabbard for some time, massaging his aching chest with a distant expression. A subtle, dark expression appeared on his face. After a while, the sound of quick steps headed his way. Dad! Sonny turned around and grinned as he caught his son in an iron embrace. Trying to sneak up on your poor old father, huh? Not so fast. I was sneaking up on monsters long before you were born, brat. The boy giggled, and then took a step back. He was turning 7 today, and on that occasion his mother had dressed him in the best clothes they had. The little devil almost looked like a proper child, and not a corrupted abomination sent to the mortal realm to torture his helpless parents. Why did you have to sneak up too weak to kill them outright, huh? Sonny sighed in exasperation and stared at the heavens. Lady, help me! Why did their son have to inherit his poisonous tongue as well? The boy, meanwhile, turned around and looked into the distance, where the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower could already be seen in the morning haze. His eyes widened. Dad, is it true? Am I going to see her today, the lady? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. Of course you're turning 7, are you not? Today is a divine day. So you will meet our goddess, to introduce yourself and pledge yourself to her service. His son frowned. But she isn't really a goddess, is she? Won't other gods be angry with me? Sonny laughed. Gods are too great and mighty to know what jealousy means. Kid, why would they mind? Lady Hope gives us shelter and safety, protects us from the corruption, from war, famine, plague, and even ourselves. If that is not something worthy of worship, then I don't know what is. With that, he jumped into the saddle and then lifted the boy to sit in front of him. Let's go! They left the manor and followed the road of white stones through a peaceful forest and up the hill. The horse walked forward at a steady pace, easily bearing the weight of 2 riders. Sunshine fell through the canopy of leaves in wide beams, making their surroundings look like a fairy tale. Sonny was enjoying the beauty of the forest and its tranquility. A long time ago, before coming to the Kingdom of Hope, he had known neither. His life had been nothing but bloodshed and pain, battle after battle, war after war. Only after coming to this realm and deciding to remain here did he learn the truth of how joyous life could be, especially when shared with those you love. His son, however, didn't know anything about strife and darkness. This peace was all he had ever known. For that reason he was extremely bored. The boy fidgeted for a few minutes, then stared at the hilt of Sonny's sword. One day, I'm going to have a sword of my own. It will be way bigger and sharper than yours, old man. Mark my words, Sonny laughed. What do you need a sword for? His son glanced at him with confusion. What do you mean? What for? To become an awakened, a warrior, like you. Sonny looked away and didn't respond for a while. His eyes grew distant. His heart ached. Why did it ache so much today? I was a warrior once, true, but I never chose to be a warrior. I just became one to survive. In the Kingdom of Hope, you don't need to fight, suffer, and kill others to live a long and happy life. Why would you still want to be a warrior? The boy fell silent, a comically thoughtful frown appearing on his face. He turned away and didn't say anything else for a while. Sonny doubted that his son really understood what he meant, and he hoped that the boy never would. Closing his eyes, he said a silent prayer. Hail to you, desire, demon of hope. Please hear my yearning. Protect my son from all the horrors of the world, and save him as you have saved me. Silently, the 3 of them, the man, the boy, and the horse, left the forest and climbed the tall hill. From its top, a breathtaking sight opened before them. In front of them, a vast plain was bathed in sunlight, emerald grass shining with the morning dew. Here and there, farmsteads and fields stood, golden wheat swaying in the wind. Sparkling ribbons of rivers cut the plain, and in the distance a beautiful city built of white stone rose from the ground, with a magnificent pagoda towering above it. Sonny couldn't help but smile. No matter how many times he saw it, he could help but feel a little bit sentimental. Hey, do you want to wave to your mother? I'm sure she's looking in this direction right now. His son glanced at him with a pitying expression. Are you crazy? She won't see us. We're too far away. Sonny laughed. Says who? He turned around and looked back at a similar landscape that lay behind them. Gazing past the forest, he saw the small town and a humble stone manor standing near it. From this distance, the building looked like a toy. He raised his hand and waved. Hey, Dad, Sonny scoffed. What are you going to mock me some more? The boy shook his head. No, it's just, what is wrong with the sky? It looks funny. Huh. Sonny raised his head, then frowned in confusion. The sky indeed looked funny. The sun was still climbing up, but there seemed to be a second one right above them, swelling with incandescent light. The sky itself was growing brighter and brighter, as if permeated with intense heat. The clouds were all gone. A gust of hot wind suddenly blew past them. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Wait, what? In the next second, a colossal pillar of incandescent flame suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the plain and shattering the land like glass. A blinding flash drowned the world in white, and through it, a terrible sound rolled across the forest. Deafened, Sonny felt his son screaming, but could not hear his voice. At the point where the pillar of flame fell, the ground itself was split open and thrown into the air, colossal pieces of melted earth, raining down fire, ash, and death. The hill on which they stood shook and then shifted, throwing Sonny off the horse. No. Still dazed, he tried to find his son, but failed. Instead, his gaze fell on the small town and the stone manor that stood in the distance. As Sonny watched in horror, the ground opened up, with fountains of fire shooting into the sky. The houses were instantly devoured by the flames, and incinerated, turning into clouds of ash. No. In the next moment, the whole hill crumbled. The last thing Sonny saw before being smothered by the avalanche of scorching earth was the fragile figure of his son being swallowed by flames. No! And then he died. Pain. Why did his heart hurt so much? Sonny opened his eyes in the darkness and sat down, throwing the furs aside. He stared at his feeble chest, then touched it with a shaking hand, surprised. Since when did his chest start to ache during the night? Being old is not fun, chasing the remnants of a terrible nightmare away. He struggled to sit up and massaged his joints for a while, waiting until some flexibility returned to them. Then, he slowly stood up and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the sacred grove that enveloped him. Well, at least he woke up alive, at his age. That was already an accomplishment. If only his heart didn't ache so much, but that was just what being old meant. Every dawn brought a new ache. Actually, Sonny would have been more scared if he woke up and suddenly felt perfectly fine. In any case, it was time to face a new day. Chapter 635, The Will of Gods Using a Wooden Cane. Sonny walked out of his hut and breathed in the clear, sweet air of the sacred grove. The ancient trees rustled gently, as if greeting him. The forest was slowly waking up, emerald leaves longing to be bathed in the warmth of the sun once more. Chilly fog was flowing between the mighty trunks, suffused with the vibrant lilac light of the early dawn. The nightingales sang cheerfully. Jumping from branch to branch, the sight of it was familiar, beautiful, and calming. Truly, the Grove of Heart God was the jewel of the Kingdom of Hope. How lucky he was to have been born and spend most of his life here. These trees had stood upon the ancient land before it had been shattered, weathered the terrible cataclysm of Desire's imprisonment, and were going to remain standing here long after he was dead and forgotten, his bones buried at their roots. Now that Sonny was old and didn't have a lot of time left to live, that thought was very comforting. A human's life might be fleeting, but the beautiful grove was eternal. He patted one of the ancient oaks as an old friend sighed and limped toward the water spring to fill his jug. Since Sonny's hut stood at the outskirts of the grove, he could see the edge of the island through the spaces between the tree trunks. As always, it rose and fell slowly, the heavenly chains rattling from time to time. Everything was just as usual, which was the very best thing in the world. Sonny had lived a long life. Some of it was peaceful, and some of it was turbulent. But luckily, the turbulent times had not visited this quiet forest for a long time. And that was the only thing that he had always wanted, to live a quiet and tranquil life, far away from all the strife and misfortune of the ever-changing world. Change always brought ruin on its wings. Sonny wanted no part of it. However, today, his desires were not meant to come true. Something unexpected did happen. disturbing the familiar routine of his day. At the very edge of the island, a mighty black steed suddenly appeared, as if jumping from below, where a giant chain connected to the soil of the sacred grove. He walked forward at a steady pace, approaching the line of ancient trees. The steed had no saddle, but there was a rider on his back. A pretty young woman in a simple red tunic sat there, her ivory legs svelte and bare. She had a graceful figure, a face so lovely that it simply demanded to be gazed upon, and chestnut hair that fell down like a silken waterfall. Sonny stared at the young woman, mesmerized by her beauty. Then he scoffed and shook his head. "What are you even doing, old fool? Your days of ogling pretty girls are long over. This beauty is young enough to be your granddaughter. Have some shame, you vile lecher," he chuckled wryly, and then changed his course to greet the unexpected guest. Dozen meters or so away from the line of trees, the young beauty stopped her horse, jumped down with breathtaking grace, and knelt in the soft grass, looking down as other pilgrims would usually do. Sonny made his way toward the girl, panting a little from the strain, and tried to put on a smile worthy of an enlightened elder. For some reason, the closer he got to the beauty, the worse his heart ached. "Ah, what's wrong with this frail body of mine today?" "Greetings, young lady. Welcome. What brings you to the Heart Grove? Tell this old man your worries. Maybe I'll be able to help." The beauty did not raise her head, still looking down, as if to show her respect and reverence. Her voice, when she spoke, was melodious and calm. However, Sonny had been meeting pilgrims like her for many decades. All of them came here overwhelmed by sorrows and regret. That was why they sought out a passage to the sacred grove. This was a place of solace. He could sense a deep ocean of darkness hiding behind the facade of calmness. The young woman had put on, too. She said, "I seek audience with the lady of the grove." Sonny lingered for a bit, then sighed. So young, and yet so troubled, how sad, then. He leaned on his cane and smiled. "Well, she ought to be up and about by now. How about that? I'll wait with you until the lady arrives." The young beauty didn't answer, and simply continued to stare down, still like a statue. Her breathing was deep and steady. Even her scary black horse seemed patient and indifferent. Suddenly, Sonny felt a strange unease. He took a closer look at the girl and frowned. "Do I have dementia now? What? In the name of hope, is that?" His eyes seemed to be playing tricks on him. Sonny could swear that he saw a radiant sphere of light burning inside the young beauty's chest. Not that he was looking in that direction without any reason. His hand suddenly stretched sideways, his palm opening, as if waiting to grasp something out of the air. Sonny stared at it in confusion. "Weird. What are you doing, stupid hand?" He awkwardly hid the willful hand behind his back and cleared his throat. Maybe he didn't quite recover from that terrible nightmare yet. As he did so, the young woman suddenly spoke, her head still bowed. "Tell me, have you ever seen the ivory tower?" What an unexpected question. Sonny grinned. "Oh, sure, when I was a senseless youth, not much older than you. It might not look like it, but this elder was quite a wastrel once. I ran away from home and went on an adventure. That was when I saw the Ivory City and many other things. But eventually, I came back to this grove. There is nowhere better than home, I believe." He thought for a few moments, and then said, "Why do you ask?" The young woman remained silent for a while. "I heard that there's an evil demon locked inside the tower, that the gods put her there as a punishment for her malevolence, corruption, and pride. Do you think it's true?" Sonny chuckled. "Ah, that. Sometimes I forget how much knowledge has been lost by us, the inhabitants of the kingdom of hope. Yes, young lady, there is indeed a daemon imprisoned within the ivory tower. However, she was never evil, malevolent, or corrupt. In fact, Hope was very kind and generous to us humans." The beauty shifted slightly. "Oh, why did the gods punish her then?" Sonny sighed dejectedly. "That is the question, isn't it? Why destroy this land and put its kind lady in shackles? Who knows? If mortals like us could know the will of gods, then maybe we'd be gods instead." There it was again, the radiant flame in the young woman's chest. He wasn't imagining things. It was really there. Sonny was about to try and get a better look, uncaring of how improper such an attempt would seem, but at that moment, a dearly familiar voice came from behind him. However, he had never heard that voice sound so somber and grave. The Lady of the Grove said, "Why are you here, Solvain?" Chapter 636. Desecration, why have you come here, Solvain? Sonny turned around, looking at the delicate woman who stood behind him. Her dress woven out of simple green fabric, a girdle of tree bark wrapped around her thin waist. Despite looking only slightly older than their guest, with soft skin and sparkling hazel eyes, she had a calm and confident presence about her that brought peace and a feeling of safety to all who surrounded her. The woman looked beautiful, wise and young. So young. She also resembled Sonny very much. As always, seeing her brought both warm joy and deep sadness to his heart. Sonny smiled, hiding his sorrow, then said in a tone most gentle and loving, "Hey, Mom, we have a guest." The Lady of the Grove, his mother, looked at him for a short moment, and then answered in a voice that rang with tension and urgency, "Get away from her, child, now." Sonny frowned, confused, then did as he was told, arduously pushing his old body forward with the help of the cane. His heart was sending pulses of pain radiating through his chest. Ah, even walking was hard today. Behind him, a dark smile appeared on the face of the young beauty whom his mother called Solvain. She slowly rose from the grass and faced the Lady of the Grove, her radiant eyes burning with grim light. "You must know why I came here. There is no need to pretend, Adre." Sonny finally reached his mother and stood beside her, turning around to look at the strange pilgrim. Something isn't right. How does she know my mother's name? Was she, perhaps, a powerful awakened? Well, whoever she was, the eternal guardian of the sacred grove was not going to let things get too out of hand. She was not only his mother, but also transcendent Adre, the blessed of heart God, after all, so there was no reason to worry. Nothing terrible ever happened in the sacred grove. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that suddenly another brilliant sphere of light appeared in view, this one inside the body of his own mother. Sonny stared at her back for a few moments, then glanced at Solvain. He even looked at the horse. Meanwhile, the smile disappeared from Solvain's beautiful face. Her voice turned cold and sharp as she said, "I have heard rumors that across all of the Kingdom of Hope, a cult of her followers was slowly spreading like a virulent plague. Imagine my surprise, my indignation, my rage when I discovered that you were the source of this disease." "You," Sonny's face darkened. "Ah, so that's what this is all about." He had warned his mother that this might happen. Saying anything good about a daemon was tantamount to offending the gods these days. Maybe he should have followed his own advice and kept his mouth shut earlier. Damnation, Solvain, meanwhile, clenched her fists. "I came here wishing to be proven wrong, but instead saw that the accusations were true. Your own son is infected by this heresy. How could you betray us so? You have created a cult of daemon worshippers? You have nurtured the very thing that we were created to prevent?" The Lady of the Grove scowled. "So what if I did? Do you think, perhaps, that I have forgotten the solemn oath we had given? No. You are the ones who are blind to the will of the Lord of Light. You are the ones who have failed in your duty." Solvain stared at the delicate woman in the green dress for a while, her expression grim. Then, she slowly shook her head. "You are so broken. How did you allow your soul to get so twisted? You, out of all of us, should have been the last to become lost. Your God should have protected you. He is the God of souls, is he not?" Sonny heard his mother chuckle, her voice devoid of amusement. "Be done with it, Solvain. Did you not say that there was no need for us to pretend? Just say what you have come to say and leave this place. War isn't welcomed here." The young beauty in a red tunic remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised her hand. Sonny frowned, noticing that there was now a strange knife forged out of a single strip of dull metal in it. Where did it come from? His mother suddenly trembled. He had never seen her afraid before. You wouldn't dare." Solvain gritted her teeth. "You forced my hand, Idre. None of us wanted this, but in the end, they all agreed." The Lady of the Grove fell silent, then shook her head. "You lie. Noctis would never abandon me. She took a step forward. And you are here of your own will, with none of the other chain lords giving their permission. Do you really think that they would allow something like that to happen? No matter which one of us falls, the one who remains will no longer be fateless. The balance of power between us, seven, will be no irrevocably broken, obliterated. Are you mad? Can you even imagine what kind of disaster will follow? But then her voice trailed off, and she stumbled. Her beautiful hazel eyes widened. Sunny shivered, feeling that just then something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. His mother stared at Sylvain, her face growing deathly pale, and then she whispered, Unless you do better than any of us? Oh, Sylvain, how ruthless you are. Sunny felt his heartache growing stronger. There was a cold sensation grasping his chest, making him clutch at it with a pained grimace. Arg, what are they even talking about? I don't understand what is going on. Aedra of the Sacred Grove looked down for a long time, then spoke. Her voice was quiet and full of sorrow. I see now. I understand. I should have known that out of all of us, you are the bravest. This sacrifice, Sylvain, even in the realm of shadows. I won't forget it. With that, she turned to Sunny, who was really confused by what was happening, and smiled sadly. And you, I'm sorry, child. Please forgive me if you can. With that, his mother faced the beauty in the red tunic and raised her delicate hand, a knife carved out of a single piece of wood suddenly appearing in it, as though out of nowhere. Her voice grew firm and determined. However, Sylvain, you should not have never challenged me on this hallowed ground. I won't give up without a fight, and neither will my grove. The young woman facing her smiled, her radiant eyes shining with a furious light. Prove it, Mom. Mom Sunny crawled through the ash, suffocating on bitter smoke. Tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks, evaporating because of the terrible heat. His heart ached. Oh, it ached so horribly. All of him was in pain, and all around him the sacred grove burned, enveloped by incinerating, raging fire. He could hear the screams of its inhabitants echoing in the dim darkness. Humans and beasts alike, burning alive as their whole world was being slowly turned into ash. How can this be? How? How? Pushing himself forward with the weak hands of a useless old man, he crawled toward the delicate figure lying on the ground a few meters, so far away. He refused to die before he reached it. The ground was scorching his palms, which were now covered in terrible blisters, but he persisted, unwilling to give up. Mom? And then, finally, he reached her. The Lady of the Grove lay dead amidst the fire, shards of a strange iron dagger sizzling in the blood-soaked mud around her. Swallowing tears, Sunny awkwardly hugged her body and let out a stifled howl. Why? Why did it feel so familiar? As though he had felt this pain once, a long time ago, already in another world. Why are you dead? Weren't you supposed to be immortal? How can this be? No, this is just a bad dream, a nightmare. I need to wake up. Wake up, you old fool, wake up. But no matter what he did, he couldn't. Even if it was just a nightmare, he was trapped in it, unable to escape. Trapped in a nightmare? As this strange thought rang in his mind, a trunk of an ancient tree suddenly fell nearby. A whirlwind of fiery sparks and burning debris raising into the air. Sunny stared at it, feeling his vision darken and his thoughts disappear one after another. He was coughing, unable to stop. He couldn't breathe. He was suffocating. How did this happen? The old man stared at the burning forest, his eyes aflame with grief and mad disbelief. How could the sacred grove be destroyed? Wasn't it supposed to stand tall, beautiful, and tranquil long after he was dead? Wasn't it supposed to outlive him? A sense of utter, lightless sorrow and despair drowned his mind, just like smoke was drowning his lungs and pain was drowning his body. This is a nightmare, just a nightmare. It can't be real. No. That bitter thought was the last one that appeared in Sunny's mind before he fell into the searing darkness. And in that darkness, alone and hurting, he died. Pain, terrible, torturous pain. His heart was in pain, but so was the rest of him. Sunny couldn't open his eyes because they were glued together with dried blood. But if he did, all he would see would be the dark walls of a dungeon cell where he was strapped to a rusty torture device, red-hot metal spikes thrust into his body. Lost and forgotten, far away from the light of the blessed sun, a familiar voice invaded his ears, making him shudder. "Ah, you're awake. Good. You've been out of it for so long this time, my friend. Shall we continue? More torture." Sonny sighed, knowing what awaited him all too well. He could barely remember who he was before ending up in this cold dungeon, or why he was being tormented by the owner of the cursed voice. All he knew was pain, darkness, and despair. However, this time, all of it didn't seem so terrible. What could have been worse than the harrowing nightmare he had just seen? Solvane, Adri, Noctis. The names sounded familiar. Had he known these people once, perhaps? Before this hell, if anything even existed outside of it, of course. In any case, that didn't matter. All that mattered was pain, torment, and hopelessness. He gritted his teeth. It was time to face a new day. Chapter 637, Ron Cage. The torture continued without end. Day after day, night after night. Sonny screamed when he had the voice, and remained silent when he lost it. A long time ago, decades ago, he still had pride, and endured the torment without giving the torturer the satisfaction of hearing him howl, cry, and beg. But there was no point. Pride had no place here, only pain. Anyone should have died from the inhuman agony he was subjected to and the terrible wounds dealt to his body. But Sonny didn't die, was unable to die, and so there was no end to his anguish. Every morning, his wounds were gone, as if he was born anew. Every morning, the torturer returned, and the cycle continued. The torturer himself never asked Sonny any questions. It was as though he was tormenting his prisoner, just for the sake of torment. However, the master of the dungeon never seemed to enjoy his cruelty. He never reveled in the agony of his victim, and instead seemed almost sad while performing his duties. Why was this happening? How long had it been happening? When would this never-ending nightmare end? Never-ending nightmare. Sonny didn't know. He barely knew himself anymore. All he knew was fear, darkness, and pain. Lord, save me. On one of these days, he opened his eyes to see the torturer entering the cell. His personal executioner was tall and noble in bearing, with skin as white as ivory, lustrous golden hair and amber eyes that were full of calmness, conviction, and melancholy. Just like always, the torturer started preparing his tools, and just like always, Sonny strained his mangled body, pointlessly trying to break free of his shackles. But this time, something unexpected happened. Sonny froze and stared at the radiant man in front of him, his eyes widening. Can this be, just like in the harrowing nightmare he had seen a few days ago? There was a beautiful sphere of light burning within the torturer's chest. Splendor washed over Sonny, making the terrible pain recede for a moment. A weak, pale smile found its way onto his face. Sonny bathed in the light and whispered, "Sun?" Oh, how he had longed to see the sun again! The torture froze, then slowly turned to him. His amber eyes shone with sudden emotion. "You are speaking again?" He took a tentative step forward and studied Sonny's face, then gently caressed it. "Brother, my brother, how good it is to hear your voice once more." Sonny shivered. "Brother, are we brothers?" He was weak and confused. Thoughts danced chaotically in his broken mind, fragile like snowflakes in the summer's heat. He found it hard to concentrate on anything, even if he wanted to. But he didn't want to. Not for a long time. The torturer smiled sadly. "Have you forgotten even me?" Sonny frowned, trying to remember. Brother, did he have a brother? Yes, he used to, once. His brother was noble, valiant, and wise. His brother was blessed by the Lord of Light. He was entrusted with a sacred duty, and so was Sonny himself. Or maybe he was just remembering shattered fragments of old nightmares. Who could tell? He weakly shook his head. If we are brothers, then why? Why are you torturing me? The torturer remained silent for a while, then laughed sadly. Ah, that old question, you haven't asked it in decades. He leaned forward and looked at Sonny with sorrow. Don't you remember? You were the one who asked me to do this, after all. Sonny's pupils widened. No, no, I ask you. The torturer nodded. As penitence, for the terrible sin you committed, for betraying the trust of the Lord of Light. Was it a century ago? Yes, almost. He turned away and picked up a long blade, thrusting it into the flames that burned furiously in a golden brazier. It has been almost a century since you abandoned me. Ah, enduring our duty alone was not easy, my brother. It wasn't easy at all. But I never broke my word to you. Sonny stared as the blade was slowly starting to glow inside the flames. Knowing that it would be soon thrust into his flesh instead, he shuddered. If I asked you, then stop. I don't want it anymore. The torturer looked down, then smiled darkly. Stop? But we can't stop. Not until you answered the question. Sonny's eyes were glued to the blade. He whispered, Question? What question? His brother was silent for a bit, and then asked, Where is that which was entrusted to us by the Lord? What have you done with the knives? Knives? What knives? Sonny couldn't recall any knife, and could only think about the one that was already glowing red in the golden brazier. I don't know, his torturer sighed. Then your penitence can't stop. With that, he took the blade out of the fire and brought it to Sonny's chest, where an aching heart was beating wildly like a caged beast. Sonny searched his memory, desperate for the torture to end. No, he couldn't remember. A split second before the tip of the blade cut his skin, he suddenly shouted, Shadow! Shadow! Stole it! The ember knife Shadow! Took it from me! It was his fault! His! The blade froze without reaching Sonny's flesh. The torturer looked away, a somber expression on his face. It is good that you finally spoke. However, that mystery had been revealed some time ago, after all? Shadow is long dead? He glanced at Sonny, then asked coldly, But what of the other? Where is the ivory knife that I have given you? Did Shadow steal it as well? Sonny shivered, then slowly shook his head. No, I hid it. I hid it far away. His brother closed his eyes. Where did you hide it? Tears streamed down Sonny's face. He strained in his bindings, desperately trying to free himself. I don't remember. I don't know. The torturer signed, then dropped the searing blade to the ground. Useless. This is all useless. A century of this, and you are still resisting. He grabbed his head and groaned, then suddenly laughed, his voice echoing from the stone walls of the dungeon. I'm tired. I'm more tired of this than you are, brother. Why have you deserted me? I can't save you, no matter what I do. I can't clear away your guilt. I can't redeem you in the eyes of the Lord. He fell silent, and slowly his face turned calm and solemn. Then he glanced at Sonny and said, Mad resolve shining in his eyes. A century is enough, going further. Will only break what is left of you, my dear brother. If we can't redeem your sin, then we must burn it away. The blessing of the fire, we will invent our own instead of the one you lost. A day finally came when Sonny was freed from his bindings and dragged away from the dungeon cell. He was too weak to fight his jailers, and saw no point in it. He didn't really understand what was happening, and was just glad to finally leave the darkness of the torture chamber. He was so happy that tears fell from his amber eyes. Sonny was brought to a vast chamber that was full of terrible heat and drowned by an angry orange glow. Strange, what a strange place! In front of him was a giant pit filled with molten steel. There were giant firs blowing a constant stream of wind into the fire below. He heard the sound of hooves ringing on the stones and saw a mighty horse with blinders on his eyes walk constantly in circles, spinning the wooden wheel it was attached to, which in turn worked the firs in front of the pit. A strange iron cage lay on the floor. It was made in the shape of a man's body and opened, revealing the human-shaped emptiness within. What is this? Be brave, my brother. Sonny flinched, hearing the familiar voice. He turned his head and saw the torturer standing beside him with a dark and determined expression on his face. Today, we will burn away your sin. We will make you into the tool of the gods once more. I don't understand. Before Sonny could realize what was happening, he was placed into the strange cage, which was then closed shut, leaving him in utter darkness. His new prison hugged his body like a metal carapace. He couldn't move or see anything. He was like a soul encased inside the body of an Iron Man. Panicking, Sonny tried to struggle against his metal prison, but it was of no use. He heard the sound of chains and felt himself being raised into the air.
What?
And then he was lowered down, 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 into the giant pit of molten metal. The outsides of his cage grew hot, and then searing, and then scorching, incinerating, immolating, locked within the incandescent iron cage. Sonny screamed and screamed, his flesh constantly burning and restoring itself, his broken mind drowning in agony and heat in the fire. But no matter how much he screamed, the burning was eternal. Just like he himself was burning, he was burning. Sonny woke up with a scream, still enveloped in the horror of the nightmare. He shuddered, then clutched at his chest, which was full of sharp, tearing pain. Arg! The shadows rustled around him, distressed by the sudden scream of their master. A nightmare, huh? I haven't had one in centuries. He grimaced, and then stood up, listening to the rattling of the heavenly chains in the distance. It was time to face a new day, hopefully his last. Chapter 638. Dream after dream, Sonny walked through the empty halls of his castle, shrouded in shadows. Wherever he passed, the pale radiance of moonlight disappeared, devoured by the tide of flowing darkness. His steps were silent, and so were his thoughts. Raising a hand clad in a glove of black silk, he traces his fingers across the intricate engravings, uncaring to remember the events depicted on the ancient stone walls. They were his triumphs and his victories, etched into the annals of history. But all of it was so distant and had happened so long ago, at the dawn of the Age of Heroes. He had been a hero once, too, battling the remnants of the corruption across the mortal realms. He had been cunning and fearless, valiant and unrelenting, full of faith and hope. The Age of Heroes was over, but Sonny still remained. By now, all of his servants and warriors had long left, taking the treasures he did not care about anymore with them. The halls of the castle were populated by shadows, and nothing else. Well, except for one loyal fool who was too stubborn to get the hint. Sorry, kid, you should have found a better master. Damnation, why did his heart suddenly hurt so much? Sonny opened the gates to the courtyard, not bothering to close them as he left. This castle of his would be, without a doubt, overtaken by one of the other chain lords soon enough. Or maybe even a ragtag gang of random bandits. He did not care too much about it, either. Standing in the darkness, Sonny hesitated, and then took out 2 knives from the hidden sheaths on his forearms. One seemed to be cut from a single piece of ghostly glass, the other from beautiful ember. One was the knife entrusted to him by the Lord of Light, and the other was the one he had stolen. The nightmare he had seen must have been because of a sense of guilt he had not known he felt. But why would he? The fool only had himself to blame for losing the knife to Sonny. And surely the 2 brothers were not demented enough to come up with something that distasteful, at least not yet. Sonny sighed and shook his head, indifferent to the fate of the other immortals. Then he turned slightly and watched as a tall figure appeared from the darkness. Towering demon with pale gray skin, 4 arms and twisting horns approached him and bowed his head, a sorrowful expression contorting the bestial lines of his face. Sonny smiled. Don't look so gloom, kid. You knew that this would happen eventually. The demon didn't answer. Not that he was able to. With another sigh, Sonny hid the ember knife in its sheath and handed the glass one to the tall creature, who hesitated for a few moments and took it with fear and reverence. Be careful not to drop it. A god made that knife, you know? It is a very precious thing, precious enough that even you aren't suited to wield it. The others will eat you alive if they ever find out. He looked northeast, considering something, and then added, Take it to the Temple of the Chalice and give it to the War Maiden. Tell her that we'll meet again in the realm of shadows. That is my last order to you, kid. After that you will be free. The demon clenched his fists, then slowly shook his head. Sonny chuckled. And yet, this is how it has to be. Now go, your master commands you. The creature looked down, then growled sorrowfully, and disappeared into the darkness. Sonny watched him go. Soon, the towering demon left the castle, crossed the hills of emerald grass, and climbed down to one of the chains leading away from the island. Making sure that the creature was gone, Sonny recalled his shadow scouts and then clicked his tongue. Tisk? He didn't even look back once. What a heartless little imp. With that, he walked toward the gates of the castle, followed by a sea of shadows. As he walked, a beautiful black stallion rose from them, his mane as dark as night, with long horns protruding from his head, and his teeth resembling that of a wolf more than that of a normal horse. The stallion's eyes burned with menacing crimson flames. Sonny smiled. Greetings, old friend. Will you let me ride on your back one last time? He jumped into the saddle and sent his terrifying steed galloping across the land. They flew through shadows and raced across the chains that swayed between two lightless skies, jumping from one island to another, full of bliss and exhilaration of speed. Ah, this is the one thing I will miss, was finally free and at peace. The night sky above him was vast and beautiful, and so was the one below. Everything was perfect except for one thing. Why did his heart have to hurt so much? Surely he didn't have any regrets left. Just before dawn approached, they reached a secluded and lonesome island. Sonny jumped off the horse, patted him on the back, and said his farewells. The steed then turned into a vast, sprawling shadow and disappeared, as though he had never existed at all. The black stallion even made an attempt to hide his heartbreaking grief, to not burden his creator with it, and not turn their final farewell. Bitter Sonny remained still for a few moments, and then made his way to the edge of the island. There he undid the strings of his tunic and bared his chest, then knelt, looking down into the endless darkness of the sky below, the divine flames burning in its depths. The other didn't know yet what awaited them all. None except for maybe Solvain, who had sealed their fates with her merciless hand. Had she known the consequences of her cruel choice? Or had she been simply too blind to see? In any case, Sonny wanted no part of what was to come. He had always prided himself on being a cheat and a coward, and so he chose an easy way out. The moon was already gone, and the sun had not yet risen. In this darkest of hours, he was surrounded by nothing except shadows and the singing of the wind. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Came like dew, disappears like dew. With that, Sonny raised his hand and, without even flinching, thrust the beautiful ember knife through the intricate scales of the serpent that coiled around his chest. As terrible pain drowned his mind with agony, a pale smile appeared on his face. Free, I am finally free. His body swayed, and then fell down into the endless abyss of the sky below, disappearing from the edge of the island just as the first ray of sunlight appeared over the horizon. Sonny fell into absolute darkness, wrapped in its soothing embrace. Finally, he died. Sonny woke up. His chest hurt for some reason, but he couldn't allow himself to sleep any longer. It was time to face a new, what the hell? Doesn't this seem awfully familiar? Chapter 639, Never-Ending Nightmare. Sonny woke up from a nightmare where he was a shadow that had lost the will to live, who woke up from a nightmare where he was a prince being drowned in a fiery tomb of molten steel, who woke up from a nightmare where he was an old man dying as he held the body of his murdered mother, who woke up from a nightmare where he was a mortal watching his world being destroyed by a god. Soon enough, Sonny found himself tied to a stake, with fire spreading through the pile of tinder beneath his bare feet, as a crowd of people whom he had considered friends and neighbors watched with demented glee. All he could do was struggle desperately against his bonds and pray that the smoke would smother him before the flames reached his flesh. But his prayers were not answered. Screaming from inside the fire, he died. It was time to face a new day. Sonny fought desperately as sharp fangs tore his flesh apart, as he was being eaten alive, but no matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. The monster was just too strong, and mad and cruel. And then he died. It was time to face a new day again. Sonny drowned, a heavy chain tied around his legs. Sonny bled to death on a battlefield, suffering from terrible thirst, and too weak to move, hungry crows tearing at his face with sharp beaks. Sonny watched his entire family be executed before being hanged from the walls of a somber fortress, thrown into the boundless darkness of the sky below by his heartless mother. Sonny died of hunger, thirst, and fear, too tired to scream or cry. Sunny was killed and turned into a wooden doll by a vengeful sorcerer, and then killed again after an eternity of silent servitude, the doll burning to ashes as it fell into an ocean of white flames. His heart was pierced with an obsidian knife on an altar made of pure darkness. His body was cleaved apart by the blade of a giant warrior in a red tattered robe, while the jubilant crowd cheered from the stone seats of an ancient theater. It was time to face a new day again. The nightmares never ended, bleeding into one another. Each time, Sunny woke up sure that the agony he had experienced was just a harrowing dream, but very soon his waking life would turn into pure horror itself. And then he would die. And then it would be time to face a new day again. Sunny dreamt of being mighty and weak, young and old, men and women, humans and beasts. Their end was always the same. Everywhere he went, everywhere he fled, no matter who he was, there was only pain and death and madness. It was as though everyone he met was infected by a terrible, unexplainable madness. The whole world was mad, and he was slowly going mad too. After a while, he found that waking up was getting harder and harder. Sometimes he failed to differentiate which of his lives was real, and which ones he had just dreamt of. Even though the horrors he had experienced seemed like a nightmare, their weight accumulated, slowly breaking his spirit apart. His faces changed, his memories changed, but one thing always remained the same: the terror, the ever-present, chilling terror of waking up from a nightmare, only to be thrust into a worse one instead. And two other things remained the same, as well: the pain in his chest and the spheres of light that he saw from time to time burning inside someone's soul. Sunny was a soldier in a war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum. Consumed by terror, he watched as a brilliant colossus made of lustrous steel stepped forward, making the whole island shake. A giant metal hand slowly moved forward, catching a swift flying ship and crushing the vessel in its enormous fist. And then the Iron Giant took another step. Suddenly the sky disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of polished metal. The Colossus brought his foot down, crushing Sunny and all of his comrades into a bloody paste. Sunny died, and then he woke up with a scream. It was time to face a new day again. That was too much. He shivered, remembering the terrifying sight of the steel giant advancing toward the trembling row of soldiers. Who would be mad enough to challenge the indestructible Sun Prince? Well, he knew who. The warmongers were all insane, each and every one of them. Some said that they had been different and called by another name once, that they had been valiant and brave champions who protected the Kingdom of Hope from the beasts of corruption. But he didn't really believe it, as long as Sunny was alive, and as long as his father was alive, and his grandfather as well. The warmongers had been the same. Bloodthirsty monsters wearing human skins. Luckily, the war was raging far away from here. In the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, people didn't have to worry about the madness of the followers of war and the misguided righteousness of the followers of sun. Granted, they had their own worries. Shuddering and still in the grasp of the nightmare, Sunny massaged his aching chest and rose. Today his lady was going to meet with the emissaries of the Night Temple. It was a high honor, but also not without risk. As a knight tasked with protecting her, Sunny had to be ready for anything. Why? Why does my heart so much today? Shivering, he reached for his clothes. No, Sunny and a young girl in a beautiful silk dress that was passed down to her from her mother, and for that reason a little bit too long for the girl's awkward figure, had nowhere else to run. The pursuers, who had already slaughtered the rest of their party, chased them to the very edge of the island. Now, there was nothing but the darkness of the sky below in front of them, and behind them, steel hooves were already ringing on the stones, growing closer and closer. The teenage girl stared into the bottomless abyss, then turned to him. Her lips trembled. "Sir, what should we do?" Her face was soft and pale, not yet touched by the sharpness of maturity. Her eyes, usually so gentle and bright, were now dull and full of fear. Sunny hesitated, then drew his sword and turned his back to the abyss. "Don't be afraid, my lady. I'm with you." He said those empty words, knowing full well that it was a lie. He was just one man. He was not even an awakened. What could a mundane swordsman like him do against this foe? The girl, young as she was, knew that he was lying too. A few moments before the first of the pursuer appeared from the darkness, she grabbed his forearm and looked at him with desperate resolve. "You don't let them take me alive, sir. Please." Sonny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a second, and then slowly nodded. His heart hurt. It hurt so much. The pain was almost blinding. A second later, a mighty black stallion appeared in front of them, bearing an armored rider on his back. The rider jumped down, moving with a speed that no mundane human could ever hope to match. He unsheathed his own sword and glanced at Sonny, his eyes hidden behind a visor of a menacing black helmet. His voice sounded like a voice of an ancient monster. "Step aside, warrior. We only need the maiden. You can still walk away alive." Sonny laughed. Why did his heart hurt so much? Dying was already painful enough. He looked at the awakened hunter in front of him, then at the young girl he had sworn to protect. Why does this nightmare never stop? And then he lowered his sword and stepped aside. Both of them looked at him, the pursuer with dark amusement, his lady with shock and disbelief. Her voice trembled. "Sir, what are you doing?" Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Why is this world so insane?" "I am very sorry, my lady. Please, don't hold a grudge against me." "But you see, how do I say this?" He looked at her then in the direction of the awakened hunter. Then he shook his head and said, "I'm pretty sure that you are not real." Chapter 640 World that has gone mad. Sonny looked at the terrified young girl and then laughed. His laughter sounded more than a little bit unhinged. His lady shuddered. "Sir, you," Sonny waved a hand in the air. No, need I understand, I sound crazy." The night sky above them was covered in an impregnable veil of clouds, and the one below them was empty and dark. The ancient stones they stood upon were slick with rainwater, and it was too dim to see anything except for vague silhouettes. The silhouette of the awakened hunter was towering, menacing, and embodied the very concept of terror. But Sonny didn't care that much. Massaging his chest, he smiled crookedly and said, his voice hoarse and raspy, "But then again, this whole world is insane. Someone told me once, I don't quite remember who, that we can only reflect what is in front of us. Is it my fault that there is nothing in front of me except for madness?" He looked down, his smile turning into a wicked grin, and someone else once told me that they wanted to destroy the world. Back then, I thought them insane, I think. But now, I wonder. The awakened hunter took a step forward, his monstrous voice permeating the darkness like an insidious murmur. "Weak, so weak, his mind is broken?" Sonny laughed again. Yes, I am very, very weak. But I am not weak enough, I guess. Somehow, I have a feeling that I wasn't supposed to be able to last that long. Who would be able to endure that much pain, that much horror, and that much suffering without losing their mind completely? He glanced at his sword, then at the approaching enemy. And yet I did actually, while some of those nightmares gods, how cruel they were, did hit a nerve. Overall, I am surprised to admit that they really weren't that bad. Sonny stared at the awakened hunter with a concerned expression, then scratched the back of his head. "Crazy, huh? Is almost as if after you have already been gutted once, nothing else can impress you that much. Or if you have already watched your mother die once, the second time won't be as well, maybe it would. I don't know. I'm a bit confused about what is real and what is not. Maybe I am myself not real. There's one thing I'm sure about, though." The young girl slowly backed away from him, her face painted with fear. The awakened killer tilted his head a little, then asked with curiosity, "What?" Sonny shrugged. "Well, it's that. Real or not, I'm really, really, really hard to break. As it turns out, at least not to the point where I'll be unable to think and notice things. Oh, and I did notice a few things." He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the approaching hunter. "One thing I noticed is that my heart always seems ache. Doesn't matter whether it's in a nightmare or in the real life. So, that demands a question. If the heartache is the same, then maybe the nature of both the dream and the reality is the same as well?" He took a step forward, a confused expression on his face. The second thing I noticed was that many of my thoughts, actions, and reactions don't really make sense. Sometimes my hands will try to do something on their own, and sometimes fragments of feelings, ideas, and judgments that I have to cause to possess will just appear on their own. Easy to explain in a dream, not so much in the waking world. And I am awake, am I? Or am I, or am I not? Sometimes it's hard to say. He laughed again and assumed a defensive position, waiting for the terrifying awakened hunter to attack. Well, and the last thing I noticed were the radiant spheres of light I seemed to be able to see inside the souls of living beings, or vile orbs of darkness in those of the corrupted. It took me a few nightmares to realize that those were soul cores. Strangely, once again, this ability pursued me from the nightmares into reality, making the two seem so much alike. So with all that said, I am really only curious about one thing. Sonny smiled, ready to meet his death once more. You see, in my nightmares, I met all kinds of creatures, awakened warriors, corrupted monsters, even transcendent immortals. Some of them had one soul core, some 2 or 3. He lingered for a moment, and then looked past his enemy at the mighty black steed standing motionless behind him, barely visible in the shadows. So, my question is, why does this damned horse always have 6? With that, he dashed in the opposite direction from where the hunter's sword flashed, abandoning the young girl he was sworn to protect without a second thought. Sliding on the wet stones, Sonny dove under the flying blade and jumped to his feet, putting all of his weight into an attack of his own. However, his strike was not directed at the menacing killer. Instead, it was directed at the tenebrous steed. Unobstructed, the tip of the sword touched the mighty beast's onyx coat and shattered as if striking adamantine stone instead of a living being. In the next moment, the awakened hunter's blade pierced him from behind, exiting out of Sonny's chest in a fountain of blood. Ignoring the terrible pain and the blood that was flowing from his mouth, Sonny grinned and looked at the motionless horse. The stallion looked at him back, his eyes dark and full of boundless, terrifying malevolence. A gargling laughter escaped from Sonny's lips. "Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Kill me again, bastard, kill me as many times as you want. In this nightmare. I'm just a mundane swordsman, but in the next one, or the one after that, or the one after that, I'll be someone powerful enough to rip you to shreds, and then I will kill you again, and again, and again. Let's see which one of us is going to break first, you wretched pony." The black steed looked down at Sonny, his eyes igniting with ghostly crimson flames. He snorted quietly, and then opened his mouth, full of sharp teeth that were more like those of a wolf than that of a horse. And then the nightmare bit down on the trembling human's head, easily crushing it between his mighty jaws. Sonny died, and woke up with a tortured scream. It was time to face a new day. He rolled out of the dingy tent he had been sleeping in and grinned, mad sparks igniting in his dark eyes. It was time to hunt an evil horse. Chapter 641, Dream Battle. Sonny and the diabolical steed of the fallen shadow, Lord battled across an endless tapestry of nightmares. Both were possessed by an insatiable desire to destroy the other, burning with bloodlust, fury, and relentless killing intent. Their blood flowed across 100 harrowing dreams, dissolving into the crimson rivers that had been spilled in the kingdom of hope across the centuries. As the weaker of the two, it was Sonny who bled most of the time. But every time he was torn apart and killed, he made sure to at least leave a mark on the stallion's tenebrous black body. No matter how many times the damned horse killed Sonny, he had to share in the pain. Sonny was not only being hunted, no, he was a hunter himself. What did it matter how many deaths he experienced, what ghastly torments the nightmares held in store for him? In this realm of terrors, he was as immortal as the Stygian steed. Every time he died, he was reborn anew, and every time he was reborn, there was a chance of becoming someone or something that the infernal stallion would not be able to defeat. When that happened, their roles reversed, and it was the black horse that had to suffer, be broken and die by his hand. Every kill filled Sonny's soul with jubilant, dark glee. He didn't care about dying over and over again, about witnessing atrocious horrors and experiencing the worst cruelty a person could imagine. He wasn't even sure that he was a person after all. But no matter who or what he was, Sonny was content to endure as much agony as there was, as long as he could make the dark courser feel it too. Neither of them could die in the dream. So this battle was going to be decided by the tenacity of their wills. They were going to see whose spirit would break first, sadly. The opportunities to really hurt the Shadow Steed were few and far between. Across all of the history of the Kingdom of Hope, there were not that many creatures that could challenge his vicious strength, and even less that Sonny was fortunate enough to inhabit in their darkest moment of despair. That was not to say that his hunt was without success. After giving in to madness and abandoning faith in the reality of the nightmares and of his own memories, Sonny was left with a gaping emptiness in place of where his identity was supposed to be. He knew very few things about who he really was, and didn't really care to know more. It held no meaning for his goal of tormenting and killing the Black Horse over and over again. Nevertheless, a few constant things soon revealed themselves. His aching heart, his gift of gazing into the very souls of living beings, and his name. That was the only thing he managed. After Lost from Light managed to remember his name, it acted as an irresistible anchor that slowly pulled other things from the darkness of oblivion that shrouded his true self. Not actual memories, but far more useful things, skills, fragments of knowledge, insights, patterns of thought, just like a body had a memory of its own. A soul had one as well. Knowing one's name, the true name, was a key to unlocking it. So, he wasn't completely helpless against the infernal steed. What's more, Lost from Light discovered that he had a strange aptitude for this harrowing dream battle of theirs, waking up in a new body after each death. Be it a man or a woman, a child or an elder, a human or a beast, a mundane creature or an awakened one, that possessed unique and unexplainable powers would have been utterly confusing and debilitating for any warrior. How could one fight if they didn't know themselves? But his mind possessed a remarkable flexibility to it, an insidious ability to adapt to any circumstance almost in an instant, as though it was formless and shapeless by nature, and thus easily molded to fit any situation. Lost from Light found out that he could masterfully wield a large number of weapons regardless of whom he was reborn as though he had fought in countless battles before. He was able to learn to wield any other by simply observing his enemies for a few moments. He could easily peer through their technique and intentions, and use that knowledge to destroy them. When he was reborn as a fearsome creature, he could almost instantly understand how to use his bestial body to rip the enemies to shreds, as though he had lived countless lives as countless monsters. But most importantly, he found out that fighting against those who were stronger than him was his second nature. Lost from Light's mind was full of treachery and cunning, which he could use to deliver terrible wounds to the fearsome stallion, even when their might was vastly incomparable. And so they hunted and killed each other through numerous nightmares, waiting to see which one would break first under the weight of hopelessness and never-ending suffering. Lost from Light wouldn't break, but the damned horse refused to break too. The black steed was as resilient as he was, as stubborn, as willful, and as ruthless. It endured the endless stream of wounds and deaths Lost from Light delivered upon him with the same unbreakable determination, his hatred and murderous fury only growing stronger. The courser possessed an evil will and a devious mind of his own. He was ready to suffer terrible torment for eternity, too, as long as it meant destroying his enemy over and over again. Not caring about the agony, the stallion seemed darkly content to share it with his feral prey as well. The black steed was as mad as Lost from Light was. Neither of them gave up, no matter how many times they were mangled, mutilated, ripped apart, and killed. Neither of them broke, so in the end, it was the never-ending nightmare that had to fracture and fall apart instead. Chapter 642, Rude Awakening. Bloodied and crazed, Lost from Light dragged his body across a vast plain of weathered stone, his sword scraping on the black rocks. Behind him, the shattered remains of a warship were being consumed by fire, painting the darkness of the night with an angry orange glow. In front of him, some distance away, a beautiful black steed stood on shaky legs, red foam falling from his mouth. The eyes of the tenebrous beast shone with a dreadful crimson light, but behind the boundless fury and hate, a deep sense of exhaustion hid there, mixed with confusion, resentment, and pain. Lost from Light grinned. What? What are you waiting for? Come here, come and take me, wretch! The stallion breathed heavily, streams of searing steam escaping from his nostrils. He snorted with anger, then lunged forward, lowering his head to skewer the enemy with sharp horns. His steel hooves rang sonorously, causing swarms of red sparks to fly off the ancient stone, and his black mane waved in the wind like a stream of pure darkness. They clashed beneath the empty night sky, and then lost from light died, or so he thought. Instead of dissolving into darkness and being reborn into a new nightmare, he fell to the ground, causing the whole world to shudder. What is this? Am I finally done for? He thought that he saw strange tears appear in the very fabric of reality. And then, reality crumbled like a vast black veil. Everything around him, the stone island, the burning debris of the broken ship, even the lightless black sky rippled and swayed as a silk curtain that was being crumbled by an invisible giant hand. A moment later, torn and broken, that curtain fell apart. It was a magnificent sight, to see a whole world disintegrating right before your eyes. Some time later, lost from light, found himself in a boundless darkness, surrounded by pure nothingness. His pain was no more, in fact, he didn't even seem to possess a body. Instead, he had turned into a formless shadow with 3 orbs of black fire burning furiously in its depths. Lost from light laughed. What happened? Don't tell me that you ran out of nightmares, beast. Oh, what will you do now? Instead of a response, something moved in front of him, behind him, all around him. Out there in the darkness, there was another shadow. But this one was deeper, vaster, and much more ancient. It was full of malevolence and hatred. As his voice echoed in the nothingness, the vast shadow suddenly surged forward, enveloping him. And then, lost from light, Sonny woke up. Sonny rolled out of the bed, clutching at his chest. His gauntlet scraped against the onyx metal of the mantle of the underworld, and in the next second, he fell onto the cold stone floor, looking around wildly, his eyes full of confusion and fear. Where am I? Another nightmare. He saw a terrifying snake coiled in a corner, pale moonlight glistening on its Stygian scales, and a graceful knight in black armor standing guard at the door. For a moment, Sonny panicked, but then remembered who they were. Saint Soul Serpent. And then he remembered who he was. His pupils widened. I'm awake. The fragmented memories of the countless nightmares drowned his mind, each one more harrowing than the other. Some of them were already fading away, like dreams usually did, but some remained almost as vivid and vibrant and terrible as when he had lived them. Sonny shuddered and let out a stifled shriek. For a few moments, his sense of self grew fragile, the madness of his nightmare, self clashing against his actual being. But then, the real him, the one that was an awakened fighter instead of a nameless being locked inside a never-ending wheel of torturous nightmares, won over and absorbed the other. Somehow, it was a proper mess, but Sonny had no time to pay a lot of attention to the chaotic and without a doubt dire process of his different divergent selves melding together. Because as soon as he fell to the floor, he heard the painfully familiar sound, loud, threatening, drawing closer and closer, the ringing of steel hooves on cold stone. How? What? He was too disoriented and shell-shocked to gather his thoughts and understand what was happening. He knew only one thing for sure. The damned horse was coming. Saint suddenly raised her shield and stared at the door while the soul serpent silently blended with the shadows. Sonny was already trying to stand up, a desperate thought trying to form in his mind. Memory. I need to summon a memory. I need a weapon. But he didn't get a chance to. Just a moment later, the wall of the chamber suddenly exploded into a flood of stone shrapnel, and 2 furious crimson eyes appeared in the darkness behind it. The black stallion, the awakened terror that had once been Shadow Lord's steed and companion, galloped into the chamber right through the stone wall and rammed into Sonny without slowing down one bit. In the short moment before that happened, Sonny got a chance to get a good look at him. The creature appeared exactly as it had in the nightmares. The stallion was tall and graceful, his coat as black as night, and his eyes burning with menacing crimson light. Lean muscles rolled under his skin with each movement, making it glisten with dark luster. His hooves seemed to be forged out of somber adamantine metal, as were his curved horns and sharp, terrifying fangs. The tenebrous steed seemed to be surrounded by shadows, his silhouette cloaked in their dark mantle. He was as beautiful as he was terrifying. More importantly, the terror was heading right for Sonny, with cold hatred burning in his dreadful eyes. A split second later, the stallion rammed him at full speed. Arg! The black horns failed to pierce the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld. But Sonny felt as though he was hit by a speeding train. His armored body was raised into the air and flung backward. The courser carried him forward on the sharp horns, and a moment later rammed into the other wall of the room, shattering it with Sonny's back. Sonny felt another terrifying impact, and his vision momentarily went black. Surrounded by a cloud of stone debris, the two of them, the demon and the terror, fell out of the jagged breach in the keep's outer wall and into the cool night air, plummeting down from the height of the abandoned castle's main tower. Damned horse, why can't you just die? Chapter 643, Clash of Shadows. Sonny and the black steed plummeted down in a cloud of shattered stone. Far below them, the courtyard of the boundary fortress lay, shrouded in darkness. It was growing closer and closer, approaching with terrifying speed. Neither paid it any attention, however. The stallion bit down on Sonny's shoulder with all his might, his sharp fangs scraping against the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld. The fearsome onyx armor was an ascended memory of the 6th tier, a whole rank above the diabolical shadow, so the courser was not supposed to be able to damage it. However, to Sonny's shock and dismay, the metal plates actually groaned and bent, crushing his flesh. He roared with pain and anger, then thrust his 4 hands forward, ripping the terror's chest with his claws. Drops of blood fell down like rain. Intertwined, the two of them hit the cobblestones of the desolate courtyard. However, instead of being broken by the fall, both simply submerged into the veil of shadows, drowning it, as if the ancient stones had turned into a lake of liquid darkness. For a moment, Sonny found himself floating in the tenebrous embrace of deep, unfathomable shadows. Usually turning into a ghostly shade would have meant escaping to safety. But today, his enemy was a similar creature himself. A vast and terrifying presence lunged at him from the darkness, full of fury and boundless, chilling, killing intent. The black steed had pursued him even into the shadows. However, this time Sonny was ready. He had never fought anyone or anything as a shadow. But he had been attacked in this form twice, first by the mirror beast, and then by its insidious creator, Mordret of Valor, the Prince of Nothing. Both were able to steal his own ability and use it against him. What did it mean? It meant that while Sonny could not damage mundane shadows, as Shadowblade Kurt had been able to, he was capable of destroying other shadow creatures, just like they were capable of destroying him. In his shadow state, Sonny was shapeless and formless, but that also meant that he could assume any shape and any form. It was just a matter of his will, mind, and imagination. As the vast presence that was the nightmare steed lunged at him, he moved to meet it, turning into a long, narrow blade made of darkness. They clashed, tearing each other's souls apart. Sonny's whole being was instantly drowned by terrible suffering. But he also felt a silent scream of agony escaping from the rippling shadow that was trying to enshroud him. Both the demon and the terror were thrown back into the corporeal world, Sonny rolling away on the cold stones, the tenebrous steed sliding on them as his hooves struck sparks into the air. "Kill! I'm gonna kill you, bastard! Just you wait!" Sonny roared and rose to his feet, outstretching one hand to summon the cruel sight, and another to summon the moonlight shard. 2 burning crimson eyes streaked through the darkness, and he was hit in the chest again. His lower hands grabbed the horns of the infernal stallion, and the mantle of the underworld suddenly grew as heavy as a mountain. That didn't slow down the courser one bit, however. Together, they struck the wall of the dilapidated fortress. Sonny shrieked, feeling his spine come very close to snapping. If not for Boneweave, he would have undoubtedly been shattered into pieces. Instead, the wall of the fortress was shattered instead, A whole section of it cracked and then crumbled, making the ground tremble as a vast cloud of dust rose into the air and blotted out the stars. The damned terror carried him through the cloud, emerging from the other side of it a split second later, and then threw Sonny to the ground, trying to impale him with the horns. But his enemy never let go of them. So instead, the four-armored demon was dragged across the emerald grass. Tearing the soil apart, one of his hands flashed forward, piercing one of the stallion's eyes with a ghostly stiletto, or at least trying to. The last moment, the black horse snapped its head sideways and bit down on the blade of the moonlight shard with his fangs, then jerked his neck and sent Sonny flying through the air. Damnation! Sonny spun in the air and landed on his feet, sliding back a dozen meters as the soles of his armored boots tore the ground. A moment later, he grasped the shaft of the cruel sight from the air and raised the somber spear ready to strike the enemy. But the black steed had somehow disappeared and was nowhere in sight. His vertical pupils narrowed, and then Sonny spun, sensing a swift and vast shadow circling him from behind. The blade of the cruel sigh suddenly shone with pure light, tearing the darkness apart. The nightmarish courser was forced back into the corporeal form and instantly came under attack. The tip of the spear bit deep into his shoulder, causing more blood to fall on the grass. Uncaring, the terror twisted and shifted his weight, standing on his front legs as both hind ones were thrown into the air, drawn like powerful springs. Sonny shivered, in the next moment, the black horse struck backward with both legs, catching him square in the chest. The breastplate of the mantle of the underworld rang mournfully as a thin net of cracks appeared on it. Stunned and blinded, Sonny was sent backward, flying above the ground with terrible speed. He collided against an ancient tree and went right through it, the thick trunk exploding into a cloud of splinters. Then he hit the ground and bounced from it, flew some more, then crashed down again and rolled for dozens of meters, blood shooting out of his mouth. Hurt! Arg! That hurt. His heart hurt too. It hurt way, way too much. Gulping for air and unable to force it into his four lungs, Sonny shakily rose to his feet and stubbornly raised the cruel sight. And then the black steed shot from the darkness and rammed into him again. This time, both of them slid off the edge of the island. Chapter 644, My Enemy Sonny and the Stygian Courser continued their battle in the darkness of the sky below, then fell on the swaying surface of a heavenly chain. Turning into swift shadows, they clashed again and again as they glided across its length with terrible speed, ripping each other's souls to shreds, traversing many kilometers in a matter of a dozen heartbeats. They emerged from the shadows and shot upward, then crashed on the surface of the next island, wrecking and destroying anything that appeared in their way. The courser rammed Sonny again and again, carrying him further and further away through the night, not giving Saint and the Soul Serpent any chance to catch up. The stallion used his devastating hooves, his adamantine horns and his sharp fangs, anything he had to deliver as much pain and damage to the wicked, tenacious, hateful enemy of his. But Sonny was consumed with the same murderous fury. He returned the favor with his weapons, his claws, and his own fangs and horns as well, forgetting everything except for the crazed desire to obliterate his foe. They rolled across the unfamiliar island like a wave of destruction, and flew high into the sky, Sonny with the help of the dark wing and the heavenly burden, the terror with the help of nothing but the force of his hind legs and the terrifying range of his dashing jump. His fangs caught the fragile fabric of the transparent cloak, tearing it apart, and then both of them plummeted down once more, landing on another chain and instantly submerging into shadows. Just like that, they fought without stop, overwhelmed by the maddening desire to destroy the enemy. When they clashed in their corporeal forms, Sonny was always on the losing side, receiving more wounds and being thrown around like a tattered rag doll. However, when they became shadows, he held the advantage. Despite the fact that the black steed was 3 whole classes ahead of him, they were of the same rank. And while the courser was a more ancient and powerful shadow, Sonny was a divine one, suffused with the flame of divinity. Each of his attacks dealt more damage, and that damage was far more terrible as well. His shadow form, while much smaller, was far more fathomless and resilient. held together by the bond of a true name. His soul was much harder to destroy. They fought and fought and fought, flying through the night as their bodies became broken and bloodied, and their souls became tattered and torn, and yet neither was willing to give up. Neither was willing to let the enemy live. Sonny had never experienced a battle that was so ferocious, swift, and devastating. Everything happened too fast and hurt too much for him to properly perceive and comprehend. At some point, he stopped trying to, giving in entirely to his intuition and battle instinct. There was only one truth and one unbreakable law after all. He had to kill the enemy and prevent the enemy from killing him. Everything else was just noise. Finally exhausted and covered in wounds, they reached a deserted island where nothing living dwelled or grew. Rolling on the ground, Sonny used 2 shadows to augment his mangled body, and the third one to serve as his second pair of eyes. Deep in the battle trance of clarity, he was able to perceive the whole world as one interconnected picture, with each part of it existing within the same complicated pattern as all the rest. His mind was forged into a single sharp edge, all of his thought dedicated to the battle, clear, purposeful, and swift. He saw the silhouette of the infernal black horse approach him from the darkness, bloody foam streaming from the stallion's mouth, unshaken will burning in the dreadful crimson eyes. By now, the two of them knew each other better than they knew themselves. After all, they had spent countless nightmares hunting and killing each other, only to continue the battle in reality after the nightmares could not keep up anymore. They were evenly matched. The black steed was far more powerful and had experienced centuries of bloody battles, but Sonny was devious, cunning, and full of insidious treachery that made up for his lack of strength. Neither could overwhelm the other, and at this point, both were probably going to die trying. The steed seemed to be at peace with such an outcome, and Sonny? Sonny was too. He would have preferred to stay alive, though. Curse you. A low growl escaped from his lips, and then Sonny suddenly dismissed his weapons and even his armor, standing motionlessly under the starlit sky, his nakedness covered only by a crude loincloth. Raising one hand, he massaged his aching chest, then bared his fangs in a dark grin and growled, "Let us end this, then." The black steed stared at the hateful enemy for a few moments, and then lowered his head, starlight shining on the sharp tips of his horns. And then the courser charged forward, breaking the ground with the push of his adamantine hooves. Sonny lunged forward as well. He had only one gamble left, one desperate, devious trick. Since he and the tenebrous stallion knew each other so well, he was going to try and turn into the terror's shadow. Using shadow dance against another shadow was a strange concept, since shadows were formless and shapeless by nature. How was he supposed to peer into the very essence of something that was shifting and ever-changing? Well, he was either going to do it, somehow, or die. That was why Sonny had dismissed his armor and his weapons. The black stallion did not use any weapons or armor after all. Only his hooves, his fangs, his horns, his unbreakable will, and his furious desire to kill. That was what Sonny had to use too. He recalled everything he could about the endless stream of nightmares. Every torturous death, every indescribable torment, every excruciating loss he still remembered, and how his enemy had been in those vile dreams. He remembered a similar deserted island, centuries ago, where the Shadow Lord said his last goodbye to his faithful steed, and their exhilarating ride across the night skies. Just before that, he remembered every wound that the stallion had dealt him, and every wound that he had dealt in return. And then he tried to use shadow dance, like he had used it on countless humans and creatures before. Only this time, peering even deeper, wishing to understand even more. For a moment, it was as though Sonny himself became the Stygian steed. He felt it, the rage, the hatred, the dark resolve, but also deep underneath it boundless loneliness, sorrow, and longing. Ah, what a terrible fate it was, for a shadow to walk the world without its master. He saw himself wandering across the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope, mournful and lost, and then returning to the now empty fortress that had once been his home, his master's home, only to see it be overtaken and desecrated by marauding strangers. He felt a deep, maddening rage. and gave in to this madness, letting it consume him. And then Sonny saw himself charging at a bloodied form of a four-armed demon. He saw clearly what the black steed was going to do to kill him, a split second before it happened. And so he sidestepped the attack before it even came, raised his upper arms, locked his fists together, and brought them down with all the devastating, inhuman power he had. The charge of the stallion missed, and instead a terrible blow descended from above, landing on his spine and shattering it. The black steed tumbled to the ground, suddenly paralyzed, and remained laying there, his side rising and falling shakily, his horse breathing, slowing down, and down Sonny fell too. Ah, hell! It felt like he was dying too. The pain in his chest had finally grown intolerable, as if his heart finally reached its limit. Turning his head, he stared at the dying horse, whose dreadful crimson eyes were slowly growing dim and cold. After a while, the madness burning in them was extinguished, and a shadow of a new emotion appeared in them: confusion, pain, and sudden recognition. The black steed breathed in one last time, then let out of quiet whine, and died. Sonny closed his eyes. He was so tired. I won. Well then, maybe it was time for him to die too? In the darkness, the voice of the spell whispered into his ear, its voice soft and solemn. You have slain an awakened shadow, nightmare. Your shadow grows stronger. He felt a vast amount of shadow fragments flow into his cores, reinforcing them, and thought tiredly. Strange, that doesn't feel like just 6 of them, but the spell was not done speaking. It remained silent for a moment, and then said, You have received a shadow. Your aspect legacy mastery level has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Sonny weakly tried to smile. Such great news. This would have been great if I was not dying. And then, a strange sound invaded his ears. It sounded like the rustle of sails. Chapter 645, Facing a New Day. There was warmth, sunlight, and the smell of fresh sheets, wood, and green leaves. Sonny slowly opened his eyes and felt the bed beneath him sway gently. No, the world itself had swayed. It was time to face a new day. Suddenly overwhelmed by terror, he sat up with a growl, his eyes wildly searching for the signs of danger, disaster, and death. His 4 hands rose, sharp claws ready to tear flesh apart. No, it was all a dream. I'm in the nightmare again. I never escaped. Panic washed over his mind, but the slowly receded. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and stared at his 4 hands. This was the shadow demon's body. He was awake. He was himself, well, the nightmare version of himself. Ah, it was all so convoluted. He remembered the desolate fortress, the endless torments he had dreamt of, the fearsome battle with the black steed, and his eventual victory. The terrible pain of his last heart giving out, tootum tootump, tootum tootump. Hearing the strange sound, Sonny looked at his chest. His 3 shadows were sprawled on the ground. So the rough skin of the shadow demon had lost its obsidian color and was back to its original complexion, as pale and gray as it had been back when he first entered the nightmare. There was a thin, barely noticeable scar running vertically from his collarbone to his abdomen, and beneath it, 2 tum-tu-tump, 2 mighty hearts were beating steadily, circulating rivers of blood through the gaunt, towering body of the 4-armed demon. He blinked a couple of times. I am alive. Not only was he alive, but he also seemed to possess 2 perfectly healthy hearts. Remembering something? Sonny shifted his gaze back to his hands and noticed that his 2 missing fingers were now back, be it of a slightly different color and seemingly carved out of ashen, polished wood. He tentatively made his hands into fists and saw the wooden fingers bend as if they were no different from the other 18. He could even feel the texture of the skin on his palms pressing against their tips. His 2 new claws were forged out of lusterless steel. Finally, Sonny raised his eyes and looked around, trying to understand where he was. The room he saw was not very spacious, but also not small. Its walls and ceiling were made out of wood, and so was the floor, hidden under an opulent plush rug. The bed he lay upon was sturdy and large, with a mattress so soft that it seemed like a cloud and pristine white sheets covering it. There were several pieces of luxurious furniture in the room, a pile of bright sitting pillows on the floor, a tray with succulent fruit on an intricate wooden table, and a large window on one of the walls, opening onto a breathtaking view of the boundless blue sky. Despite the lavish decor, the room felt familiar somehow. Sonny frowned. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a room just like this, but far more dilapidated and empty, on the ancient flying ship the firekeepers had repaired? Suddenly something clicked in his mind, and his vertical pupils narrowed. Noctis? That lying crook? Sonny was back on board the magnificent sky vessel that had a beautiful tree growing around its mast. Only that vessel had not been shattered and wrecked, then recovered and restored by Cassie's cohort yet. Was still owned by its original captain, the great and powerful sorcerer of the East, Noctis. He must have picked Sonny up after the battle with the Black Steed and kept his promise, fashioning a new heart for the shadow demon's body, and even replacing the fingers Sonny had lost while trying to learn how to weave, which was very nice of him, but didn't mean that Sonny would not still enjoy ripping the bastard limb from limb. That lying sack of monster crap. Spend the night in the fortress, sunless. What's the worst that could happen, sunless? I'm going to strangle him. Sonny growled hatefully and clenched his fists, almost slicing his own skin apart with the claws. He was full of resentment, fury, and vengeful wrath. However, after thinking about it for a few moments, he had to hide his fangs and make a sour face. Yes, the thought of making the deceitful sorcerer squirm felt very nice. But no matter how weak and affable Noctis seemed, he was an immortal transcended, a chain lord of the kingdom of hope, someone whose mere presence was enough to scare a terrifying corrupted monster away. There were far more productive things in life than harboring thoughts of revenge against someone like that. Besides, there was so much Sonny had to think about instead. The nightmares. The battle with the Shadow Stallion, the rewards he had received after emerging victorious from it, his future plans and actions. Sadly, he did not receive an opportunity to consider all these important and vital things. As if summoned by Sonny thinking of his name, the damned sorcerer suddenly opened the door and entered the room, whistling a jolly tune under his nose. Noctis was just as Sonny remembered him, carefree, pleasantly likable, and dressed in extravagantly colorful silk garments. His raven black hair was immaculate and lustrous, and his beautiful gray eyes sparkled with jovial light. Noctis saw the four-armed demon and smiled brightly. Ah, Sunless, you're finally awake. Sonny stared at him, the corner of his eyes twitching. Bastard, you have the audacity to smile at me after sending me to that hell? He hesitated, then let out a low growl as a greeting. Come to think of it. What exactly was the sorcerer planning to do with him now? A vague memory of one of the nightmares suddenly entered his mind. One where he had been turned into an obedient wooden doll by a who had it been? Sonny suddenly shivered. Noctis continued to smile, and then said in a strange voice, Well then, since you're up, why don't you come with me, huh, Sunless? Sonny gulped. Somehow, he felt that this invitation was not really something he could refuse. Chapter 646. Familiar Sights. Thinking that it was unwise to refuse the immortal sorcerer, Sonny rose from the bed and hesitated for a moment, noticing that he was completely naked. Numerous wounds that he had received in the Red Colosseum and later in the battle with the Black Steed had turned his gray skin into a map of scars, with lean muscles rolling under it like mountain chains. Noctis gave him a funny look, then cleared his throat and pointed to a chair that had a black kimono hanging on its backrest. The garment was made out of silk, intricately stitched, and fit his towering figure perfectly. It even had 4 sleeves instead of 2, revealing that someone must have sewn the thing specifically for him. Feeling the cool caress of the soft fabric on his rough skin, Sonny covered his nakedness, fastened the belt around his waist, and then put on a pair of leather sandals. Feeling somewhat like a proper human again, or rather, a proper demon, he then tied his wild black hair with a black ribbon and followed Noctis out of the room. As they walked to the upper deck, the sorcerer couldn't help but throw glances at him, mumbling some nonsense in a barely audible voice. Wonderful, marvelous! My complexion is, without a doubt, the fairest there is in the kingdom of hope. But alas, Black doesn't suit me at all. I won't be caught dead wearing black. Or alive, really. But this is just perfect. Finally, someone to do justice to this night silk I bought. It must be fate indeed, no doubt about it. Sonny stared at the immortal transcendent with a concerned scowl on his face. The man was clearly a raving lunatic. Another one? Why the hell is everyone in this damned nightmare insane? They walked onto the upper deck of the flying ship, where Sonny saw a somewhat familiar picture. There was a beautiful tree growing around the main mast, with the middle of the vessel drowning in the cool shade of its wide branches. The bark of the tree was ivory white, and its leaves were vibrant emerald in color. The difference with how the flying ship had been in the future was that the original tree he was staring at right now was much taller, stronger, more robust, ancient. Now that he had witnessed the consecrated grove of Heart God, Sonny easily recognized its origin. He also shuddered, remembering the nightmare in which he was reborn as an old man. That one was perhaps the most terrible of them all, mostly because it reminded him of his own past, his own mother, his own loss. Noticing a subtle shift in the expression of the sullen demon and misunderstanding it, Noctis smiled proudly. Ah yes, she's a real beauty. This noble ship is the last of her kind. An original. All those flying buckets the rest of them use are just crude imitations. He patted the bark of the sacred tree in passing and continued forward, heading for the bow of the ship. You are probably too young to remember, Sunless, but a long time ago the sky below was full of divine flame. Back then there were fearless daredevils who dove down into the ocean of immolating fire to harvest some of it. This is the last remaining vessel of their fleet. The sorcerer smiled. All the rest were turned to ash, along with their crews. Even the memory of them is long gone. Shame, those guys were really something. The fire hunters, a fun crowd, not very bright though, which was how I got my hands on this beauty. Won her in a game of cards and made some improvements, he laughed. I'm the best player in all of the Kingdom of Hope, you know. Even won that obsidian knife you carry once, from the one in the north. Oh, you should have seen her face when she had to give me the prize. That was back when she cared about such stuff, of course. Sonny blinked and stared at the sorcerer, dumbfounded. No way. He won one of the 7 knives playing cards. The 7 knives created by Sun God. Noctis glanced at him and winked. Ah, yes, the rest of the lords had the exact same expression you do right now. They were very angry with us, too. It was a giant mess. I sort of lost that knife later on, though, so they mellowed out. He grew silent for a bit, and then added, his voice a little darker. But these knives, they never really stay lost for long, you know? It's really hard to get rid of one. Impossible, in fact. They continued forward in silence. Disturbed, Sonny turned away and looked over the railing of the flying ship. It seemed that Noctis had not moved the vessel away from the deserted island where the battle between Sonny and the Black Stallion had ended. It was still below empty except for a few jagged rocks laying here and there. The only difference was that, now, there were beautiful white flowers growing from the soil where the drops of the lonesome steed's blood had fallen on it. A giant mess. Sonny knew that there were 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light to guard, or rather contain, hope. Their strings were torn out of the tapestry of fate, made to loop endlessly onto themselves, and placed into 7 strange knives. And so, the knives were both what made the Chain Lords eternal, and the only thing that could kill them. Each of Hope's wardens was entrusted with the key to another's death. This was what kept the balance between them. So of course Noctis had made a huge mess by managing to get his hands on a second one. No wonder the other lords were angry. Even though losing one of the knives was something only a complete idiot would do, in this instance, the sorcerer had been lucky to somehow manage such a feat. Otherwise, he might have found himself in hot water or molten steel. Sonny shuddered and closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, they reached the bow of the ship and descended a set of stairs, eventually stopping in front of a heavily reinforced door that looked faintly familiar. Noctis unlocked the door and invited Sonny inside. There, Sonny saw armored walls, a high ceiling, and 3 chests standing in the center of the room. Staring at one of them in particular, he suddenly paled terribly and took an involuntary step back. Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then shook his head. "You're very strange. Don't be afraid. These are just my treasure chests. They won't bite." He thought for a second, and then gave one of the chests a playful kick. "Well, except for this one. This one will eat you alive." Chapter 647. Two answers. Sonny stared at the painfully familiar chest, his black eyes full of fright and venomous resentment. Of course, he had recognized it instantly. It was his old nemesis, the mordant mimic, the vile creature that had almost eaten him alive once in the distant future. Granted, he had ended up being the one to feast on the flesh of the abomination instead, which had been a traumatic experience in and of itself. But who was to say that he would be able to kill the fallen devil again? Sure, Sonny was much stronger and more experienced now. He had more cores, thousands more shadow fragments reinforcing them, much better equipment, and inhabited the body of an actual demon. But there was also no crushing in this era to help him hold the creature down, while the broken oath did its job. Thankfully, the bastard seemed to be behaving itself, maybe out of fear of its master. Actually, Sonny looked closer and frowned, noticing that the chest had only 3 soul cores, none showing any sign of corruption. They were bright and pristine, just like that of any other creature following the path of ascension. However, they were also too dim to be of the ascended rank. The mimic was neither fallen nor a devil, yet it was simply an awakened demon masquerading as a treasure chest, which was a bit of an improvement, but still didn't really explain why Noctis was using a powerful demon as a piece of furniture. I guess the mimic grew stronger sometime in the future and was also corrupted somehow. Sonny relaxed a little, but then his scowl deepened, while Noctis opened one of the other 2 chests and started enthusiastically rummaging through it. 2 thoughts entered Sonny's mind. One was very simple coins. However, no matter how alluring the image of the miraculous coins was, the second thought took precedence. What the hell? Those words Noctis had just said, weren't they mentioned in the description of the covetous coffer? Yes, they were. So Sonny was and had always been the pale friend mentioned in it. Huh? How could the spell have known that this exact scene would play out all that time ago? Back then, Sonny had not even known about the existence of the nightmare seed in the ivory tower, let alone harbored any thoughts of entering it. There were 2 possible answers, both of them equally unnerving. One was that the nightmare was not, in fact, a recreation of the past. Instead, it was just the past. The spell knew what Noctis was going to say, because this conversation had already happened thousands of years ago and possessed the power to send people back through time. Sonny wasn't quite ready to believe that, though. Things didn't really add up. If each nightmare allowed Awakened to travel through time and return to the past, they would have been able to cause changes in the present through their actions. There had not been too many nightmares conquered since the spell had appeared, but also not that few hundreds at least, and maybe even thousands. So he was more inclined to consider the other answer. The second answer had to do with the nature of the spell and the domain of its alleged creator. Weaver was called the Demon of Fate for a reason, after all. Their mask allowed Sonny to steal a glance at the tapestry of fate and see the past, the present, and the future of everything, all at the same time. Just one split second of this terrible knowledge had almost driven him insane. Perhaps the spell, which was woven out of those very strings of fate, was able to perceive the depths of the tapestry as well, and hence knew that it was Sonny's fate to enter the nightmare, meet Noctis, and have this conversation in the treasury of the flying ship. That possibility was perhaps even more frightening. Damnation! My head hurts. The mystery of the seemingly innocuous description of the covetous coffer had turned out to hold a key to a very important piece of the grand puzzle, one that was too important to be considered hastily. The whole nature of the world as Sonny knew it could be changed, entirely depending on which answer was true. He was going to have to think about it more, and later in excruciating detail. And speaking of excruciating, Sonny lingered, then glanced at Noctis, suddenly remembering all the torment he had gone through because of that shameless crook. He gritted his teeth thinking of all the ways he would have made the bastard pay if he could. The crook in question, meanwhile, smiled widely as he pulled a sparkling emerald medallion out of the chest and threw it to Sonny. "Aha! There you are here, Ketch!" Sonny caught the medallion and studied it with a dubious expression. There seemed to be an almost invisible, intricate string of runes carved into the precious stone. What is this crook planning now, I wonder? Ah, I wish I could rip his flimsy body into tiny pieces and listen to him scream. I would have started with the fingers, I think, and worked my way up, one little piece at a time. Noctis stared at him with a strange expression, his face frozen. Sonny frowned. Why is that idiot staring at me? Gods, what a lunatic! Huh, wait a moment. He blinked. Why does it sound as if I'm speaking aloud? Damn, am I going crazy as well? Crazier, I mean. The sorcerer cleared his throat, then cautiously hid his hands behind his back. Yeah, that emerald trinket you're holding is a very rare and precious magical amulet. It can project someone's thoughts outward and vocalize them, turning thought into sound. So, do stay away from my fingers, please. I'm quite attached to them, unlike some people. Sonny paled. What? No. He heard all that. Wait, crap. He heard that too. He shuddered and hurriedly dropped the emerald amulet to the floor, then stared at it in abject horror. Noctis smiled. Oh, Sunless, don't fret, my friend. I know it was just a bit of friendly teasing. I've heard way worse anyway. You are actually a very restrained individual, as far as demons go. He bent down, picked up the amulet, and offered it to Sonny with an innocent grin. So, how about we have a hearty meal and talk? There's so much we must speak about, Chapter 648. With good intentions, a few minutes later, Sonny was staring at a table full of all kinds of delicious food. The table was situated on the upper deck of the flying ship, allowing for a breathtaking view of the shattered kingdom of hope below. Being that high up in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of discomfort. The fear of the crushing was already deeply ingrained into his bones. However, the terrible curse that dictated the lives of everyone on the Chained Isles did not exist yet. He had nothing to worry about, or rather, he did not have to worry about that particular danger. There were plenty of other existential threats surrounding him, however. The food had been served by obedient wooden dolls wearing tasteful silk liveries. Sonny was pretty sure that each of the animated mannequins had been a living creature once, their souls torn from their bodies and placed into the dolls by the person sitting across from him. Taking a sip of a cooled wine, the person in question smiled brilliantly and gestured at the food. Come, Sunless, enjoy. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then reached out to put a few portions of several mouth-watering dishes onto his plate. He was careful not to touch the emerald amulet that lay in front of him, knowing that doing so would reveal all his thoughts to the damned sorcerer. That thing was maybe the greatest danger he faced. While the ability to communicate with people was something he had been thinking about from the first day of entering the nightmare, sharing his every thought was not something Sonny was ready to deal with yet. His flaw had been constraining what he was able to say for a long time now, so his mind was a kind of safe haven for Sonny. For that reason, he had developed a tendency to run wild with his thoughts. Revealing them all to a mad sorcerer was not a very great idea. Noctis watched him eat with a carefree smile, then said in a friendly tone, By the way, great job killing that nasty horse. What a feat! What a gallant deed! Truly, vanquishing it was an exploit worthy of being sung about. But Sunless. The sorcerer hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward and asked with a bit of exasperated desperation in his voice, Please tell me, why, for the love of the gods, did you kill the horse? Sonny, who was taking a sip of cold water, spat it all out, coughing. He stared at Noctis with murderous fury burning in his bestial black eyes, then ground his fangs and put his palm on the emerald amulet. What the hell do you mean? Why did I kill the horse? You were the one who sent me into his damned lair. The horse was this close to becoming the end of me. What else was I supposed to do? Then he clenched his 4 fists and growled. The nerve of this bastard! Sonny, of course, meant for that last thought to remain unsaid, but sadly one of his fists was still touching the enchanted amulet. Noctis looked at him, blinked a few times, and then flung his hands into the air. I never meant for you to fight it. Do I look like an idiot? That horse destroyed hundreds of creatures, much scarier than you. Why would I send a mere demon to battle it? Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, he hissed, Yes, I don't know. Why did you send me into the fortress? The sorcerer gulped down his oft of wine, remained silent for a bit, then let out a bitter sigh. Oh, well, I just thought that since you are both shadow creatures, it might have liked you. Didn't you know each other back when your master was still around? Sonny looked at the beautiful immortal for a few moments, then trembled slightly and covered his face with two hands. That damn fool. This time he was careful to not touch the amulet while thinking that. The worst part of all of it was that Noctis was not entirely unfounded in thinking that the black steed would not attack Sonny. The body he was currently inhabiting had indeed been acquainted with the stallion centuries ago, back when their lord had been alive. The problem was that Sonny had replaced the four-armed demon, and thus had no memory of knowing the black courser, while the courser himself had gone mad during the hundreds of years of solitude and only recognized his old companion seconds before death, when his madness receded for a few short moments. So all that horror, all the pain and torment he had gone through in the nightmares was the result of a tragic and cruel twist of fate. It was just a series of wicked and disastrous coincidences, nothing more and nothing less. Sonny let out a low growl. Forget it. It doesn't matter anyway. Not now and not anymore. The important part is, Noctis might look like an eccentric idiot, but he is anything but. If he wanted me to reunite with Shadow Lord's steed, there was a reason for that. What does he really want? He hesitated, then placed his hand back onto the amulet. Why did you want me to meet that thing? The sorcerer remained silent for a bit, then smiled charmingly. Oh, right. By any chance, before you killed it, has Nightmare shared anything with you? The location of a certain glass knife, for example? Sonny snorted. Ah, so that's what all of this is about. He took a bite out of a loaf of delicious freshly baked bread, chewed it unhurriedly, thinking about nothing at all, and then responded in a calm tone. Sure, there is something that I learned. Why? Noctis cleared his throat, glanced at the scenery, then back at Sonny. Finally, he said with a bit of visibly forced indifference. Oh, well, would you mind sharing? Sonny stared at him for a bit, then grinned, with his bestial face and 2 rows of sharp fangs. That grin looked truly frightening. Would I mind, huh? That depends. Why do you want that knife? Noctis smiled with his usual carefree attitude, then waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's nothing much. A small thing. Really, you see? I just want to gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, kill all of the Chain Lords, defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, and release the demon of desire out of her prison. And then maybe have a cup of tea. The sorcerer grew silent for a moment and then added thoughtfully, Actually, on second thought, maybe I'll have the tea first.